Kim Jin-woo is a failed screenwriter, with no achievements in 6 years and living in despair. One day, he activates the genius artist system, unlocking outstanding creativity and perfect skills. With his newfound talent, Jin-woo establishes a whimsical studio, begins creating art, and gradually becomes famous. He constantly overcomes envious rivals and harsh challenges in the industry, establishing his position. From an unknown, Jin-woo becomes a genius artist, living freely with passion and inspiring others. Let's follow this exciting story with life manhwa. A pair of legs steps out of a car. At the same time, there are screams all around. It turns out they are the idols of a music group, and the people around are trying to scream to get their attention. Purple girls, look over here. Over here is a group of students. They are raising their hands and smiling excitedly. Uni, I love you. I will definitely come to your concert. Jin-woo stands in the crowd with an indifferent expression, even though everyone outside is screaming, sister. He just stands quietly and smiles faintly. What am I doing? I am Kim Jin-woo. A 30-year-old screenwriter full of ambition for this year. For the past 6 years, as an assistant screenwriter I only received less than half the minimum wage. From today, I am officially unemployed. He stands in the crowd, but seems lost and unable to integrate with everyone. In his heart there is only the thought. Appearing here right after resigning makes me look like a failure. Back to 30 minutes ago, in a room, a loud scream is heard, startling everyone around. Lee Min-ju, you can't do that. It turns out the person mentioned is screenwriter Lee Min-ju. She acts superior and replies, are you crazy? Over here, Jin-woo is arguing with her with a very angry expression. I wrote at least half of this script. You promised this time you would put my name as a co-author. But she still doesn't seem to care about him. Well, I told you that next time I would do that. Jin-woo gets angry. You said that last time too. He continues to shout at Min-ju. How many times already? You said you would keep your promise. Now, she looks annoyed. She is gradually reaching out to Jin-woo and making a sound, you. Min-ju points at him with a superior attitude and scolds. Don't you know that everything takes time? As she speaks, she pushes him hard as if insulting him. You think you can get whatever you want right away. Min-ju doesn't hesitate to reveal his past failures. Not graduating from a formal screenwriting major. This is where you have to use all your life's luck to become an assistant screenwriter. According to those insulting words, Jin-woo remembers the days of carrying things around for her. She babbles as if taking credit. During this time, I made sure you were paid in full every month, but in reality, to get those meager wages, you had to work overtime constantly without time to eat. Min-ju continues to speak. I even gave you the opportunity to work with me. Who do you think you are to dare to raise your voice? He remembers the times he was thrown the script in his face but had to endure it. She asks loudly, you think you will still be favored after all this? These words are like the last straw. Jin-woo angrily clenches the paper so much that his hands shake. Unable to bear the unreasonable and insulting words, he angrily throws the papers at her face. Seeing Jin-woo do that, everyone around gasps in surprise, not thinking he would do that. Even Min-ju is surprised by this aggressive action. Jin-woo angrily says to her, you bitch, I curse you for karma to come and hit you back. Back to reality, he just stands and smiles faintly looking at everything and mutters, and that's how I left the office 30 minutes ago. Ji-woo tries to comfort himself, currently, leaving is the best choice for me. But I still don't know what I can do at 30. He stands in the bustling crowd but he is gloomy and thinks. I was absent-mindedly surrounded by students waiting for the K-pop girl group to participate in Music Bank. Jin-woo is standing when he is hit by a fan of the group Purple Girls. But he doesn't pay attention and just shouts, look, it's Jaeyoon. Seeing Jaeyoon coming, everyone gets even more excited and says to each other, have you guys seen that movie? I felt for her after watching it. Of course I have. I cheered super hard. It turns out she is the main dancer of the group Purple Girls, Jaeyoon. Seeing that, he sighs. That girl became a rising star thanks to Lee Min-ju's work. At this point, Jin-woo gets annoyed again. How annoying. I suddenly have to think about Lee Min-ju's face. But I should stop wandering around and go home, he thinks to himself and is about to turn around. Suddenly, a girl with pink hair walks past, causing him to look back. It turns out that is the youngest member of Purple Girls, Semi. As soon as she arrives, she attracts everyone's attention. Semi is walking when she seems to see someone in the chaotic crowd. Everyone sees her turn to look and screams, Semi, I love you. Semi gives a radiant smile and waves to that person. The fans are stunned by her beauty. Two people standing in front of him say to each other, "Did you see?" She looked at me and smiled. "Are you delusional?" She smiled at me. "Not you," Jin-woo thinks to himself. These two kids are competing for nothing. But he can't keep calm, as if struck by lightning. "It's not either of you, it's me, you idiots." Jin-woo can't help but ask himself, is this love? Thinking of this, he turns into a passionate fan. His shirt even says, "Semi's face is brighter than my future. Is today the beginning of my first love?" While excited, something suddenly awakens him. Jin-woo raises his phone to check and is confused. There's a notification. There's nothing, it's not my phone. Suddenly, a blue screen appears in midair. System open. Virtual account, W bank, deposit amount, surprising him. What the hell? He looks at the line, deposit, 0 out of 100 coins, and is confused. What is this? Suddenly this information flashes through his mind. $1. Jin-woo fumbles with the information that just appeared, then looks at his phone. Deposit, $1. I don't know what these things are, but if it's just $1. Should I try sending it? Thinking that, he immediately presses the send button. As soon as he presses it, a line of information appears in his mind. You have been promoted to iron rank, searching for a work that matches the actor you just encountered. That information keeps appearing, making Jin-woo a little overwhelmed. Title: The heir of the corporation is a pure-hearted man. Scene 1, genre, romance, general. Location: Venus Cafe near exit number 4 of Omakyo Station. Time limit: 20 hours. At this point, everything returns to normal, causing him to look around, thinking he has a problem. Time limit: what is it? It seems I have worked like Lee Min-ju's dog for too long. I need to go for a psychological examination right away. After not seeing anything strange, he sighs tiredly. Before long, it's dark. Jin-woo still thinks he has a problem and exclaims, "To this extent, I will make her pay for the hospital bills." As soon as he gets home, he sees Hee-young lying down playing on her phone. It turns out she is Jin-woo's younger sister, although studying in the film and theater industry. She is on vacation. She is lying down playing when she hears the door open. Seeing Jin-woo, Hee-young quickly greets. "You're back," he asks tiredly. "Where's Mom?" She quickly replies, "Still at work." He sits down on the chair tiredly. Hee-young next to him gets angry and kicks her brother. "Hey, can't you wash up before sitting down?" Hee-young next to him keeps talking. "When you get home, you should at least wash your hands or something. There are tons of places to sit. Why do you have to squeeze in next to me?" But he doesn't pay attention because he is still lost in his thoughts. What should I do? I wonder if I can step into the broadcasting station, even if it means I have to sell my soul to work with the main screenwriter. Should I throw away all the drafts and prepare for a real job? Should I have left more quietly? Hee-young is still talking, her feet kicking him in the face. "EW, so dirty. Do you do that at the office too?" At this point, Jin-woo shouts, "Kim Hee-young, do you know how ugly you are?" She suddenly bursts into anger. "What?" After shouting, he goes into the room but doesn't forget to say a few teasing words. "Oh my god, you've been here for 2 years and still only get supporting roles." It seems they think so too. Hee-young angrily sits up and glares at him. "Wanna die?" Before she can act, Jin-woo closes the door. Hee-young shouts, "Hey." After he goes into the room, Hee-young sitting alone suddenly feels a little confused. In the room, he opens his phone and sees a message from a colleague. "The head writer said you should come and get your things. I'm putting all your things in a box now. Sorry I can't help much more. She was going to throw your things away but didn't want to get into trouble. If you don't want to see her, come in the afternoon." After reading it, Jin-woo can only hold his head and slump down, thinking about the words from this morning. That bastard Jin-woo, what's wrong with him? He's too tense today. The next afternoon, he goes to the office as scheduled, takes his things and leaves decisively. As he walks, he ponders, "I spent half of my 20s there. In the end, there's only a box to take away. Could it be that I have to say goodbye to Omakyo Station?" Jin-woo looks and says with great regret. He is absent-minded when once again the information appears in his head. Title: The heir of the corporation is a pure-hearted man. Scene 1, genre, romance, general. Location: Venus Cafe near exit number 4 of Omakyo Station. Time limit: 5 hours 11 minutes 38 seconds. Jin-woo is a bit surprised that it appears again. That information appears again. Wait, this. He looks at the time and sees it decreasing compared to yesterday and thinks. Yesterday it was 20 hours, about 15 hours have passed. The countdown is in seconds like real time. It sounds like I really need to go to a mental hospital, but that clock is strangely detailed. Then Ji-woo gives a forced smile and sighs, thinking about it carefully. There's some English information I don't understand that keeps popping up in my head. Hey, stop it, from now on there's no reason for me to continue writing, and even if it's a chaebol movie script, I'm not interested. He immediately leaves, leaving a quiet scene around him. Before long, Ji-woo hurriedly runs past, causing the papers in the box to fly out. He ignores the papers and keeps running, thinking rationally, going to the hospital is the right decision, but aren't people called writers basically people who create products of imagination? What if I just turn a blind eye and do what that thing says? Since the description and genre have been set, maybe those are ideas that just flash through my mind. Even while running and thinking, he can't hide his smile. Jinwoo's mind is now full of determination. As someone who likes to write about culture, at least I can think of that idea. After a while, he stops and puts the box down, panting. He finally arrives at the cafe that the mission mentioned. He breathes and exclaims, "It's really here, Venus Cafe." After fumbling around for a while, Ji-woo decisively opens the door and enters the cafe. He brings a strange look and focuses on observing everything around him. He suddenly sees a chair that is glowing, even with an arrow pointing at it, and wonders, that chair is glowing. Not letting himself be surprised for long, Ji-woo decides to go to the chair and sit down. The system displays a notification, time limit, 4 hours 54 minutes 12 seconds. Hearing that, he reflects, it seems that no one else can see it, it's just something happening in my head. As soon as he sits down, a source of information rushes into his head, causing him to gasp. Images appear in his head like a movie. A handsome young man is on his way somewhere. That young man and Semi are standing at the front desk doing something. And as if something happened, he is uncomfortable, making Semi afraid. And just like that, a series of images runs through his head, overwhelming Ji-woo. What is this? His mind is confused by these images. It's like there's a projector turned on in my head and I can see the movie playing. That movie keeps playing, and he realizes the female lead in the scenes and wonders, and the female lead is Semi. Ji-woo mutters to himself, isn't this the best thing ever? The scene also switches to Semi punching that guy angrily. All the scenes just now make him constantly show excitement and joy. Ji-woo imagines himself as a character in a game, and is doing a mission. With such information, he immediately opens his computer and feels, this is not just about receiving inspiration. It's like solving a problem that we already know the answer to. The lines, the acting, and the atmosphere. The scene that appears at this moment is, that guy and Semi are arguing with each other. The scene is so realistic that he is like a person standing outside witnessing the story. These things make Ji-woo touched and excited. All the necessary elements are appearing in my head, this is clearly the best thing. And at that moment, his fingers automatically write the script quickly, causing surprise. This surreal action makes his inner self confused. It's writing itself. This is so good that people will request scene 2 immediately. When I complete scene 1, the system notification for scene 2 will appear right away, right? In the evening when he gets home, Ji-woo collapses and shouts, I can't see anything. He holds his head and runs around the room asking for the script to appear in his head again. What's going on? Say something. Why isn't anything suddenly appearing in my head? A few minutes later, he accepts reality. Could it be that the strange phenomenon only happened once? After struggling with himself for a while, Ji-woo scratches his head and accepts that nothing is happening. I thought about registering for the movie script competition. So I have to write at least 4 scenes, but what should I do? Should I write it myself? While gloomy because he doesn't know what to do, a sound is heard, ding. He is excited to hear that, this sound, I can see it again. The system appears and gives him the mission title. The heir of the corporation is a pure-hearted man. Scene 2, genre, romance, general, location, Stark's Cafe near exit number 1 of Omogyo Station. Time limit 17 hours. After hearing it, he smiles and can't close his mouth. Happy as hell. Good, let's continue. But the location has changed. Maybe if I go there, scene 2 will appear. Seeing him making noises that bother her, Hee-young shouts, hey, can't you keep quiet? Hearing that, Ji-woo goes out and looks at Hee-young thoughtfully, making her confused. He suddenly takes the draft and gives it to her. Actually, you came at the right time, read this. Hee-young takes it and asks, huh, what is this? He shoves it into his sister's hand and replies, the movie script I wrote. Hee-young is still a bit skeptical. You wrote it. Jin-woo doesn't explain much, just read it. She accepts her fate and reads the draft carefully. After reading it all, she calls Appa, gently, not like usual. Hee-young gives a smile and puts her hand on his shoulder, making him confused. What's wrong? She takes her brother's hand with a gentle attitude. Kim Jin, oh no, I mean my dear brother. Her eyes are sparkling as if she wants to ask Jin-woo for something. I believe in you, my dear writer brother will become the pillar of the family. Seeing his sister acting strangely, he immediately turns pale. What do you want? Hee-young gets straight to the point. So, about the female lead for this script. Before she can finish, Jin-woo interrupts. Semi of Purple Girls. Hearing that, Hee-young is surprised. A K-pop idol. Hearing her mention Semi, he transforms into another person. His eyes are sparkling and he concludes. Semi, she will be the female lead. Hee-young is stunned. What is it? He's really crazy. Hee-young asks him curiously. So, you're going to ask Lee Min-ju for help? Hearing his sister mention her, he is still angry and clenches his fist. No, I quit. She was going to take all the credit in the multi-episode short film series. Hee-young is surprised to hear her brother say that. Then what about the things you've done all this time? She sincerely advises. And it will be embarrassing if this script doesn't go anywhere. Appa, you're 30 already, are you listening? Jin-woo at this time doesn't seem to care about what Hee-young is saying and is still lost in thought. Kim Hee-young criticizing my work. Enough, it's enough, these shitty days of mine, it's time to change. He secretly shouts loudly, the world of television dramas. Wait, Kim Ji-woo is coming. Finally, he turns to Hee-young and promises, I will do it, wait and you will see. Then says to himself, because this ability is a great opportunity. Jin-woo, despite being outspoken, still has to chant Buddha, and please let me continue this for a long time. Please. After he arrives at the location designated by the system, something happens that makes him feel like the sky is falling. I'm doomed. I'm really doomed. He collapses and kneels down. An unforeseen accident has occurred. Jin-woo holds his head because he didn't expect it. I even arrived 7 hours early. He stares at the fateful spot and laments. I never thought that someone else would sit in that chair. It turns out the place designated by the system was already occupied. Seeing that, Jin-woo can only stand and cry silently in his heart. But when he looks at that girl, he speaks loudly. But wow, that woman. The girl's eyes radiate a special charm. She sits on the chair, her hair swaying in the wind. Her eyes intently looking at something in her hand. Seeing that, Jin-woo can only utter 2 words, so beautiful. He looks at her and thinks, if I suddenly come and talk to such a beautiful woman, it will be like I'm trying to flirt with her. Jin-woo helplessly rubs his head and looks at the system interface. Time limit, 7 hours 6 minutes 16 seconds, and reassures himself, no way she will sit there for 7 hours, right? He reluctantly accepts reality. Let's wait for up to 2 hours later. It seems that the beauty still has no intention of leaving. The system displays a notification. Time limit, 5 hours 12 minutes 22 seconds. He restlessly glances at the girl. It seems that I shouldn't have said no way. Jin-woo clasps his hands together, showing a mysterious look as if thinking of a plan. Should I give her money to get the chair back? But when he sees the watch she is wearing, Rolex at least $2,500, he gives up. No, I can't. Once again Jin-woo looks at her and praises her beauty. Looking again, she is really beautiful, not surprised if she is a celebrity. While looking, she suddenly stretches, causing him to turn away, but in his heart he is happy. Great. Jin-woo suddenly feels like a pervert and thinks to himself, I feel like I've been caught doing something bad. He turns around and sees that she is gone and is happy. Anyway, finally that spot is empty. Jin-woo stands up and looks around. Is no one looking? Let's try it. He walks and reassures himself, be confident, Kim Ji-woo. Who knows if there are any eyes watching me when I sit there and receive the information. He boldly sits down and apologizes in his heart. Sorry for this, but I'm beyond saving. As soon as he sits down, a series of scripts runs through his head like a movie. Just as I thought, the script is flashing through my mind. After a while, Jin-woo stands up. This much is enough, right? When he stands up, the script is cut off. The script even gives a smile, then displays, no, and Jin-woo is confused not knowing why. He imagines himself as a character in a game again. Chair and table level ? Kim Jin-woo level 30. Jin-woo sits at the table and stands up, but nothing happens. At this time, he gradually realizes, damn it, it's only right at the designated location. On the system board, time is still flowing, time limit, 4 hours 47 minutes 13 seconds, Jinwoo is tense at this time, I can't wait until someone clears this table. He has no choice but to ignore everything, tch, whatever, he continues to sit down and opens his computer to write. When he sits down, the script appears in his head magically again, making him overjoyed. A typical romance comedy film targeting female audiences in their 20s and 30s. The scene introduces each character. This pink-haired girl is the female lead Cha Yeju, actress Semi. And the bookish brown-haired guy is the second male lead Soo Hyungmin, actor, ? This guy is the male lead Chun Jiho, actor ? In the next scene, the second male lead is hugging the female lead hiding behind a wall, as if hiding from the male lead. Jinwoo evaluates a movie with 2 male leads fighting for 1 female lead. But in scene 2, the second male lead will be particularly prominent. Jinwoo ponders and looks up and thinks, that means I have to spend time considering the selection of the second male lead. As Jinwoo is writing, a voice from outside says, "Excuse me." It turns out to be the girl who came back to her seat after going somewhere. Jinwoo is writing and hears her say, "What are you doing in my seat?" So his face turns blank. He cries in his heart, but his hands don't stop writing. Ugh, that woman is back. But I still need to write. Seeing that he doesn't answer, she comes closer and asks again, "What are you doing?" Jinwoo sits still in a daze. I'm doomed. How should I explain it? While not knowing what to do, he sees a business card under the computer. A business card. Could the person on this business card be? He stammers in response, I wonder if you are Chief Young. In his head there are thousands of please. I hope my guess is right. The girl also confirms, yes, that's me. But who are you, and how do you know me? Jinwoo is happy that he guessed right. That's right, she really is from Tempest. He says awkwardly, of course, that's why I'm sitting here. Tempest Entertainment, a large company that manages actors and has trained many stars. It is rumored that they are expanding their business into the field of television drama production. He looks at Serum in front of him and thinks, and the woman standing in front of me is none other than Chief Young Serum of Tempest. At this moment he is lost in the universe and cries out, God, who am I? Where am I? What should I say now? While thinking, Serum speaks, oh, or are you from JTBS? He is startled and replies, yes, something like that. He is secretly happy. Aha, great. Serum looks doubtful. But I don't understand why you came here 5 hours early. I also want to know why you came so early. Although he says that in his heart, he still smiles awkwardly. Haha, that's the story. Let's discuss work together. Now Jinwoo is sitting on pins and needles. Alright, I've started, so I have to finish. Serum next to him is curious when she sees him typing on the computer constantly. But what are you doing on the computer all the time? And out of curiosity she comes closer to look at him, causing him to be stunned. After a while, Jinwoo reacts and raises his computer. I'm very sorry, but this is a secret, so I can't show it to you, he exclaims. She's too close. Seeing him react like that, she turns her face away. I understand. Jinwoo turns red seeing her expression. God, why does she have to be an actress? Not letting him be dazed for long, she gets straight to the point. Then, give me the script, causing him to freeze. But he still gives her the script that he wrote yesterday, here. But in his heart he secretly thinks, I can't be saved. He cries out, this is the only script I have on hand. She picks up the script and feels strange. Oh my God, this is the first time I've seen a script that only has the beginning written. So who is the screenwriter? Jinwoo can only turn his face away and answer vaguely, someone. He continues to say, another staff member is bringing the script. After reading it, she stands up and turns to him. I'll go get it. In the meantime, please save my seat. Hearing her say that, he is very happy. Of course, thank you very much. I just need to quickly complete the script before she comes back. She is confused seeing his reaction. When Serum leaves, Jinwoo continues to write. In scene 2, the second male lead's part will be extremely prominent. He writes and thinks, but the second male lead I saw in the video series seems to be missing something. The second male lead appears and is dancing with the female lead. He is clearly very handsome. The eyes and demeanor of the second male lead are very beautiful, but I don't see the aura of the character. But he doesn't wonder for long and focuses on writing, because the system makes the decision, so there will definitely be no mistakes. and it seems that his face is a bit different than before. At this point, he seems to discover something. Does that mean it doesn't matter who I give the role to? After a while, Jin-woo sighs tiredly. Finally it's done. Scene 2 is done. Maybe I should check Semi's acting skills. So he goes online to find the movies Semi starred in to learn about her. After finding them, he starts watching. Okay, let's start. He clicks to watch and strokes his chin in thought. A web movie, that's it. It's a shameful typical school movie. These kinds of movies are very difficult to show the charm of the actor, no matter how good the production is. The scene comes to the part where the boy confesses to the girl. Do you like me? Watching to this point, he openly criticizes. Puke, so gross. Although he criticizes, he keeps watching for a while. The next episode, to the scene where the female lead Semi is speaking. Why are you asking me that? There is an eye hiding behind the wall watching her. When that person stands up completely, Jin-woo is a bit familiar. The guy behind seems familiar. To the scene where he appears and holds a knife in a scary way. That bitch is mine. If you don't have anything to do, I'll kill you. Seeing the scene suddenly appear like that, Jin-woo gasps. What the hell is suddenly happening? This is crazy. Then he thinks of the cool male lead in his script. After a while, he discovers that these two people are one. Wait, he is the male lead with a pure heart. I knew he looked familiar. He scrolls down to the comment section of the movie and sees, the comment section is full of dislike. It would be great if we didn't have to see that stalker again. Ugh, the stalker is the worst. Like in real life, those guys don't even behave like dung. Really, in Jae-jun, completely unknown, how can he be paired with our Semi? After reading those comments, he is dizzy. Well, to be fair, with this kind of content, Lee Myung-hun can't save it. In Jae-jun that they said, no management company. Wait, thinking of this, he seems to discover something. He suddenly stands up. Dongguk University class of 2018, same school as Hee-young. At this point, he takes out his phone and texts Hee-young. Do you happen to know I'm Jae-jun? Then he thinks, she's seen not replying to me again. After a while Hee-young also texts back. The chat appears. Your brother sent a sticker as a gift. Do you know him, Jae-jun? I'll give you money if you answer. He's right next to me. Get his phone number for $40. Help me convey a message for $80. Just send the number. Ji-woo is disappointed that his sister is taking the opportunity to squeeze money out of him as expected. As expected, the kid is calculating with family, just like the pillar of the Kim family. At this point, he can only swallow his tears and say to himself, alright, my $40 is worth blood and tears. After a while, Hee-young also sends him the number. Here's his number. He immediately calls Jae-jun. Hello? Is this him? Jae-jun? Hello, I'm contacting you about casting for a television drama. Jae-jun on the other end of the line rejects him after hearing him say that. I'm very sorry, but I've quit acting. Ji-woo sees him reject him right away without thinking and is stiff and frozen. Ji-woo shouts angrily, hey, if you want to quit, act for me first and then quit. Everyone around is discussing seeing him suddenly shout. Over here, he decides to call again. Determined not to give up again. After Jae-jun picks up the phone, he immediately presents, hello, I will definitely choose you for this role. And Jae-jun, I chose you as the main actor when writing this script. Jae-jun is skeptical hearing that. The main actor, is it a web movie or something? Ji-woo immediately denies, no, it's a 16-episode movie, we'll discuss it in detail when we meet. Over here, Jae-jun seems a bit busy, so he is about to hang up. I'm in my part-time job, so I can't spend time with you. Ji-woo doesn't give up and asks for the address to meet. Please give me the address, I'll come to you. He says to himself that he will definitely recruit Jae-young. Because choosing actors according to the system is very important. I want to choose an actor that is as close to the system as possible. At this point he encounters another difficulty. And of course with Semi, it will be very difficult to meet her separately. Let alone recruit her. He rubs his head and smiles awkwardly, although I have no connection to meet her. But because I need to catch him Jae-jun for the male lead role, let's go there quickly. Getting ready to go, he suddenly remembers something. Before leaving, he looks around as if looking for something. It turns out he is looking for paper and pen to leave a message for Serum. While writing, he apologizes to her. Sorry for deceiving you, Ms. Young Serum. After finishing, he starts going to Jae-jun's place. Now then, let's try and get the guy that suits the male lead role. As soon as he arrives at Jaejun's place, he is surprised. He didn't think his part-time job would be at such a dilapidated barbecue restaurant. With that appearance, he could earn more at a cafe. While he is standing, Jaejun comes out from inside. This is my father's shop. Jaejun comes out with fluffy hair, light purple eyes, exuding a melancholy look. Hello. He stutters while standing next to him. This place gives me a strange feeling. You see, seeing him so long-winded while I'm very busy, he reminds him, I'm sorry, but I have to go inside soon. Hearing Jaejun say that, Jinwoo gets serious and gets straight to the point. Then I'll get straight to the point. Have you ever thought about continuing your acting career? Ji sighs hearing about acting. Honestly, I don't know. I need to shoulder reality first. Jinwoo sees him losing faith and takes his hand. If you try this work first and then decide, it's not too late. Jaejun is surprised because Jinwoo is too enthusiastic. I'm sorry, but who are you to do all this for me? Jinwoo answers naturally, I am a screenwriter. He continues to encourage Jaejun. Jaejun, you have talent. Then he scratches his head awkwardly. Just a personal thought. But maybe you still haven't found a work that suits you. Then he gives the script he just wrote to Jaejun to read. So, what I want to say is, now, please read scene 2 of the script that I wrote. He tries to persuade, just read one scene, and if you find it interesting, please read on. The main actor of this movie can only be you. Hearing this, Jaejun hesitates and is surprised. Back in the restaurant, he is wiping the table but is a bit distracted and can't focus. He looks at himself reflected on the table and ponders, acting, what am I thinking? If it wasn't for me, the restaurant would have to close. But he thinks of the scene when Jinwoo gave him the script, the main actor of this movie is you. And he also reaches out to take the script. Jinwoo is happy and thanks him, thank you for considering. He seems to want to become a screenwriter more than a real screenwriter. I'm not interested at all. Although he says that, he still picks up the script to read, and justifies himself, but my conscience will gnaw at me if I don't read it. While reading, he mutters, if I accept, this will be my first main role. He keeps flipping through it to read. After a while, after reading it all, his attitude is very different from when he hadn't read it at first, but now he is a bit surprised and unexpected. He gives a satisfied smile, it's fun. Then he imagines himself in the script, as the role of the heir to the corporation that he has practiced thousands of times and always dreamed of playing. Jaejun looks up and thinks, I wonder how he knew even though I never showed it to anyone. The scene switches to a phone. On the phone it says, Han Dongchul. It seems he is calling someone. Suddenly there is a hello calling. But over here, Serum is still annoyed with the script. Why am I so attracted to this script? She throws the script down and looks at it intently. My self-esteem is defeated when I only read scene 1. By the way, where did that guy go? Did he go to the bathroom? While wondering why she doesn't see Jinwoo, she sees a piece of paper stuck on the cup. On the piece of paper it says, thank you for letting me share the seat, wish you good luck. She is wondering about the piece of paper. What is this? When a call rings out, hello, are you Chief Young Serum? She asks curiously, who are you? The guy replies a bit confused, I am the production director of JTBS, we have an appointment. Hearing him say that, she immediately thinks of Jinwoo who was sitting here. She asks unexpectedly, then who was that person just now, the one with small eyes and curly hair? The guy scratches his head confused, I'm sorry. Who? Seeing that he doesn't know, she thinks, I described it like that and he still doesn't recognize him. That means that person lied. Seeing her acting strange, he calls, Ms. Young, is something happening? Seeing that, she puts on a smile, no, let's get straight to the script. But in her heart she is very angry, damn it, I've been tricked. After a while, she reads the scripts that he gave her and puts them down and refuses, none of the scripts here are worthy of Sungo. Seeing her being so picky, the director is embarrassed, so is that so, but the works you brought seem quite good. Hearing him say that, she puts on a thoughtful expression. No, to me, they still have too many shortcomings. Let's meet again later, we need more scripts to discuss together. She leans tiredly on the chair and complains, oh, my standards have increased again. Then she looks down at the script that Jinwoo gave her at first and evaluates. Lively lines. The script is modified in a trendy style. Amazing harmony in the first episode. The scope for the male lead and female lead is very narrow, so it will not be easy to recruit actors, however. The second male lead is gaining the upper hand. Anyone who plays this role can become a star. The second male lead appears in a faint and mysterious way. After thinking about the script, she is curious about Ji-woo, but anyway, who could that person be? Impersonating someone is clearly a crime, but what is his purpose? She thinks of all the cases about him. Fraud, he didn't even say a word. If he was interested in flirting with me, he should have asked for my number or something. Then she suddenly gets angry. Just let me catch you. But in those words there is a bit of anticipation. Actually no, please let me catch you. Tell me who the screenwriter is and everything will be forgiven. That strange screenwriter can't be him, right? The next morning Jin-woo is anxiously hiding behind the wall to do something. I'm speechless. He looks at the security guard and is afraid. Oh my god, we made eye contact. He sits down and cries and curses the system. System, you are a bastard. It turns out that he came to this place because of the system's instructions. Title: The heir of the corporation is a pure-hearted man. Scene 3. Genre: romance. Chable, location: Tempest Entertainment, cafe on the first floor. Time limit: 6 hours. Bronze rank up. Virtual account: W Bank. Deposit amount: $0 out of $1. He exclaims, if only employees are allowed to enter, why hire gangsters as security guards? While he is anxious, someone suddenly interrupts. Hey, gangster is a bit too much. Jin-woo is startled and his heart skips a beat. Who is he? I think I've seen him a lot. Obviously, he is an actor being supported by Tempest to become a star. After thinking, he blurts out, Ji Sung-go. He turns to Sung-go and says, I recognize you right away. That's right, it seems you're quite famous. Is it okay for a famous actor to be wandering around like this? What are you doing lurking around our company? Sung-go's words are like an arrow piercing his heart, causing him to freeze. Sung-go continues to speak. I saw you standing here through the window for 30 minutes. But Jin-woo is crying in his heart because he is called an old man. He strokes his chin and thinks. Now there seem to be two streams of thought in his head. The evil personality appears and says to him, hey, this is your chance, stick to G. On the other side, the good personality is crying, oh my conscience, now lies are automatically spewing out when I open my mouth. But because of the script, he closes his eyes and ignores his conscience. I know it's hard to believe, but I'm actually a screenwriter. I've been in Lee Min-ju's company for 6 years. Sung-go's eyes light up hearing that. Oh, the screenwriter. Then Sung-go puts his arm around his shoulder and teases. So you're scripting what I just said. Jin-woo is embarrassed that his lies are easily recognized. Please let me speak. So, Ji Sung-go, if this doesn't cause too much trouble. Before he can finish, Sung-go refuses. No, I can't do it. Hearing that, Jin-woo thinks. He suddenly appears and acts friendly. I've been defeated. He sees Sung-go like that, and finally has to reveal his identity. He puts his hand on Sung-go's shoulder with a serious face. Hey, we're in the same industry, don't be so cold to each other. Sung-go clears his throat. Actually I don't have much to do today. Then he gives Jin-woo a sparkling look. I'll watch you work. Jin-woo feels strange. That look looks very familiar. He refuses. I like to work quietly alone. Sung-go turns away after hearing him say that. Aha, then forget what I just said. Jin-woo is afraid of losing the opportunity to enter and calls out, Hey, wait until we finish talking. He claps his hands with Sung-go. Let's seal it, seal. After making the deal, Sung-go leads him past the security guard into the building. Jin-woo behind looks at the security guard with a bit of fear and doesn't say a word. After entering, he explains to Sung-go what he is doing. I will just sit here and write, so there will be nothing fun. Sung-go is a bit surprised. Huh, didn't you say you needed to learn about the history of this building? While talking to him, Sung-go gets an urgent call. Oh, I have to go. The chief is looking for me. Chief, yes, a very strict person. Then Sung-go waves goodbye to him. Anyway, bye-bye, see you next time. Jin-woo thinks to himself, he is definitely not normal. After saying goodbye to Sung-go, he goes to the place designated by the system and his face turns blank. So, why? He looks around and gasps. Why does it have to be the table in the front? But after a while, he accepts reality and sits down. No, now is not the time to complain. Let's focus for just 5 hours. As soon as he sits down, the movie starts playing in his head again. If it's a Korean movie, it has to be in the style of Cinderella before being rescued by the male lead. Or not, the opening scene is that two people who seem like gangsters are arguing with the female lead. To another scene, the second male lead appears with an angry face and blood all over his shirt. The second male lead comes to lift the female lead's hair with a caring tone. It seems, you can't do anything without me. Jinwoo strokes his chin and thinks, it thinks this line is okay. Then the script comes to the part when the second male lead is threatening the gangster. Do you know who I am? Don't come near that girl again. Seeing this scene, Jinwoo closes his eyes and crosses his arms to think. The bell outside the door rings, signaling that someone has entered. It turns out that Sungho brought Serum in. She still radiates a cold look. Normally you don't want to discuss scripts in a cafe. What's wrong with you today? Sungho on the side is always smiling. Today I got to know some screenwriters. Don't be surprised. Seeing him being so enthusiastic makes her look up. Jinwoo on this side is horrified and covers his face seeing Serum. Why is that woman here? She is the chief of Tempest, right? Sungho on this side pretends to be serious. Unexpectedly, Lee Min-ju, Serum is surprised hearing Min-ju, Lee Min-ju. Before long, Sungho returns to his cheerful and playful look. Assistant screenwriter for 6 years, Serum's face turns blank. Oh, is that so? How lucky. She says with a nonchalant face as if too familiar with this. Because of this reason, I can't give you to other people, although that personality also has its own charm. Sungho runs to Jinwoo and pulls him out with a smile. I saw him. Serum on this side is doubtful seeing him. Jinwoo at this moment is gasping in horror. Serum is surprised because she recognizes him as the person from the other day. She angrily points at him, you, and Sungho is confused not knowing what is happening. What is this reaction? Do you two know each other? Hearing that, the two of them turn to him in unison, not at all. Sungho sees that the atmosphere between the two is not good and stands up to separate them. First of all, calm down, this is our chief, and this person is the screenwriter I met today. Kim Jinwoo Hyung. Sungho glances at his computer and sees on the computer, the heir of the corporation is a pure-hearted man. Episode 1, Male Lead Save Me, I Want to Go Home, and he finds it familiar. You're working, Hyung. The title is The Heir of the Corporation is a Pure-Hearted Man. Serum sees that and mutters. Then Sungho glances at the documents that Serum is holding. It also has the same title, The Heir of the Corporation is a Pure-Hearted Man Episode 1. Sungho is surprised. The script you're holding is also. At this moment, she runs close to Jinwoo. I see we meet again. Her hand is still holding the script bag tightly. Can you talk to me for a moment, Mr. Kim? Jinwoo bows his head and apologizes to her. About the last time, Before he can finish, Serum interrupts and calls him to a place, Mr. Kim. After the three of them sit down together, Serum gets straight to the point. I'll get straight to the point. Have you considered working with us? Jinwoo on this side still doesn't seem to understand what she means. I'm sorry, what are you referring to when you talk about working? Serum raises the script and says, can you consider choosing Ji Sungho for this movie? Jinwoo is surprised to hear that, Ji Sungho in my work. Sungho next to him is also surprised and points at himself. Jinwoo looks at Sungho and thinks, a star like Ji Sungho should take on the male lead role, shouldn't he? The recognition they receive as actors is different, but they are really different. Not letting him be dazed for long, Serum says directly, please give our Sungho the supporting male role. She points seriously at Sungho, although he usually impresses like this. He can do well when acting. He raises his hand and scratches his neck shyly. If it's a supporting role, that would be great. I almost feel too honored. In his heart he sighs in relief. Luckily I avoided having to break my promise with Jae-jun. Seeing that he seems to agree, she pushes a contract towards him. It seems we all agree here. Jinwoo is still hesitant, but I don't know if it has reached the stage of preparing the actors yet. Serum says straightforwardly, this contract is not for Sungho, it's for you. Do you know how the company also acts as a production company? Serum convinces him with all her sincerity, Kim Jinwoo, I want to make an exclusive contract with you. Jinwoo at this time is still a bit unbelievable and thinks. An exclusive contract for a script that has only written 3 parts. After she finishes speaking, Jinwoo can only sit and laugh and doesn't know how to answer. Tempest Entertainment is not a company that I have to worry about operating well at any time. And if I have the company's protection, I don't even need to worry about Lee Min-ju anymore. After thinking for a while, he speaks, can I ask how much is the commission per episode? Serum strokes her chin trying to give the most reasonable price, usually. For a new screenwriter it will fall around. Jiwoo thinks, the maximum limit is 500, but please, even 200 would be welcome for new people. After a while, she gives the answer, through an exclusive contract with us, I will pay you a salary of 6,000 for 5 years, and for this job is 500 per episode. We will also provide you with an office and 2 paid assistant screenwriters. He smiles when he hears the treatment she offers and thinks in his heart, oh my god, this is almost too much for a newcomer. Serum is still trying to speak. Additional options based on achievements are written into the contract. Please take some time to consider this, the next time we meet. Before she can finish, he interrupts, I'm sorry, wait. Without thinking much, he refuses, I will refuse. Now in his heart he is trying his best to find the best path for himself. If such an expert can write any work that she wants, then that person should have amazing skills, and that person can immediately start charging higher fees. I don't know if such an opportunity will come to me again. However, seeing him refuse, she is a bit uncomfortable. What is your reason? Now inside him he is crying in worry, because I don't know when this ability will disappear from me again. Then he gives the most beneficial opinion for himself. Only for this part. Let's only make a contract for each part, then I will consider it for the next time. Serum has to agree to his terms. Okay, that's too bad, but we will do that. Seeing her a bit reluctant, he smiles awkwardly. However, it seems like she doesn't think so at all. Should I do it to the end? Then he asks her, so, what are the conditions for a freelance contract? Serum clicks her pen, preparing to amend the contract. Usually, a contract for each part for a newcomer provides a maximum of 400. I really appreciate this work. So, I will push it to 500 per part, and hope to maintain a good working relationship in the future. In her words, Jinwoo only sees the smell of money fluttering. Jinwoo is secretly happy and clenches his fist to celebrate, yeah. Then he picks up the pen to sign. Ah yes, so, let me sign. But before putting the pen down, he seems to see something in the contract. He turns to speak to Serum. Wait a moment, there are a few things I need to check first. He sees a noteworthy clause. The production company holds the right to select actors. To cover production costs, the production company will retain the right to invest and select personnel. Jinwoo breathes a sigh of relief when he discovers it. That's right, I almost tricked myself, even if the main actors that I had decided on in advance become reserves. He smiles and gives another suggestion. So, can we just remove the part about choosing people? Serum on this side replies, do you really think that request is reasonable? She puts her hands together and suggests that he give a reason. Let's hear your reason. Jinwoo is speechless and doesn't know how to answer, but in his heart he is screaming. Because the system cares about the actors and won't let me write that script. He is hard to speak and doesn't know what to do, so he just says, that's because of the perfection of the work. Serum on this side is still very calm. Ah, is that so? You have to perfect your art, Mr. Kim. But before long, she gets annoyed and says a lot to him. But do you realize that for the main roles we are talking about money from 2 to 5,000, the cost for a supporting role is also not something to be taken lightly. And considering that we also have to pay you, the screenwriter, the total can easily reach about 100 million. How do you propose to cover all the costs if we lack? Jiwoo is afraid and gives the reason. The problem is, I already have 2 actors in mind to play the main roles. He scratches his head and presents. For the female lead, she is a popular idol with no previous experience, so. He raises his hand towards her. Maybe about 1,000. Hearing him say that, she shouts at him, you're crazy. Jinwoo continues to speak. But 300 per episode would be appropriate for me. Serum shouts at him again. Are you brain damaged? Sungho witnesses next to him and imagines that they are lovers. It's like lovers arguing too much. Jinwoo is still trying to convince her. I wrote this script with the male and female leads already in mind. Serum holds her head and doesn't want to argue with him anymore. At least let me hear you say. Who is the female lead? He quickly gives the name he chose in advance. Semi of Purple Girls. After he gives the name, her face seems to show the 2 words, contempt. He is stunned seeing her have that attitude. There must be some misunderstanding. I can see the contempt in your eyes. She defends herself. I didn't say anything. However, that's not right. My eyes usually look like that. He is confused seeing her change so quickly. Didn't she just switch to speaking informally? Serum says next to him. Casting usually involves a discussion. Let's talk about this more later. He thinks, with how much effort she has put in to help me, she must really like this script. After speaking, she hugs the script and leaves. Currently, I will contact the television station. When a director has been chosen, I will contact you, so, I will spend about an hour or so more to Write the script and leave after. He looks at her leaving back and evaluates. Things are a bit scary. But she does her work thoroughly and she is also cool. Suddenly, his phone displays a message. He picks up his phone. What is this? It turns out to be a message from Jae-jun. This is I'm Jae-jun. I really want to play this role. When do you have time? Can you contact me? Seeing this message, he is happy to the point of crying because Jae-jun finally agreed. He immediately calls Jae-jun. I saw your message, Jae-jun. You made the right decision. Actually, Jae-jun, can I ask you a little more? Jae-jun immediately agrees, of course. But feel free to call me. Anyway, you are older than me. Hearing that, he gets straight to the point. So, do you have Semi's contact information? Just to check. While speaking, he prays in his heart, maybe it won't happen, right? After a while, Jae-jun agrees, I think I can at least forward that request to her to see what she thinks. He is happy hearing that. Thank you, you don't have to try too hard for my sake, thank you so much. His mouth says that. But in his heart he thinks differently. No, please try harder, I beg you. After finishing, he goes outside with a happy and excited face. Luckily everything is going smoothly. After walking for a while, he suddenly remembers, I think I should tell my family. Then he takes out his phone and texts his family. I just signed a contract for a 16-episode movie. It seems it will be produced soon. Good job, son, try your best, Mom believes in you. It seems Mom doesn't believe in me much, and Dad only read the message. You asked for it, aren't you too old to be scammed? Then he suddenly looks at his phone and gets annoyed. Damn it, is this how you treat your brother? It turns out he teased Hee-young. Oh, my mistake, along with a picture of the contract. But Hee-young doesn't care at all. Then Hee-young calls him. What? Why is she calling? As soon as he answers, she says a long sentence. Hey, don't lie anymore. Why, Sungo Appa, out of everyone, would choose the work of a damn guy like you? Hearing that, he can only exclaim, what the heck? Then there is a series of arguments between the two. This damn guy is your brother, okay, and Sungo is just another damn guy. Don't call my Appa a damn guy. By Appa, do you mean your real brother? Of course I mean Sungo Appa, you damn bastard. Kind of heart that loves others more than her real brother. While arguing with Hee-young, a notification comes. This is Semi from Purple Girls. I want to meet and talk. Seeing the notification, he is suspicious. What is this now? Is it a scam? It could be. Then he immediately calls the number that just texted. You dare to impersonate Semi. You say you are Semi. If you are Semi, then I am Sem. Before he can finish, a hello rings out. Hearing that, he freezes and doesn't say anything. She sounds so much like Semi. Until Semi speaks. You are the screenwriter, right? At this point he gasps. But he still asks skeptically, are you really Semi of Purple Girls? Semi excitedly says over the phone, yes, I am Semi, a member of the group Purple Girls. I was very interested when I read your script. I sincerely want to be a part of your work. She requests, can we meet tomorrow around lunch break? The notification screen jumps up. Title, The heir of the corporation is a pure-hearted man. Scene 4. Genre, romance. General, location, Rainbow Entertainment Company building, first floor lobby. Time limit, 24 hours, bronze rank promotion. Official account, W Bank, deposit amount $0 out of $1. Ji-woo is stunned. Rainbow Entertainment, that is the management company of the group Purple Girls. He agrees and sets an appointment with Semi. So, I will come to the Rainbow Company building tomorrow. She happily replies, oh okay, see you tomorrow. Ji-woo raises his face blankly. In the end, the locations are not random. He suddenly remembers the fleeting figure of Semi in his memory that day. Ji-woo can confirm, because this ability only happened after I saw Semi. It's as if we were destined to meet from the start. The next day's lunch break at the Rainbow Entertainment Company building. The manager of the Purple Girls informs Ji-woo, if you can wait here for a moment, I will bring Semi out right away. He shakes his head. Yes, thank you. He mutters. What is the reason why the time limit is so long? Ji-woo quickly finds the location of the light designated by the system. However, that location doesn't have a seat. He holds his head and laments, this time I have really gone too far. Oh, do I have to stand and write like this? While he is considering, I'm sure with the current situation, I will try writing on my phone. A female voice comes from afar calling his name. Oh, Ji-woo Appa. He is surprised and turns his head. Why are you here? The person who just spoke is Hwang Hyahu, Jinwoo's old colleague. She happily greets Ji-woo. Are you okay these days? It's really you, Jinwoo Appa, he replies intimately. I'm fine, how about you? Jinwoo glances at Hyeho's dark circles. Look at those dark circles, he evaluates. It seems that the past time has not been easy for you, as always. Jinwoo acts surprised with Hyeho. I didn't think I would happen to meet you here, she replies shyly. I'm here for the cameo part of Purple Girls, he asks again. The member in the main dancer position, is it Jaeyoon, right? Hyeho denies. No, it's the whole group. Jinwoo widens his eyes in surprise. What? He is confused. No way, if it's the whole group, then it usually includes Semi. Hyeho suddenly calls him Jinwoo Appa. She analyzes seriously, but that's not important now. Hyeho whispers in Jinwoo's ear, I found this out today. She reveals, the person who crossed out your name as a co-author is, as soon as he hears that name, his mind immediately falls into emptiness. At this moment someone shouts loudly. Mr. Kim Ji-woo. The manager of the Purple Girls stands at the door waving. Please come this way. Jinwoo quickly regains his senses and returns to reality. He has no choice but to stop the conversation and prepare to go to him. Before that he doesn't forget to apologize to Hyeho. I'm sorry, I have to go now. He smiles and tells her, thank you for telling me, Hyeho. Hyeho is polite, you're welcome, I only want good things to come to you. Until he turns to leave, he dares to heavily think to himself, if Hyeho hadn't told me, I would probably live my whole life without knowing anything. The manager of the Purple Girls says, Mr. Kim, you can talk to her here. He opens the door for Jinwoo, but when he sees him suddenly standing frozen like a statue, he asks, is something wrong? Jinwoo looks at the beautiful girl dressed simply sitting in the chair and his heart flutters. Normally, Semi is already beautiful. The moment Semi turns her head to greet him, hello Mr. Kim, I'm very eager to meet you, the world in Jinwoo's eyes immediately blooms with splendor, he madly praises her to the sky. But in real life, she shines like a goddess. Because he admires Semi's excellence so much, Jinwoo cries and screams happily in his heart, Semi is the best, her existence is already fan service, Jinwoo's fanboy heart is throbbing. On the outside, he is so happy that his eyes are curved, I will cherish this time with Semi. But 2 hours later, Jinwoo seems to have completely shattered his dream. Wait, but isn't this too much? Hearing Semi babble, from a personal point of view, if it were me, I would do this in this situation. What emotion should be added to the lines? Is it okay to add some sad expressions in scene 12? Oh, and that's why the female lead was so worried. What about part 2 scene 34? You wrote to use a sad expression in that place. Why? He holds his head in despair. I don't know either, don't ask me anymore, my head is messed up. Waiting for her to finish, Jinwoo turns into a dried corpse that has been wrung dry and lies slumped on the table. He weakly begs Semi, I have answered your questions for 2 hours. My throat is a bit sore. Semi is startled. Wait, I will bring you some throat lozenges. Finishing her words, she suddenly stands up and runs away. Jinwoo raises his hand to stop her but fails. That's not what I meant. He helplessly gives up. Jinwoo exclaims, her energy is quite fierce. He calculates, there are about 100 scenes in one part. The heir of the corporation is a pure-hearted man. Scene 1. In it, the female lead appears in at least 40 scenes. And in each scene she asks 3 questions. Jinwoo nods. Clearly my throat will be sore because of that. The movie turns, opening the suffering for the female character. He starts to analyze. But thanks to my ability to preview, I'm just like the other viewers. Honestly, I hope that if I met Semi, I would find some clues about my abilities. Jinwoo confirms, because I got this ability after encountering Semi. While thinking aimlessly, there is a sudden noise that makes him immediately sit up straight. Is she back? Jinwoo opens his mouth to speak. Come in. The door opens. The person who enters is a calm and cold girl. Hello, I am Miryoung. He quickly recognizes, oh, that's the leader of Purple Girls, Miryoung, the member who successfully starred with Jaeyoon. Jinwoo asks Miryoung, what brought you here? She approaches, pushes the chair opposite him, and replies indifferently, I heard from other screenwriters. Miryoung emphasizes in front of Jinwoo that you made a fuss in Lee Minju's office and left. She strongly objects, I'm very sorry, but please don't interfere in the affairs of our group's youngest member. He is stunned. What do you mean? Miryoung explains, Semi spent the whole day yesterday just reading your script. She shows her dissatisfaction, but anyway, this work of yours won't be produced. Jinwoo is surprised. Why do you think so? Mi-young hesitates. Because. He interrupts. Because I was stabbed in the back by Lee Min-ju. She says slowly. Yeah. Seeing Mi-young insist like that, Jin-woo carefully advises her. Mi-young, a television drama will not be produced for that reason. He exposes the truth. They are not produced because for the most part, from the beginning, they were all terrible scripts. Jin-woo solemnly questions Mi-young. Mi-young, have you, by chance, read my script? She awkwardly avoids, and of course the answer is no. He blames her. So you have evaluated my work without even seeing it. Mi-young hides her hands behind her back shyly. Ji-woo calmly observes her. He ponders. I quite understand her purpose. As the leader, she will definitely have her own worries. Ji-woo recalls, when Lee Min-ju created a cameo group for them, she worried that those plans would go astray because of me. And? He asks Mi-young, are you worried that Semi will also be stabbed in the back by Lee Min-ju? She is embarrassed. I'm worried. Jin-woo calmly announces, luckily it's almost. Semi suddenly storms into the room. She is carrying a bag of medicine, cheering excitedly. Mr. Kim, here is your throat medicine. Mi-young Uni, what are you doing here? Mi-young answers awkwardly, I'm just talking to the screenwriter about his work. Semi excitedly hugs her. Really, sister, Mi-young pretends to be happy. To see if I can join in, a supporting role, or even a small role would be good too. Looking at the scene of the two sisters chirping together, Jin-woo is speechless. What a lie. She even insisted that the movie would not be produced, but Semi is still hugging Mi-young tightly. Oh really, if it's like that, I would be very happy. Suddenly his phone rings with a message sound. It turns out to be a message from Chief Young Serum. I have scheduled a meeting with the director of JBS. Specific details and schedule have been attached in file format. Ji-woo smiles slightly. Mi-young, you will have to do well according to your words. Mi-young is confused. What do you mean? He tells her. Appear in my movie. You said a supporting role or a role that is not too important is okay. Ji-woo proudly announces the news to the two of them. My movie will be produced by JTBS. Semi is happy. Mr. Kim, is that true? He replies, yes. She is so happy that she grabs Mi-young's hand to express her happiness. Semi cheers happily, looking as lovely as a little bunny. Ji-woo asks her, Semi, we will have a scheduled meeting with the director, you should go with me. Semi is shy. Is it okay for me to go? He assures her firmly. Of course. Ji-woo thinks, I bet they won't expect me to bring in the actors I personally recruited through my own connections. Semi says playfully, so, I will inform my manager. Ji-woo says okay. He comments about her, Semi is an indispensable actor in my work. Even if they put someone else in, no actor will be more suitable than Semi. Chief Young Serum messages Ji-woo, there is a possibility that I will bring Ji Sung-do along to the meeting. He quickly replies, okay, and I will bring Semi. Ji-woo slowly stands up. Now I should write scene 4, I will be very busy soon. Suddenly, a familiar voice rings out calling his name, oh Kim Ji-woo. Ji-woo is immediately stunned. That person continues to talk shamelessly, congratulations. Hyun-sik steps forward openly, he claps his hands and asks with a friendly smile, I heard it from outside, but is it true that one of your works will be produced? Jin-woo recalls the things that Hyaho said at that time, I found this out today, the person who crossed out your name as a co-author, is... Oh Hyun-sik. At our CBC company, a debate is taking place, someone questions, where did you find this author? Before that question, Serum crosses her arms and recounts, other than a coincidence, I can't say anything more. Hyung-tae is surprised, signed a contract after only seeing scene 3. He is satisfied and praises her, as expected, your will is amazing. Hyung-tae looks at the script in his hand, he mentions the current difficult situation, even so, there is a shortage of screenwriters these days, so everything has fallen into place. The script is named, the heir of the corporation is a pure-hearted man. Serum wonders, actually I suggested signing an exclusive contract, but as far as I remember it was rejected. Hyung-tae comforts her, so the result is quite unfortunate, right? Serum smiles gently. In her words, she clearly expresses her perseverance. This time, we should try our best in that work. He sees that and turns his back, awkwardly clearing his throat. Ahem, I have finished calculating the production costs of that movie. Serum asks Hyung-tae seriously, about the director, about discussing with director Sung Ki-hoon. You finished it last week, right? He pretends to ignore it. Director Sung, he told me that he wanted to rest for a while. Serum still clings on tightly. But you wanted it to be broadcast, right? Hyung-tae helplessly tells her, you know he avoids working with new famous screenwriters. This is indeed not wrong. Serum determines that it is easy to understand the director saying that, the loss of the emperor. Or the beginning of the emperor's era. All reserve the empty seat for director Sung Ki-hoon. He is a famous director too busy working with so many top screenwriters waiting their turn to receive these two works. Serum gently tightens her hand. She thinks, maybe they will be rejected unless the script is really excellent. But I have faith in these two scripts, clearly director Sung. Serum confidently confirms with Hyung-tae, I will try to persuade him to agree. He perfunctorily agrees, okay, if director Sung gives the green light then this project is all yours. In fact, his heart is full of doubt, director Sung working with a new screenwriter in the industry. Is he crazy enough to gamble like that? She suddenly interrupts, wait a moment, director, then raises her phone to check her mailbox. Serum suddenly shouts, director Sung just agreed. Hyung-tae is immediately startled, what? He is secretly panicked, that director Sung, that one. Serum covers her mouth and giggles, thankfully, the staff member who went with me is a friend of his. I guess I was lucky. Hyung-tae's hand unconsciously clenches, clearly showing his worried heart. She saw through me. Serum's voice continues to boom, instead. She calmly proposes, until episode 6, we will decide the production cost based on the audience rating, is that okay? Serum turns to open the door preparing to leave. Before that she doesn't forget to actively end the conversation with Hyung-tae. Okay, I think it's safe to end this discussion. The moment Serum walks out of the room, he exclaims, even making exchange conditions, she is still as meticulous as ever. Hyung-tae arranges the documents on the table. He mutters, anyway, he is not very humane either. I still don't understand why she is working so hard. Hyung-tae emphasizes, even if she doesn't know everything, Ji Sung-do will definitely become a star. Scene change, the congratulations from that person's voice rings out. Hyun-sik claps his hands and praises Jin-woo insincerely, you really have a work that was accepted. He looks at his acting and only wants to spit out the two words, disgusting. Jin-woo frowns in disgust, if Hyahu hadn't told me, I would probably still think he was being sincere. Standing in front of Hyun-sik's pretentious face, he thinks, I can't believe I considered this two-faced snake a close colleague. On the outside, Jin-woo is still politely shaking hands with him, thank you. Hyun-sik reminds him, but you have to be careful, if you know screenwriter Lee Min-ju, then you should remember that she might try to interfere. He secretly sneers, he's a cat pretending to be a mouse. To take revenge, Jin-woo gently puts his hand on Hyun-sik's shoulder. He gives a sarcastic smile. Hey Hyun-sik, you can do it too. He is stunned, huh? Jin-woo indifferently passes by Hyun-sik. He deliberately comforts, or rather mocks him. You are talented yourself, so I think you will be debuted. Cheer up and wait and see. Hyun-sik is speechless. Oh, is that so? Thank you. Waiting for Jin-woo to disappear, he angrily grinds his teeth and rolls his eyes, revealing his true evil nature. On the other side, when Jin-woo is typing on the phone screen, he suddenly thinks of Ms. Lee Min-ju. Remembering the superior appearance when she pointed her finger at his chest and scorned him, you think it's great to be at the bottom. At the same time, accompanied by a 23-minute-long sound clip, do you know what the heck you will become? You think you can just stay at the bottom like this. Finally, a warning, screenwriter, please don't cross the line. Jin-woo once again immerses himself in the system's script. First, the male lead in the black vest will stick his head out of the door and shout loudly, oh, it's hard to keep up. Next, the camera angle is widened. He is actually on a helicopter flying across the night sky. The female lead faints in the arms of the second male lead. The second male lead raises his head, his eyes looking into the distance. Screenwriter Jin-woo is a bit speechless. Be realistic, is this possible? There is a helicopter scene in just 4 episodes. He stops, leans against the nearby wall, carefully considers, television stations and production companies probably won't like that. I will have to revise it later. Jin-woo bites his nails uneasily. Honestly, I still don't completely trust the system. He hesitates, even though I'm not sure and worried. I know for sure that from an objective point of view the script is also good, but no matter how good it is, there are many scripts that are not produced, no matter how good they are. Jin-woo's arm is suddenly grabbed. Semi shouts happily, screenwriter, why are you still wandering around here? She teases him, could it be that you still haven't left because you want to be with me longer? Jin-woo honestly replies, probably, something like that. Semi pouts, Something like that. What do you mean? He is flustered. Well, while Jinwoo doesn't know what to say, the manager of the Purple Girls timely appears urging Semi, we have to move. She sadly laments. But I wanted us to be together a little longer. He frantically comforts her. You should prepare to go. I will send you chapter 4 after I finish writing it. Semi's mood immediately brightens up again. Really, could it be? Am I the first person you send it to? Jinwoo indulgently agrees with her. That's right, the very first one. Semi smiles shyly. That's great, so that will be a promise, right? She gives him a small piece of paper folded in half, carefully instructing, and this is my personal phone number. Please make sure to save it. Jinwoo receives the paper. After that, the two of them wave goodbye to each other here. His heart is fluttering. Semi is still as cute as ever. Jinwoo happily smiles. A strange source of vitality is surging in his body. He tries to look at his phone. Semi, no, it seems I have already received the money, Jinwoo confirms. It must all be from the system. The system screen displays title, The heir of the corporation is a pure-hearted man. Scene 5, genre, romance, general, location, Purple Girls Dance Practice Room. Time limit, 1 day 6 hours, bronze rank promotion, official account, W Bank, deposit amount, $0 out of $1. He estimates, with this money, I can get promoted, but first I should help my parents with living expenses, right? Wait, Jinwoo suddenly discovers a strange point in the information table. He is horrified and gasps, Purple Girls Dance Practice Room. 10,000 thoughts pour into his head. What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? What does it mean? That night, at Jinwoo's house, in the room with the lights still on upstairs. He leans tiredly against the foot of the bed, leaning half his upper body on the soft mattress, muttering, AI, the time adjustment is too bad. Jinwoo opens his eyes, the bottom of his eyes flashing with an indescribable thoughtful look. He suddenly has an idea to take out his phone and text Semi. Before the television movie schedule, I will print chapter 4 and bring it there to give you. She is surprised. Yes, chapter 4 is already finished. I will inform my manager. Reading the text message, Jinwoo unconsciously falls into a daze. I know how to enter their dance practice room. Should I just ignore them and sit in the corner to write? No, wouldn't it be enough to bring Semi along and pretend to practice in the corner? The phone rings. He sits up straight, thinking it's Semi replying, and is happy. Ah, that's right, it must be Semi. However, what enters Jinwoo's eyes is a strange text message. Because it's late, so I decided to text you. He freezes. What is it? This is not Semi. What kind of genre is this? No, it should be Y. To the second text message, the content has become different. The director who took over this movie has finally confirmed that the director will be Sung Ki-hoon. Jinwoo immediately holds his head and cries loudly, why is it director Sung Ki-hoon? His personality is so bad. He cries sadly, should I tell the propaganda department that they are working a bit too well? The image of the beautiful idol star Semi suddenly flashes through his mind. And also the unknown actor, Jae-jun. Jinwoo hesitates. Now I am a bit hesitant to push up the audition of Semi and Jae-jun. He encourages himself, surely director Sung can't remember who I am, right? The phone rings with a ding. Jinwoo opens his phone to see, it's a message to schedule an appointment. Mr. Kim, what time should we meet tomorrow? He makes a difficult decision. At first, I just wanted to write a script, but now, I should also handle other issues. Jinwoo contacts Semi. He puts the phone to his ear. As soon as it connects, he takes the initiative to open his mouth. Hello, Semi, are you convenient to talk now? Semi excitedly asks Jinwoo, Mr. Kim, is something wrong? The sweet and clear voice softens his heart. Jinwoo helplessly rubs the bridge of his nose. Semi is so cute even when I only hear her voice over the phone. This harsh and dark world has been illuminated by her beauty. However, to avoid her being oppressed by the pressure from director Sung, I will have to temper her to become tougher. He suddenly loudly announces to Semi, prepare a short performance for tomorrow morning at 11 o'clock. This is your homework. She is stunned. So early? Jinwoo replies, yeah, if it's performing in front of me, it's as easy as eating a cake, but from now on you will have to perform in front of director Sung Ki-hoon. Semi immediately vaguely, who director Sung Ki-hoon, who is that? He patiently explains, he directed the movie The Lost of the Emperor, and the beginning of the Emperor's era. Jinwoo tells her, do you know that actress Hysun who used to be a member of a girl group? She recorded a movie and then ran away to America. Actually, that was because she was too afraid of director Sung. That was the catalyst that fractured the relationship between Ms. Lee Min-ju and director Sung Ki-hoon. These two people can now be said to be two completely opposite extremes. Brief information about director Sung, who is often commented to have the talent of a devil, is okay in normal times, but once he starts directing, he becomes a particularly hot-tempered person. The moment filming begins, every actor from the main to the supporting roles becomes a pawn manipulated in the hands of director Sung. The success of the movie depends on those high-handed moves. Of course, there will be good pawns and there will also be redundant pawns who cannot withstand the pressure. The number of actors who have cried right on director Sung's set is countless. Ji-woo thinks, as long as there is a difference in opinion during the audition, he is ready to jump up and scold me thoroughly. He recalls, back in his early days as a screenwriter, the first time I saw director Sung was while filming a television movie written by Ms. Lee Min-ju. He did not hesitate to argue even though his opponent was a famous screenwriter. He is a cruel, a vicious devil like that. Ji-woo can't imagine how much he will still demand when he is a new screenwriter. Jinwoo's mood becomes vague, lost. If my script has to change anywhere, its quality will only decrease, therefore. I need a director who will strictly adhere to the original script, but semi-sobbing pulls him back to reality. Mr. Kim, do you think I will be okay? Ji-woo is startled. He frantically instructs her, and that's why I will meet you tomorrow. Tomorrow, show me what you have been practicing. Ji-woo rolls his eyes to the side, his eyes filled with hesitation. He suggests to Semi, by the way, can I meet you at your group's dance practice room? She is stunned, yes, but we have a private room for training. Ji-woo quickly changes the subject. Semi, acting is also a type of dance. Semi is dazed, Thinking that the other person intends to motivate her, she naively replies, I understand. I will diligently prepare for tomorrow, Mr. Kim. Semi's cute and obedientness has made his heart scream with joy. As expected, she is like an angel. What I just said was completely nonsense, but she still agreed on the spot. In another development, at the luxurious mansion of the legendary director Ki-hoon. In the room with dim lights, director Ki-hoon rests his chin on one hand and sighs wearily looking at the documents. Thinking about them, wanting to pile the burden on me with the work of a new nameless screenwriter. Looking at the script title named The Heir of the Corporation is a pure-hearted man, he mutters, I can't do much in this situation and I don't like it at all. But I have to because I received help from the propaganda department in previous movie projects. The heir of the corporation is a pure-hearted man. Ki-hoon throws the script on the bed. He thinks, well, if it is written by a new screenwriter, I can improve most of the script. Ki-hoon jumps on the bed, he stretches his back and lies down, telling himself, I should at least try to read the summary. Ki-hoon starts to turn the first page of the script. A blue light suddenly flashes under the corner of the paper. The plot is like a movie, fully recreated. The male and female leads are two completely opposite styles before they meet. They accidentally bump into each other at the cafe while arguing at the cashier. Both the male and female leads simultaneously raise their eyebrows in surprise and disbelief. Oh my god, are you kidding me? Ki-hoon is slightly stunned after reading it. This is outside my expertise. Why are they described so detailed? He tries to analyze and compare. Simply saying that it is highly expressive is not fair. Describing the work specifically to this extent is too strange. Is this an ambitious new screenwriter ignoring the role of the director? Ki-hoon speculates in confusion. Or this person has a family background in the film production industry. None of the famous screenwriters I have worked with have ever written like this. However, he immediately refutes his own argument. Even if they have family in the directing industry, no one has been able to write in such a detailed and expressive writing style. Ki-hoon is so excited that he jumps out of bed. He looks at the script in his hand like a treasure, praising it over and over. Oh my, how amazing! Am I witnessing a hand of genius writing? In Ki-hoon's heart he is very much looking forward. This is a set that can be filmed according to the script. There will be no room for me to change, and that will only hurt my self-esteem. He makes a decision. Phew, well then, because it's from the propaganda department, I should at least try to see. Ki-hoon has also read the script part on the helicopter. The opening is still the scene of the male lead sticking his head out. He exclaims, a really unique staging in just the first 4 episodes. To the scene of the female lead fainting in the arms of the second male lead, Ki-hoon can't hold back anymore. He curses, damn it, this work is something else. What kind of freak wrote this? Ki-hoon glances down at the script title and sees the screenwriter's name, Kim Ji-woo. It feels like I have heard this name somewhere before. The next day, Ji-woo is neatly dressed with a backpack on his shoulder in front of a large building. The system screen displays, time limit, 19 hours 51 minutes 11 seconds. He clenches his fist excitedly. Okay, there is still plenty of time. At this time, someone hurriedly runs over. Excuse me. It is the manager of the Purple Girls, waiting to run to Jinwoo's place and is out of breath. He rests his knees and asks panting, Phew, are you the screenwriter, Kim Ji-woo, right? The manager of the Purple Girls looks flustered. I'm sorry, but... Ji-woo is confused. What's the matter? He hesitatingly announces. It may be difficult for Semi to participate in the television movie. Jinwoo's eyes widen. His mood is falling into a deep abyss. He is shocked. Can I ask why? The manager of the Purple Girls explains the reason. Because the producer and the organization taking over this movie have not been confirmed, and in addition, you should really be careful. If the matter reaches Ms. Lee Min-ju's ears, who knows if she will interfere or not? Jinwoo interrupts. It's Ms. Lee Min-ju doing it, right? He stammers, that, Jinwoo calmly questions, and what did she say? The manager of the Purple Girls has no choice but to reveal the truth, that she will give Semi a second female lead in her next work and will not allow Semi to participate in your movie. Mr. Kim, Jinwoo angrily crosses his arms. And you think she will keep that promise? He bows his head in shame. This is the decision of our president. Jinwoo is dissatisfied. A second female lead, don't make me laugh. With me she is someone who easily breaks promises, he tells the manager of the Purple Girls. So allow me to speak directly with the president. He hesitates. Always, the president is currently with Ms. Lee Min-ju. Jinwoo confirms. If all three of us are present, it would be even better. Please convey my words to the president that I am requesting a meeting right now. The manager of the Purple Girls has no choice but to agree, but so please wait a moment. The next second, Jinwoo immediately picks up the phone to call. Ms. Young, I have something I want to ask you for. Are you free? He scorns and sneers. Lee Min-ju, do I still look like your assistant screenwriter? Jinwoo raises his head high. In front of him is the light of glory waiting for him. After experiencing so many things, Jinwoo has confidently learned one thing, that the elevator only takes 30 seconds to reach the top floor of the building. In just that short amount of time, he has reached the same level as Ms. Lee Min-ju. Scene change. Min-ju is in the meeting room waving her hand, scolding loudly. How, do you understand? Never work with that guy, never. You don't have to like me wanting to cancel the cameo group. Right. Kyung-jun on the opposite side gives a bitter smile. Of course, of course. The door opens. Jinwoo enters the room. He quickly sees two people sitting on chairs next to the table. Jang Kyung-jun, the president of Rainbow Entertainment, greets Jinwoo. I have been informed by Semi's manager. You are the screenwriter, Kim Jinwoo, right? He politely replies, yes, it's a pleasure to meet you. May I sit down? Min-ju, being ignored, angrily scolds, how rude, now you don't even bother to greet me anymore. Jinwoo indifferently passes by her. I have no reason to do so. Our positions are different now. He sits down in the remaining chair. Jinwoo uses an equal attitude and seriously requests Min-ju, Ms. Lee Min-ju, please don't speak disrespectfully to me anymore. I am no longer your servant, she arrogantly criticizes. It seems like you still haven't. Before she can finish, the sound of the 23-minute-long recording on the phone clearly rings out. Oh, for God's sake, just because we called you an assistant screenwriter. You really think you are a screenwriter? I told everyone to prepare the documents this morning, right? Even if you have to stay up all weekend to do it, it should have been finished. Min-ju frantically tightens her scarf. She angrily scolds in fear. What do you want? Jinwoo raises his phone with the recording. He bluntly threatens Min-ju. I have nothing to lose, but you, on the contrary, have too much to lose. The corner of Jinwoo's mouth turns up provocatively. You should have considered it more carefully before acting. Don't you think so, Ms. Lee Min-ju? Outside, the bright sunlight shines down on the large building. In the room, the two of them seem to be planning to exchange something more. He comments, keeping the main supporting role in Lee Min-ju's next work, sounds okay. Jinwoo doesn't forget to add a mandatory condition, that is if she actually keeps her promise. Min-ju immediately turns her head and doesn't care. He emphasizes to her, but President Jang, if you update information slowly in this era, it will reduce her value. I entrust my work to director Sung Ki-hoon. you see. Kyung-jun is startled. You have? His phone suddenly rings. Kyung-jun's face falls. I'm sorry for interrupting the conversation. Jinwoo tells him, okay, you can answer the phone. Kyung-jun has no choice but to be rude to answer the phone. Wait for me a moment, hello. Not knowing what the other end of the line says, that makes him stunned to reply. Actor Ji Sung-go, why is he here? Jinwoo raises his hand to interrupt. I called him to audition along with Semi. Minju angrily slams the table and stands up. She vows, I will make you swallow all your words. Minju coldly turns and leaves the room. Kyung-jun hurriedly calls back, Ms. Lee. The door is slammed extremely hard. He seizes the opportunity to discuss business with him. Since things have come to this point, how about we change the Purple Girl's cameo to my movie? Mr. Jang. Kyung-jun sits down on the chair exhausted. He holds his head sadly. Haha, okay, we can do that. It seems like the plan with Lee Min-ju has failed. Seeing the other party sigh sadly, Jinwoo takes the opportunity to beg Kyung-jun. I will borrow the Purple Girl's dance practice room for a while, he replies. You can use it. However, when entering the Purple Girl's dance practice room, he realizes that there are other female members also practicing. Jinwoo ponders, I made a mistake. I didn't think I had the other members available. The door of the practice room suddenly opens slightly, accompanied by a familiar noisy voice, Senior Hyun. Sung-go sticks his head out. He waves enthusiastically. It's been a long time. Jinwoo almost gets scared out of his mind by Sung-go's actions. How scary, Ji Sung-go, you're here. He takes the initiative to greet the sisters in the practice room. Hello Purple Girl, I am Ji Sung-go. The taste of a male god around Sung-go immediately explodes brilliantly. He marvels, Ji Sung-go is still shocking like this. Two female members are stunned. This is Ji Sung-go, wow, that's crazy. The entire Purple Girls group falls for Sung-go's handsome appearance in a flash. They surround him chirping infatuatedly. Jinwoo witnesses this scene and his heart aches painfully. This treatment is unfair. Is it because I'm timid or because of my appearance? A clear voice suddenly rings out from behind. Mr. Kim. Semi has been pulling his sleeve since when, she says shyly. The manager has informed me. Are we really practicing here? Semi tugs at the t-shirt that is already soaked with sweat. She raises her sparkling eyes and asks Jinwoo, Mr. Kim, what's wrong? As Semi's fanboy, his heart has already celebrated triumphantly. But on the outside he still has to smile awkwardly to cover it up. Nothing. Back to the main issue, Jinwoo shyly suggests to Semi, you know we will meet the director tomorrow. To see how you combine with Ji Sung-go, you have to improve your acting skills tomorrow. She declares full of energy, okay, I'm ready for that. After speaking, Semi immediately goes over to Sung-go to start a conversation. Jinwoo's attention is quickly attracted by something else. He turns his head slightly. Jiwoo discovers that the position of the light arranged by the system is right next to the table. He breathes a sigh of relief. Luckily it's on the side. If it was in the middle of the room, I would be very confused. The steps that perhaps a genius screenwriter is in the process of writing will do. Step 1. Find the position of the light. Step 2. Approach it naturally. Step 3. Sit down. That's it. Finished. The system clock jumps out. Time limit, 13 hours 26 minutes 14 seconds. At this time, a member of the Purple Girls group walks over to Jinwoo. She tucks her hair, speaks. Hello, Mr. Kim. He replies, hello, Raimi. When the two of them are chatting, Mi-young in the distance doing warm-up exercises suddenly glances over. Raimi tells Jinwoo, I heard our cameo was cancelled. Their practice room has a large mirror hanging on the wall. She presses close to him, intentionally pushing Jinwoo into the mirror. It seems that from now on we have been blacklisted by Lee Min-ju. But next to that, I want to ask a favor from you. Remy begs him, Yuna and I want to participate in the musical. She is curious, but I see the movie doesn't have music in it. Jinwoo is speechless and thinks, that's because I can't add the soundtrack to the system. He gives a forced smile. A music director has been confirmed. I will bring him here. The melodious sound rings out at the right time. Jinwoo realizes he has just occupied Raimi's practice time. I'm sorry, I disturbed you during your practice. Remy smiles with her eyes squinting. It's okay, we're also practicing acting here. On the other side, the character Yuna is holding the mic. She is immersed in the song, engrossed in singing non-stop. Jinwoo looks at Yuna and praises. The song Yuna is singing sounds so good. Is it a new song? Raimi denies. No, she is practicing a song for the audition. She suddenly remembers that she also has work to do. I have to go now, see you later. Jinwoo has to admit that each person in the group has their own role. Most of Purple Girl's songs are written and composed by themselves by Raimi. The main vocalist Yuna has enough skills to be considered a solo artist. He opens his laptop and manipulates the keyboard. Jinwoo evaluates. The soundtrack is a good idea, maybe because this is my first job, but it seems I will have to put a lot of effort into it. In the next script that the system gives, the male lead will grab the female lead's slender wrist, declaring domineeringly, "Remember this, I'm only giving you 10 hours. The female lead struggles and pulls her hand back. "Huh, what are you saying? I will pretend I didn't hear anything." The male lead freezes, widening his eyes not knowing what to say. Jinwoo gives a bitter smile. Because of this episode, Jae-jun will need to act very well. He is restless, but about tomorrow's meeting, I have a lot of things to think about. Jinwoo bitterly thinks, I will consider myself lucky if I don't clash with Director Sung. I don't know about Semi, but I know Ji-jun will hardly have the chance to speak. In the practice room, Yuna's singing echoes everywhere. Although I have tried not to look, my eyes still follow her. He sits cross-legged on the floor, typing on the laptop while pondering. She has been practicing very hard all this time. She is preparing for the audition, right? Wait a moment. Ji-woo discovers, I have found a way for Jae-jun to overcome. He unconsciously looks over to Semi and Sung-ho. She asks him, "Am I your only friend?" Sung-ho is speechless. "If you know who I am, I ask you not to say such words." Ji-woo thinks, if the system is real, this is entirely possible. Semi rebuts Sung-ho's words, "I may not know who you are, but this idea is mine." He chuckles teasingly, "Hey, you are being a bit harsh with the customer here." She puffs out her cheeks in a huff. "You are the customer." Jinwoo observes the entire process and concludes, "This is the scene I saw in the movie. To me this scene is a bit familiar." His mind jumps. The girl playing the role that I saw, Cha Yeju. It is rare for the male lead to be chosen through the selection, but... Jinwoo smiles as he opens his phone. There is a better way to convince them to put a rookie in the lead role. He sends a message to someone. "Ms. Young, do you have time?" Jinwoo confidently asserts, "It may not be easy to organize an audition, but as a screenwriter I can have some influence." Scene change. At our CBC company, someone hesitatingly asks, "So, director, are you ready to do that?" The person on the opposite side replies, "Yes, I have decided to do it." Hyung-tae is secretly uneasy. "Oh, I didn't use all this money to find him, just to connect him with a new screenwriter." He tells the other party, I heard he caused a ruckus and left Lee Minju's studio." Ki-hoon curls his lips and sneers, "Is that so? It seems I have to pay more attention to him." Hyung-tae widens his eyes. He really wants to slap his own mouth. "Oh damn it, I missed the fact that those two don't get along." Hyung-tae smiles immediate. "Is it because of the contract with Tempest Entertainment? I can handle that." Ki-hoon steps forward and puts his hand on his desk, slowly interrupting, "No, that is a matter for later." Hyung-tae weakly proposes, "Do you know screenwriter Jo Yoo-yeon? He has recently completed a script, and we are negotiating." Ki-hoon suddenly speaks, "Director." His face darkens. His cold expression looks very scary. Ki-hoon warns him, "Does it look like I chose this script just to film briefly and do it easily?" He convinces Hyung-tae, "I have a good feeling about this script. My instincts are pretty good. Aren't Director Young and Ma taking a break for a few days? It's been a long time since I worked with them. Now is the time to start working together again." Hyung-tae is vague. Director Young and Ma are the #1 directing duo for filming and lighting. They have enough skills to turn ordinary girls into shining stars. He doubts, are they willing to cooperate with a brand new screenwriter? Seeing Hyung-tae tense, Ki-hoon reassures, "Relax." He smiles slightly and explains, "What if this movie fails and our reputation is affected? Haven't I done a lot for us so far?" Ki-hoon turns and opens the door to leave. Before that he doesn't forget to remind Hyung-tae, "Now I will hand over the management to you. You should solve the remaining problems, right?" He gently instructs him, "Moreover, for things that cause a lot of noise like this." Waiting for the door to close, Hyung-tae dares to sigh tiredly, speaking to those who know everything. He tells himself, if his pride becomes strong when the movie becomes popular, especially with famous screenwriters. It feels like MSB is preparing to announce a blockbuster soon. I feel this is not very easy. In another development, in front of Tempest Entertainment Company, Jinwoo stands waiting at the door. He doesn't rush to open it but only mutters, "Today, Semi and Ji Sung-go both performed very well." The scene of Sung-ho and Semi playing around while in the practice room suddenly rushes back. He thinks, if they can do it like that in front of the director tomorrow, everything will not be a problem. Just as Jin-woo is about to open the door, a quarrel suddenly rings out from inside the room. Department head, why am I being rejected? Some people say Semi or others have been sponsored. A girl named Yaminsu is being scolded harshly. Yaminsu, can you lower your voice? Do you think this is your house? She endures and replies, I'm sorry. He hesitantly stands at the door not knowing whether to intervene or not. Serum scolds Minsu, get out of here, then turns to apologize to Jin-woo. Mr. Kim. I saw you coming, I'm sorry, it's a bit chaotic here. She runs out the door resentfully, however, the moment she passes by Jin-woo, Minsu suddenly frowns and glares at him fiercely. The heavy door closes, Jin-woo is startled and chills. Minsu, does she always have such a strong personality? Serum sits down on the chair. She says tiredly to him, please sit, Mr. Kim. Serum annoyedly supports her forehead. Initially, Minsu was supposed to take on the lead role in our next project. Accordingly, she saw your work and was very much looking forward to it. Liking it. More specifically, the male lead of Tempest Entertainment has been assigned to Ji Sung-go. But the female lead is Minsu. For someone like her to take a liking to my script is interesting. Jin-woo stammers in response, I feel so lucky. Serum is stunned, sorry. He is flustered, no. I mean I want to thank you for today. For Jin-woo, he feels he always owes her something. Serum's emotions finally soften. She is polite. It's nothing. Sung-go said it would be okay and that's why I sent him. Serum takes a sip of tea. Her eyes suddenly become dark. She asks him, in this case, we will meet tomorrow. Is today why you came here? For the casting? Jin-woo doesn't deny it. You can say that. Serum reiterates to him, the casting of Semi will ultimately be in the hands of the director. Ji-woo is still earnestly pleading, please open the audition. He adds, for the role of Chun Ji-ho. Serum is stunned. Why the sudden change? Isn't it the male lead role? Do you realize the importance of the male lead in a movie? And organizing an audition is not easy. Jin-woo has difficulty answering. And that's why I said we have to try something at least even if it's difficult. She gets angry upon hearing that. Almost eating him alive, you really are. Jin-woo is dazed. Huh? She switches to a casual voice. Luckily no murder occurs. Serum doesn't do anything to him. Jin-woo strokes his chest and sighs in relief. Oh, that surprised me. She tries to restrain her temper to advise him. Mr. Kim, it seems like you are not very familiar with movies, so let me tell you. Jin-woo is frank. I know. I am also struggling with that, and that's why I asked for this. He is fully aware that this time it is not easy, but we need to overcome it so that no one can gossip about the casting later, if Jae-jun is forced into the male lead role. His image will be tarnished and threaten the reputation of the movie. Serum leans back on the chair. She helplessly holds her forehead. Serum has no choice but to agree with Jin-woo. Okay, Mr. Kim, let's assume I agree to that, but do you think Director Sung will agree? He immediately freezes. It seems that Jin-woo still has no solution to this problem. Serum stands up and puts the documents under her arm. She smiles and gives him a condition. If Director Sung agrees, we will discuss this further. Late at night, at Jinwoo's house. Seeing her brother's room lit, Hee-young comes to find him. She peeks at the door and complains, Appa, you came home late today. You haven't changed at all. He asks in surprise, you haven't slept. Hee-young looks at Jin-woo worriedly. You look a bit tired today. Are you okay? He is immediately shocked. What is it? Normally she doesn't care about me like this. Why is she looking at me like that? She gently sits down next to her brother. Jin-woo reveals his heart. It is difficult in casting the two actors that I chose. Hee-young puts her hand on his shoulder and comforts, but her expression is no less sad. The atmosphere is touching. Hee-young suddenly blurts out, don't try too hard. Jin-woo glances at her warningly. How dare you treat me like an idiot? Hee-young freezes and shuts up. It turns out there is a sensitive brother who is quite bad. She grumbles to her brother, you didn't even get Appa Sung-go's signature. I'm leaving. He blankly looks at the palm of his hand and thinks, the meeting with Director Sung tomorrow. Jin-woo makes a decision. I will get confirmation about Semi's casting and the audition, so I need to try to complete everything I can do now. He plans, first, I will go through parts 1 to 5. The more you study the work, the more the quality of the movie will be improved. The system table displays the content at the right time. Title, The heir of the corporation is a magnanimous gentleman with a kind heart. Part 6, Genre, Romance. Corporation, location, Tempest Entertainment, first floor cafe, remaining time, 24 hours, bronze promotion, virtual account, W Bank, deposit balance, $0 out of $1. He exclaims, "Oh, this is the first time it mentions a location. It's better for me anyway." On the day of the meeting, Serum brings a man to sit together at the table. She reminds him, "Department Head Young, you are sure that organizing the audition will be okay?" The professional man replies, "Yes, you can rest assured." Sung-go suddenly appears. He boasts loudly, causing him to be startled. "Mr. Kim Jin-woo is a genius. I think you can trust him." Serum reprimands Sung-go, "Don't shout so loudly. Be quiet in front of the director," he whimpers. "Wah, I'm the only one you hate." She probably thinks, normally, I would never agree to organize that reckless audition, but I want to maintain a good relationship with the screenwriter, so, no problem. Anyway, Director Sung will never agree. A female idol who has not been confirmed for her acting skills, and above all a rookie actor. Serum assures, there is no way Director Sung will accept. The next second, Semi and Jin-woo enter. She happily opens her mouth. "Hello, my name is Semi." Serum shakes hands with Semi. She politely introduces herself. "It's a pleasure to meet you. My name is Young Serum." Serum secretly evaluates. Her appearance is perfect. Her first impression of Semi is that she looks very similar to the female lead she imagined. Jin-woo asks Serum, "Did you get home okay yesterday?" She nods. "Oh yes, I was quite busy." Serum glares at him with sharp eyes. Her inner self is agonizing. Whose fault is this? You threw away the PPL option and now it's the audition. Jin-woo naively doesn't understand what happened. A pair of shiny leather shoes steps on the floor. Another character arrives. That person tells Jin-woo, "Are you the screenwriter, Mr. Kim?" Feeling the pressure, he hurriedly straightens his back and answers properly, "Ah yes, that's me, director. Please give me a warning." Ki-hoon praises cheerfully, "I didn't think the screenwriter would be so young. I have read the script. I think I have read the first 4 parts at least 3 times in the past few days. Now, sit down." Serum is extremely confused. What is Director Sung and the angel face and devil lips saying? Meanwhile, Ki-hoon comes to choose a seat near Jin-woo. He asks him, "So, do you have any directing experience?" Jin-woo answers awkwardly, No, I don't. I was just an assistant screenwriter for 6 years." Ki-hoon happily praises, "Oh my god, you are so talented." He scratches his head shyly, "Haha, thank you very much." Serum stares at the scene in front of her. She doubts, and now is praising. What is happening? Ki-hoon seriously confirms with Jin-woo, basically, you want to cast Semi and Sung-go but hold an audition for the male lead actor. He analyzes, let's see, Sung-go is an actor with a lot of experience, but I don't know about Semi. Sung-go volunteers to raise his hand to speak. "Director, Semi and I have prepared some acting skills for you. Can we perform?" Serum seems to have desperately given up. The man next to her anxiously looks at her. Jin-woo secretly gives a thumbs up in his heart. "Good job, assistant." Half of Ki-hoon's face momentarily becomes expressionless. "But, is that a scene that you have rehearsed many times?" He clears his throat. Ahem. The whole table suddenly falls into a suffocating atmosphere. Semi shyly interrupts, "I'm sorry." She boldly expresses, "If you choose a scene outside the script, I will act that scene." Jin-woo immediately gasps and freezes. Semi. Ki-hoon hums softly with interest. The heavy momentum also diminishes slightly. He indifferently ends this interrogation with a sentence, "I heard that. Let's seal it like that." Semi stands up. She decides to risk it. "If you choose a scene outside the script, then I will act that scene." Jin-woo sitting next to her is so shocked that he can't speak. He thinks in his heart, she only practiced one scene all day yesterday. The director feels a bit satisfied with this young girl. Ki-hoon tells Semi slowly, then choose part 1, scene 43. Semi worriedly clasps her hands in front of her chest, saying to the director, "Yes, then, I will start now." Sitting next to her, Jin-woo is both panicked and worried. He doesn't know if Semi can overcome this challenge. The dice have been cast, now I can only pray. According to the script, in part 1 scene 43, Cha Yeju is talking to her family and calmly facing her tragic circumstances. Her father is in a coma after an accident, and the father of the character in addition to the accident is still in the hospital in a coma. Her father is in a coma after an accident, and her younger brother is missing. According to the script, Cha Yeju's family is extremely chaotic at this time. The younger brother is missing. In addition to her father having to be hospitalized and her younger brother missing, the house they are living in is also about to be confiscated. The family situation is completely chaotic and above all their house is about to be confiscated. Every line in the script runs in Jinwoo's head. He worries not knowing if Semi can complete this challenge. This is a difficult scene. Can Semi handle it? Meanwhile, Semi has begun to transform into her role. A tear slowly rolls down her cheek. That's not just our house, so. The pain of the character appears on Semi's face, each tear rolling down her beautiful face as if adding to the helplessness because of the circumstances, so. Jinwoo is secretly happy in his heart. She grasped the emotions of the shooting scene immediately. She really did well in analyzing the script. Jinwoo immediately thinks of the difference between the character in the movie and in his script. In the television movie I watched, there are tearful eyes in Cha Yeju's eyes. But in the script I wrote, she whispers sadly. Looking at the image of Semi completely transformed into the character, becoming the real character and not simply acting. Jinwoo feels that he needs to have a different view of her. From now on, I should answer all of her questions. After completing her scene, Semi raises her hand to gently wipe the tears from the corner of her eyes. She smiles at everyone, at the same time thanking everyone for paying attention to her presentation. That is the final segment of the shot. Thank you everyone very much. Sung-ho cheers enthusiastically. Wow, Semi, your acting is even better than yesterday. Semi tilts her head to look at Jinwoo. She denies Sung-ho's praise. No way, it's just that this job really suits me. Jinwoo looks up at Semi. In his heart he thinks, I need to reflect on why I doubted Semi for a moment, and I have to try. After witnessing Semi's acting ability, Jinwoo is even more determined to keep the person in the male lead role in his script, to ensure that Jae-jun will take on the male lead role. After Semi finishes her scene, at this time, everyone at the table is silent. The director is also silent, and doesn't say anything. Jinwoo gives a forced smile, looking at Serum who is sitting across from him. Ahaha, he feels a bit uneasy. Director Sung and Chief Young are not saying anything. Everything is okay, right? At this time, Ki-hoon speaks softly, causing both Jinwoo and Semi to wait nervously. Honestly, the director says what is in his heart. I didn't think this work would be so important. But then, Ki-hoon gives a smile. After witnessing Semi's performance just now, he has a different thought, but now I can say that I am thinking differently. Ki-hoon gives a smile, reaches out his hand towards Jinwoo. Let's try our best together, Mr. Kim. Jinwoo is still not completely recovered. He looks at the director, then says hesitantly, so then, director. Jinwoo immediately calms himself, regaining his confidence. He boldly gives a suggestion. Can you believe in my choice for the male lead role? Choose a new person, an uncut gem, at the audition. The director looks at him, not rejecting immediately but saying in a subtle way, before, I have never given the lead role in my television movies to a new person. But Jinwoo has made up his mind. He looks at the director and says bluntly, then let's write a new history together. Ki-hoon is silent for a moment, then also makes a decision. If including all the new people, the audition location will be quite crowded. Hearing the director say that, Jinwoo is so happy that his eyes light up. I did it. Hearing the director say that, Serum has no choice but to listen. She sighs while holding her forehead and says, if the director has said so, then I have no other choice. I will go prepare for the audition. After everyone makes a decision, at this time the sun has risen to its peak. Jinwoo goes to the cafe on the first floor of Tempest. It is interesting that I have come here again. The system's notification board appears. Location cafe on the first floor of Tempest Entertainment. Time limit 2 hours 25 minutes. When seeing the staff at the coffee counter, Jinwoo is a bit surprised, but it seems to be a different employee. Last time it was a man. He stands in front of the counter, wanting to order a drink. Sorry, can I order? At this moment, a strange feeling is transmitted to his chest. Jinwoo is startled. This feeling is exactly the same as when I saw Semi for the first time. Why is it happening again? Before he can answer his own question, the system's notification board continues to appear. This time, it is a notification about a new actor. A new actor has been discovered. At the current rank, you cannot do many things at the same time. Jinwoo raises his hand to rub his hair, blankly looking at the notification board, new actor. Immediately after, he suddenly realizes, at first I felt strange, but the moment I saw her, I knew, besides acting skills, an essential characteristic that an actor must have. Apart from the above requirements, plus a good-looking appearance, the actor also needs to have a unique and distinct feature to be able to impress from the first time. It's not just a beautiful appearance, but that person must have a distinct feature. He looks at the staff member in front of him at the coffee counter, making a firm conclusion. This woman has the aura of pure beauty. The employee being stared at by him is a bit confused. Gently calling him, "Excuse me." Jinwoo rubs his head, looking at her. The strange feeling in his chest still makes him feel a bit uncomfortable. "Ah, actor, no, I mean, Kim Hyunji, are you an actor?" Hyunji slightly glances to the side after hearing him say that. Her voice is a bit sad. You could say I am a person with a desire to be an actor." Hearing that, Jinwoo immediately says, "Then, I wonder if I can ask for your phone number." Hyunji hesitates. "I'm sorry," but Jinwoo quickly realizes that he is speaking incoherently, causing her to misunderstand. He hurriedly explains awkwardly, "I don't mean anything." While the two of them are confused, a voice from the distance rings out. A screenwriter is trying to flirt with the staff. Minsu rubs her hair, walking towards the coffee counter. While walking, she doesn't forget to tease Jiwoo. Looking at the person speaking, Jiwoo is surprised. What, ya Minsu?" He immediately corrects what she said. "I am simply asking for the contact information of a potential actor." Minsu looks at her fingernails, saying in a subtle way, "Wow, after seeing her face, are you planning to switch to being a casting director instead of a screenwriter?" In the face of her malicious teasing, Jiwoo still calmly replies, "Oh, good idea. Thank you for your suggestion, you are so kind." Jinwoo's calmness immediately drives her crazy. Immediately after, Jinwoo quickly slips past her, not wanting to get involved with this person anymore. But I am not interested in you. I didn't ask you, so why are you making such a big deal out of this?" Seeing him brush past her while not forgetting to tease, Minsu is furious. What did you just say?" After that, she is so angry that she shouts loudly, "Oh my god, I can't believe it," causing Hyunji to also feel a bit awkward. At this time, Jinwoo has sat at an empty table. Thinking about the words that Minsu just said causes him to take a deep breath. Shouldn't a screenwriter be allowed to ask for the phone number of an aspiring actor? His hand is typing on the computer, while his head is thinking about what happened just now, when the system suddenly gave him a message. But this is the first time I have seen such a reminder from the system. Who knows what other abilities the system has that I haven't discovered yet. While Jinwoo is still writing, a lively and energetic voice rings out from behind. "Part 6 already? Great, you're so fast, as expected." He turns around, seeing Sunggo smiling happily. "Ji Sunggo, what's the matter, why suddenly?" Sunggo interrupts him. Because Chief Young is looking for you." Hearing that Serum is looking for him, Jinwoo continues to lower his head to work on his script. "So then I will complete Part 6 first." At this moment, the system's notification board suddenly appears. "An actor with 87% compatibility with the role has been discovered. Do you want to register this actor for the role of Soo Hyun-min?" Looking at the blue notification board in front of him, Jiwoo feels confused. He wonders, what is this? What's wrong with the system today? Remembering what happened just now, when Sunggo called him, he touched his shoulder. This matter causes Jinwoo to make a hypothesis. Don't tell me that the requirement is to have physical contact. What about Semi and that coffee shop staff? Sunggo is next to him, softly calling him when seeing him mutter to himself, "Mr." Jinwoo tells him, "Thanks to you I discovered something." Sunggo asks curiously, "Discovered what?" At this time, the notification board is still appearing. Jinwoo decides to press the word yes. "An actor with 87% compatibility with the role has been discovered. Do you want to register this actor for the role of Soo Hyun-min?" As soon as he selects it, the system immediately announces, "The actor has been registered for the role of Soo Hyun-min. At the current rank, you cannot change the registered actor." Immediately after, images of every shot, every scene with Sunggo runs in Jinwoo's head, causing him to be astonished. What is this? These film rolls show him, taking him from surprise to surprise. Not only the face changes, the lines and movements are completely matched with the actor. Jinwoo bites his knuckle, saying to Sunggo, who is waiting for him next to him, "Ju Sunggo, can you go up first? I need to redo this part from the beginning." He looks at him with puppy eyes. But I want to go with you." Jinwoo closes his eyes, immediately rejecting these eyes. "No, I can't," he refuses bluntly, causing Sunggo to only sadly make a sound. After Sungho leaves, Jin-woo immediately exerts all his effort to revise the script. With the remaining time, I need to adjust all the scenes with Ji-sungho appearing. The system's notification board shows the remaining time 2 hours 17 minutes. Finally, after completing the parts that need to be adjusted, Jin-woo stretches and exclaims, "If only I knew about this ability sooner, how good it would be." Serum sits across from him, supporting her chin, asking, "About what?" Jin-woo looks at her, not answering but asking back, when did you come?" She smiles at him, then says, "About 10 minutes ago. It's good to see you so focused." Immediately after, she gets straight to the point of her business. "I came down to talk about something. Is it appropriate now?" Jin-woo thinks for a moment, then speaks. Maybe in about 10 minutes. Serum also smiles brightly at him. "Take your time. I also have some things to do." Jin-woo warily looks at the woman in front of him. He feels that she has something wrong. What is she planning? Why is she being so kind? "Come." 15 minutes later, Jin-woo speaks. "I have finished part 6. Do you want me to send it to you?" Hearing that, Serum is surprised. She asks him back, "Finished already? You write pretty fast." Jin-woo says with a voice that is half true and half false, It feels like I am receiving help from God, like it is a part of a religious system." Serum hears him say that, then replies with a voice that doesn't accept this answer very much, "I understand," causing Jin-woo to panic, hurriedly adjusting his words, "That was just a joke. Don't take what I said as the truth." After speaking, he immediately sends the part he just wrote to Serum. "Anyway, I have sent part 6 in the message." After the phone rings with a notification, she speaks, "I received it." Upon receiving the script, she immediately sits and reads it seriously. The silence that radiates makes others unconsciously feel tense as well. Jin-woo sits opposite her, anxiously paying attention to every reaction, gesture of Serum. It feels like a child is being tested for homework by the teacher. His hand placed on his thigh unconsciously tightens. Cold sweat also breaks out. Usually, the screenwriter does not receive feedback from the producer twice in one day. At that moment, Serum speaks and calls Jin-woo Mr. Kim. He is startled, looks at her and asks, "What?" She puts her phone in front of Jin-woo, then says something has changed in the script. Jin-woo anxiously looks at her, asking back, "Has something changed?" Serum looks at him, the character Soo Hyung-min. At this time, the serious look on her face is no longer there, but filled with excitement and interest. She clenches her fist looking at him, confirming that it suits Sungho so well. "It's amazing." While commenting, she suddenly stops, feeling that she is expressing her emotions a bit too much. Serum clears her throat, then immediately changes her attitude. She comments, "Anyway, it's really very good." Jin-woo is very surprised seeing her showing interest in what he wrote, and also asks about the matter she was looking for him for. "I'm very happy to see you like that." But what did you come to find me for?" When talking about work, Serum immediately regains her calmness, saying seriously, "To talk about the audition," restoring her calmness. Jin-woo thinks, "It's coming." She says the questions in her heart. "Last time you told me that you wanted to give the lead role to a new person. Why have you suddenly switched to wanting to audition?" After knowing that Jin-woo has changed his mind, the side of Serum also needs to know his intentions to prepare appropriately. To prepare for the audition, we need to know what your direction is. Jin-woo says honestly, "Actually, I also have an actor in mind." Hearing him say that, Serum is surprised. "So the audition." But Jin-woo has interrupted her. He asks her, "If suddenly choosing a new person to take on the lead role, what do you think the others will think?" This matter makes Serum suddenly realize something. Without needing her to answer, he also knows what will happen if they suddenly choose a completely new male lead for the movie this time. Of course, all kinds of speculations and criticisms about corruption, bribery, using connections, going through the back door will target Jae-jun and the movie. Jin-woo gives a suggestion. "Let's start with a smaller scale audition." Serum asks him back, "Are you talking about a closed audition?" He calmly answers Serum's question, "That's right, there will be the appearance of a few famous actors," but Serum seems to not agree with Jin-woo's words very much. She asks him, "Mr. Kim, are you talking about an audition that already has a predetermined result?" He quickly denies, "No, that's not what I mean." Jin-woo's eyes light up. He says directly to her, "Let's evaluate the applicants fairly." By night, at this time he has returned to his house. Looking at the words written on the paper, Jin-woo mutters and asks himself, "In other words." He supports his chin, pondering about what he has written. If I rank up, I can do 2 works at the same time and be allowed to change actors. Maybe later I won't have to be too dependent on the role. Like now. If later he upgrades the system, then the work will be easier in part, because the system will automatically adjust the movie it shows me to fit the new role. Thinking of this, Ji-woo leans back on the chair, secretly exclaiming, "This is truly a perfect cheat skill." His hand fumbles on the table. Ji-woo says softly, "I didn't expect that. Just today the content has changed." He leans back on the chair, saying to himself, "Next time when there is more income, I should upgrade the system." At the same time, he thinks, working with new actors like now is tied up with many things. But then, Ji-woo realizes that this is not very true. In fact, new people are not the problem. The problem lies with those A-list stars. Their schedules are mostly packed. The selection will be much harder. While thinking, suddenly the system displays a notification title, "The heir of the corporation is a magnanimous gentleman with a kind heart." Part 7, Genre, Romance. Corporation, Location, Hala Mountain, White Deer Lake, Deadline, 2 days. Ji-woo confusedly looks at the blue notification board in front of him. What kind of location is this? Am I seeing it wrong? The notification board immediately shows clearly. Location, Hala Mountain, White Deer Lake. He is so surprised that his mouth drops open. Really? Immediately after, the notification board disappears. At this time, Ji-woo regains his senses. He holds his head and shouts in panic, "This is crazy. I can understand if it was just Jeju Island, but White Deer Lake on Hala Mountain is too unreasonable." But immediately after, Ji-woo suddenly realizes this change may come from what happened earlier. Wait a moment, it could be Ji Sungo. He hurriedly searches for Sungo's information. This has happened once before. Today he signed with the system. Maybe it will be related to him. Something like this also happened with Semi. Looking at Sungo's information appearing on the website, Ji-woo is furious. He shouts annoyedly, "God, come on, if you say that, then who wouldn't take hiking as a hobby?" But after venting his anger, thinking that the system wants him to go to Jeju Island, then he will listen to it. If suddenly it tells me to go to Jeju Island, then Ji-woo clenches his fist, determined, "I have to go." Before he can be excited for too long, he suddenly remembers an important matter. Oh right, how much is the plane ticket now? At this time, in the company office, 2 weeks later, Team Leader Kong is discussing work with Serum. He says to her, "Ms. Department Head, only one person has registered to audition through the unofficial channel." Serum gently thanks him for his hard work. "Thank you for leading the team and working hard, Mr. Kong." Seeing the familiar name, Serum mutters, "In Jae-jun." Seeing this name, she immediately remembers the person that Ji-woo had mentioned. Is this the actor that Kim Ji-woo mentioned? She raises her head, asking Team Leader Kong, who is standing in front of her, "Mr. Kong, have you ever seen this person act? How is it?" He replies, "Yes." He recalls the time he met Jae-jun. Acting is also important, but besides acting, he feels that he is very suitable for this role. He is really very suitable for this role. Remembering the surprised feeling when witnessing this person's acting, Team Leader Kong has emphasized that it's like he is simply wearing his clothes. Hearing this, Serum feels somewhat relieved. At the same time, she still doesn't forget to mention Hyun-ji. "This is good news. Have you proceeded to sign the contract with actress Kim Hyun-ji?" Team Leader Kong speaks. "Yes, we have given her the best treatment for a new person." After a while, he hesitantly asks her, "But Ms. Young, how could you find such an excellent person?" Hearing Team Leader Kong say that makes Serum feel surprised. She can't help but ask again, "She is so amazing." Serum thinks, Team Leader Kong, who has more expertise in recruiting actors than me, is saying this. He recalls Hyun-ji's acting ability, then answers Serum's question. Her acting skills are only second to her aura. She has a natural talent. Even practice cannot achieve that level. Thinking that if he said no, then she might not believe it very much, Team Leader Kong suggests, "I will bring you Jae-jun's evaluation video." But Serum refuses this. "No need. I will meet him directly today." Serum thinks about the audition. At that time she will have a satisfactory answer. After the audition ends, we will know that who will finally win the male lead role. But at this time, she remembers an important character causing her to hold her forehead in annoyance. But Kim Ji-woo. She doesn't know that he has gone to Jeju, and has not been contacted for 2 weeks. He has been out of contact with him for 2 weeks already. Where has he gone? Remembering what Ji-woo had told her before, I am sure that no matter what type of selection, the result will be the same. No matter what, the final result will be like that. We will choose the most suitable person to become a pure-hearted man. Just that is enough. Anyway, in the end Jae-jun will be chosen. Looking at Jinwoo's unbelievable confident appearance, Serum feels extremely surprised. What is that confident expression on his face? At the same time, Ji-woo asks to leave first. So, I asked to leave first. Before leaving, he still doesn't forget to leave a message for Serum. Ah right, Ms. Young, the staff member at the coffee shop here, Ms. Kim Hyunji has the potential to become an actor. You should create conditions to help her develop. Looking at the staff member at the coffee shop next to the water counter, Serum feels a bit abrupt, so suddenly, it sounds a bit unexpected. He says goodbye to Serum, at the same time not forgetting to ask for a favor. If possible, please take care of her for me, because she will be the actor in my next project. At this time, Ji-woo is muttering, if I summarize how the system works, then it will be like this. At Jeju Island, in the morning, at this time flocks of seagulls are flapping their wings and flying under the clear blue sky. Ji-woo clasps his hands behind his back, standing in front of the beach, looking at the scenery, blue sea, yellow sand in front of him. Mountains are mountains, water is water. The boy next to him looks at him for a moment, then speaks. Unemployed uncle, did you come to play for a while and then come back? Are you really planning to leave? Ji-woo doesn't want to argue with this kid, immediately correcting his words. Kid, call me brother, and I am not unemployed. I am a screenwriter. I am not going up the mountain to play. I am writing a script. The boy looks at Ji-woo, asking back, script, screenwriter. But what are those? At this time, Ji-woo loses all patience, asking the kid back, how many times are you going to ask? Then, he turns to ask, do you know Semi from the Purple Girls, or the actor Ji Sung-go? The kid quickly answers, no, but I know the Loreka Mecha Warrior. This answer makes Ji-woo speechless, unable to say a word. Finally, he desperately speaks, I am Loreka's close friend. I want to vent too much. Immediately, the eyes of the kid light up brightly. Wow, can you ask for an autograph for me? Thinking about what he has done, even he can't understand it. Who would have guessed this situation? Kim Jae-woo. Really, he can't believe that he would climb the mountain just to write the script. That he would write the script part 6 on Hala Mountain. After turning off his phone for 2 weeks, Ji-woo turns the power on, feeling that he should return to the world of humans. I guess I should return to Earth. I should turn the phone back on after turning off the power for 2 weeks. As soon as he turns on his phone, a series of missed call notifications appears. After scrolling through a long list, to the most recent number, he decides to press it. Why are there so many missed calls? Let me see, the most recent call is. As soon as he turns on the phone, Serum's voice on the other end of the line immediately rings out. Mr. Kim, where are you, and why couldn't I contact you all this time? Ji-woo replies calmly to her words, yes, Ms. Young, you must be thinking that the apocalypse is here. Then saying an answer that makes Serum want to shout immediately. I am currently on Jeju Island. She is both surprised and annoyed. What? At this time, Serum at the company is raging. If Ji-woo was here, he would definitely not get out alive with her. Are you kidding me? Do you know that the final selection is only 4 hours away from starting? On the other end, Ji-woo replies very calmly. As if this is an obvious thing, no need to worry so much, of course, so I will fly back to Seoul right now. Serum on the other end is going crazy. You can still say that. Ji-woo puts the phone away from his ear, calmly saying, the plane is about to take off, I will be there soon. See you in Seoul, you grumpy. Immediately after, when Serum prepares to lecture him further, he hangs up the phone. Just now, he beep. Thinking that the other side is in chaos because they are missing him, Ji-woo is happy. It seems they need me more than I thought, an achievement I have never experienced when I was an assistant screenwriter, so satisfying. Immediately after, he immediately browses the internet to see what he has missed in the past 2 weeks. Should I check what has happened in the past 2 weeks? What? A large-scale blockbuster television movie of MBS. On the phone is information about a highly anticipated movie that is about to be broadcast. The blockbuster television movie of MBS station, Shooting the Sun, will be broadcast in the next 2 months, has been confirmed. Reading this news causes Ji-woo to be extremely surprised, at the same time feeling a bit worried. Wow, all the movies trying to compete with this will fail miserably. But after calculating for a moment, he sighs in relief. if they start the production process in 2 months, then luckily, my movie will escape that disaster. Sending heartfelt condolences to the movies that can't avoid that production schedule. Then, thinking that there are things in Seoul that need him to come, he decides to take a plane back there. First, I should go straight to the airport and get on the plane immediately to leave early. At this time, Serum is preparing for the audition, a man with a pure heart, male lead selection. Seeing Ki-hoon's figure walking over, Serum greets him. Hello Director Sung. He also greets softly, then asks, Ms. Young, long time no see, and the screenwriter, where is Mr. Kim? She stammers and explains to him, so I think he will be a bit late. Kim Jin-woo is. Thinking about that irresponsible person makes Serum's heart explode. I'm not his mother, why do I have to look after him like this? Just at this time, the person being mentioned suddenly speaks, causing Serum to be surprised. You are looking for me. Looking at Jinwoo's disheveled, dirty appearance, with dark circles around his eyes, Serum is shocked. What, where did you come from that you look like this? Jinwoo gives a smile that doesn't have much energy, telling her that, you told me to come as soon as possible. I even took the earliest flight. The director on the side smiles softly. Ahaha, you were on Jeju Island to personally observe the filming location. At this time, the person in the crew speaks, calling him, Director, it's time to start. Should I ask the first director to wait? Ki-hoon raises his head and tells that person. No, we will start now. But Serum has not let this matter go. She flies into a rage, telling him, Mr. Kim, once the selection is over then we need to talk. He glances at her and says, Can I skip it? Serum emphasizes, absolutely not. At this time, a notice rings out, the first contestant Lee Chang-soo, please start. As the first contestant, he is a bit stuttering. Hello, my name is Lee Chang-soo. Jinwoo rests his chin thoughtfully looking at this person. This person stutters too much, he has to leave a deep impression on us to be lucky. But in the end, if he just makes a small mistake. Jiwoo tells him, you can stop, thank you for participating. The person starting is not okay, so the next people are also not very good. If you stop in the middle while acting, that means you have failed, and about 20 people still sticking around until the final round of the selection. Their interviews are not really of importance. The selection rings out with the sound of being eliminated, a man with a pure heart. After 8 contestants leave the selection, then comes the 9th person, after watching over 8 contestants, to the 9th person. Looking at this person's information, Serum tells him, this contestant is from the drama group, right? Jinwoo asks back in confusion, drama group. The person above confidently introduces himself to the 3 judges. Hello, my name is Jo Kan-hyun. Hearing this person's introduction causes Jinwoo to feel somewhat familiar. Why do I feel like I have seen this person somewhere? Serum interviews him. It seems that you have joined the drama group in high school for a while. Kan-hyun replies confidently, yes, I have been in the drama group called Jangguri for 8 years. Hearing the name of the drama group, Jinwoo suddenly remembers. He is from his sister's drama group, that guy comes from Heejung's drama group. Before that he had come to the drama group where his sister worked. A few months ago, I went to watch a performance by the drama group Heejung is working at. Looking at the room for staff, Jinwoo strokes his chin, snickering. If I suddenly go in and let her know I have come here before the performance, then she probably won't be able to concentrate on acting. Your brother is doing this for your benefit. But when he is about to go out, he suddenly hears a heavy scolding from the person in the group. Are you blind? Can't you see the dust on the stand? You're not even trying. Do you think you don't have to act properly anymore after being in this drama group for 2 years? Jinwoo is shocked, huh? Just at this time, a familiar voice rings out, causing Jinwoo to be startled. I'm sorry. The person in the group points at Heejung then says, Kim Heejung, today you will have to clean the theater alone, understand? At this time, Heejung bows, hesitantly replying, yes, I understand. Thinking about his sister who is always happy, but here she is being bullied, causing Jinwoo to be furious. Heejung is always smiling, being suppressed like this. Who dares to bully my sister? He doesn't allow anyone to bully his sister, except for himself. I am the only one allowed to bully my sister. At this time, Jinwoo rests his chin looking at him then says, you have really been acting for 8 years. I'm not very impressed. Maybe because you are related to the famous Jangguri drama group. Hearing him say such subtle words, he asks back, famous, are you saying? Below the judges stand, Jinwoo speaks, you don't know, it's very famous among the scriptwriters that I know. Every word Jinwoo says is like invisible hands squeezing his neck, famous for having personality problems in seniors because they like to bully and abuse new people. Not stopping there, Jinwoo looks straight at his face, then calmly continues, I accidentally passed by the waiting room and witnessed it once, Mr. Jo Kang-hyun. You are not one of those people, are you? Speaking to this point, he finally doesn't dare to linger any longer, quickly running away. Looking at Kang-hyun's hurried appearance causes Jinwoo to be smug. I have indirectly implied it to him, so he probably won't dare to do that anymore. Looking at Jinwoo's confident appearance, Serum turns to ask him, Mr. Kim, where are the screenwriters that you know from? He laughs for a moment, then truthfully confesses. Haha, there is no one. Right at this time, it is about to be Jaejun's turn to take the test. Anyway, it's almost time, the last contestant, in Jaejun. He stands on the stage calmly, confidently holding the microphone to speak to the judges. Hello, my name is I'm Jaejun. Thank you for giving me this opportunity. At this time, below, Jinwoo is surrounded by Serum and Ki-hoon. Serum smiles looking at him. Mr. Kim, because you have praised him all this time, let's see how he performs. Ki-hoon also leans his head over, adding to the fun, I had predicted it already, so now I will pay attention. At this time, not only Jinwoo feels the pressure, but even Jaejun himself is so scared by those two that he sweats. Jinwoo sighs in his heart, hey stop, why are you guys trying to scare him? But that has no effect. He calmly looks up at Jaejun on the stage, looking at each of his actions. The acting style is like this role was born just for himself. Jaejun's confident appearance, completely not revealing any acting but merging as one with the character, causes Jinwoo to confidently assert, because I am confident in the person I chose. His presentation causes the three judges to be surprised, satisfied and amazed. Serum can't help but exclaim, wow. She turns to look at Jinwoo. This is not the skill of a new person, even the director is no less surprised than her. Isn't this the character himself of the pure-hearted man? At this time, Jinwoo's nose seems to be almost pointing to the sky. Jinwoo secretly celebrates, giving a smug smile. It seems everyone is unanimous. Unless there is an accident, the cast has been confirmed. He on the stage is confused by the behavior of the three judges, but Jinwoo is crying with joy. Jaejun, you make me so proud. At this time, the situation changes again. A person in the crew hurriedly runs in, whispering something to the director. Director Sung. Jinwoo curiously looks over to the two people. What's wrong? He whispers something to Ki-hoon. As soon as he hears that, he hurriedly stands up. Let me talk to Mr. Ang first. But Jinwoo sitting next to him is still confused, not understanding what is happening. No, really, what are you talking about? At this time, the personnel on Serum's side also whispers to her. She turns to say to Jinwoo, who is confused, Mr. Kim, it seems that actor Kim Min-hyuk has fallen while riding a horse and has been taken to the emergency room. Hearing this name, Jinwoo hurriedly asks, actor Kim Min-hyuk, isn't he the male lead for the movie of JBS scheduled to be shown first in a few months? Serum quickly says what she is worried about, and that's why the production of our movie will have to speed up. Hearing this, Jinwoo feels uneasy, so the first movie to be broadcast in 2 months is. The more he thinks, the more Jinwoo feels doomed. No, wait, in 2 months is when the blockbuster movie of MBS is scheduled to be shown. At that time, a blockbuster movie is about to be broadcast. The most anticipated movie of MBS, Shooting the Sun, will be broadcast. The more Jinwoo thinks, the more he feels like he is done for. There is only a week apart. Doesn't that mean we will have to compete with that movie? He turns to tell Serum. The filming schedule will be very tight, but she says, that's not important. If their movie encounters such a big movie, then they will have absolutely no capital. Fighting against such a strong opponent, a movie will not be able to recover the advertising costs. They will not be able to earn a single cent from the movie. A movie will not be able to recover the advertising costs. And even because of this movie, and there are all new actors. So it is highly likely that they will not have any capital, will not be able to attract any investors. Hearing this, Jinwoo seems to be frozen. He feels extremely desperate. We are definitely dead. At this time, at Chunseung, a corporation with many businesses, in South Korea in the field of telephones, equipment and food industry. Serum thinks that now that her mother has passed away, the Chunseung group is currently being run by the brothers who have ignored her, this youngest child, and her father. Her father, Vice President Yoon Taechul, who has gradually become cold to her. At this time, they are sitting eating at home. The atmosphere at the table is cold, and there is no warmth of a family meal. The eldest son of the current wife teases her, Serum, why don't you show that lovely, bright face often? His younger sister also speaks. That's right, every time we look at our youngest sister's face. The whole room lights up. The two second daughters of the current wife, the eldest son of the current wife, all show a dislike for Serum. She frowns and endures. Everyone knows how to contact me. Looking at their appearance, Serum thinks, they are like that again. How childish. The two people are silent hearing her say that. Then, it's the turn of her stepmother to speak. You are still as rude as always, the current wife. At this time the person sitting next to her has to speak to resolve the situation. Haha, I am taking care of Serum, so, please don't worry. At this moment, her father speaks. About Tempest Entertainment. He looks at Serum, then tells her in a commanding voice, you are working there, you should prepare to end that job. Serum looks at him, not speaking to reply but thinking, I knew he would bring up that matter again, but I need to be patient. She clenches her hands on her thighs, considering the benefits. Currently I need the power of the Chun Sung group, because... Then, she speaks to him, then why don't you try investing once? Taechul asks back in confusion, investing? Isn't the current situation of Tempest that there is no need for any investment? She doesn't beat around the bush but gets straight to the point. No, there is a television movie I am responsible for that will be produced. Please invest in my movie. He is even more surprised. A television movie? While I just told you to stop and you are telling me to invest. Finally, he starts to calculate, wanting to force Serum. So how about this? If I can't recover my investment, then you will have to quit and take a position in the office in the electronics department. At the same time not forgetting to set a condition, you have 1 month, money earned in other shows will not count. At this time, Serum immediately accepts his words. Okay, this makes the person behind him surprised. What, why is she doing that? She looks at him, then thinks in her heart, I have to make this movie be produced, no matter how much it costs, the screenwriter will also want this. Currently Jin-woo is still writing the script for this movie, and is even writing the script about it. At this time, the person being mentioned is vague and uncertain. Looking at the message that director Ki-hoon sent to him, wanting to meet him at JTBS makes Jin-woo wonder, what could have happened? Looking at a series of articles criticizing the new movie to the point of no saving, Jin-woo gives a bitter smile. That title is really terrible. If you don't like it then just say you don't like it. He supports his chin thinking about everyone's reactions. It seems that everyone's reactions are not very good, but with this divine system and the skills of Director Sung, wouldn't everything be okay? But there is still something that worries him, however. Because of the cast fees of the two main actors, because the main roles of the Pure-Hearted Man are all new actors, their cast fees will be extremely low, but right now, that is both an advantage and a great disadvantage. A movie where both the male and female leads are new people, a movie where the entire main cast is a new person and a member of a girl group. Then no one will dare to risk putting their money into this movie, no one will be willing to invest at all. The things to worry about first are always where the money is. The biggest obstacles are usually investment and sponsorship. At this time, at JTBS. Standing below the headquarters, Jin-woo smiles secretly. In that case, then, should I gamble? At this moment, in the director's office, Ki-hoon's voice rings out, Director, how can you do that to me? The director sitting in front of him speaks calmly. I also have no other choice. The actors for the movie had been scheduled before the artist had to undergo surgery. But Ki-hoon can't accept such an answer. Even so, how can you complete the filming in 2 months? He looks at Ki-hoon then says, in the past, people usually waited for the script to be delivered at the last minute before filming. At this time, Director Ki-hoon seems to be going crazy. How dare you say that? Jin-woo walks in, interrupting the argument of the two people. It seems I am a bit late. Hello, Director, my name is Kim Ji-woo. Director Hyung-tae raises his hand to greet him. A screenwriter. I am Director Bang Hyung-tae. Have you heard the news? Jin-woo steps forward, calmly saying, Yes, to be honest, I think there is no problem. If we start filming in 2 months, Director Ki-hoon hurriedly stops him. Mr. Kim. He confidently tells Hyung-tae, if we start right after the script is completed, we will not need to waste time filming. Moreover, I am sure that you already know. My script doesn't need to be edited. But he also sets a condition for him. Within 1 month from now, I will complete the script. However, in return, pay me 100 million won per episode. Director Hyung-tae of course doesn't accept what Jin-woo suggests. He speaks, "Do you think I am an idiot? We have already adjusted the production costs, and then what? 100 million won per episode, are you planning to eat lobster every day?" He replies, "No, I want to select the best supporting roles." The director becomes even more angry at this unreasonable request, after choosing all novice actors for the main roles. How unreasonable. Jin-woo smiles awkwardly. "Hey, director, I'm sure you also don't want the shooting scene to fail, right? So how about 100 million won? The two sides continue to bargain. He offers a price, 80, but Jin-woo finalizes the price, 90, deal. Hyung-tae goes crazy, looking at him then saying, "Are you kidding me? This is not a market." Jin-woo still calmly smiles facing him, as the main screenwriter, trying to bargain on the name, "Because the company's production process is not easy for me. What about 90? Looking at Jin-woo's confident appearance, he is also a bit hesitant, but still has to ask him again to calculate additional methods of precaution, and if it doesn't become popular, then what are you planning to do? But he replies very calmly, "In that case, I will think about it later if that time comes." At this time, not only is Hyung-tae surprised, but even Ki-hoon next to him can't help but be startled by Jin-woo's attitude. What is the source of that newcomer's self-confidence? How dare he trust that his product will succeed? Although calm on the outside, but in his heart is a storm with wind gusts of level 12. Damn it, I am about to be embarrassed, if Director Bang puts an end here. I may have to say goodbye to JBS forever. Just at this time, Hyung-tae speaks, "So then we will decide on 90 million won per episode." This sentence not only surprises Jin-woo, but also director Ki-hoon on the side. Both of them look at him. At this time, he leaves the room, before leaving, not forgetting to tell Jin-woo, "I really hope that this movie will be successful." After the door behind him closes, Jin-woo secretly gives an excited smile. "I did it." At this time, Ki-hoon calls him, "Mr. Kim, are you okay?" Jin-woo also doesn't know what to say, shyly telling him, Yes, somehow, I have succeeded, and if the movie is successful then Director Bang will also ease up." But immediately he asks about the matter that shocks him the most. "No, not that matter. Can you complete the script in 1 month?" Looking at Jin-woo's appearance causes him to exclaim in his heart, "Is he crazy?" But sooner or later the issues need to be resolved one by one, so Jin-woo still calmly tells him, "Anyway, first we have to arrange a meeting with the main actors." Looking at the message on the phone reporting good news from Jae-joon, Jin-woo mutters, "It seems that the results of the selection will be announced soon." At this time, in the office there are a few people gradually sorting out to prepare to open a meeting. Jae-joon excitedly walks in, his face carrying a glittering light that makes people feel dazzling. "Mr. Kim." Jin-woo looks at him, a bit awkward. Jae-joon, you signed a contract with Tempest, right?" Right after passing the selection he goes to the funeral. Jae-joon answers him, "Yes, I saw them at the selection, and because you have connections with them." He has to explain to him, "But I didn't sign an exclusive contract with them." Looking at Jae-joon's confused scratching his head, he mutters, Really?" Jin-woo can't help but exclaim, "Is he an idiot?" Jin-woo glances behind, telling him, "But anyway, you did well. Tempest is not bad at all. I am also about to work with them in the future." Right at this time, a familiar voice calls him, "Mr. Kim." At this time, Semi has also just arrived. She happily greets him. Jin-woo also happily greets her, Semi. Immediately after, Serum looks at him, panicking, "Mr. Kim, you really negotiated the production costs yourself, wow." Jin-woo is embarrassed and scratches his head when hearing her ask so seriously, "Yes, that's right, only through a verbal agreement." But even so, Serum still praises him. "Even so, you have done very well. The company's investment problem has been resolved and the production costs have been set." But when hearing about the investment company, Jin-woo asks her, "What, investment company? Which company are you talking about?" Mentioning this matter, Serum doesn't want to continue speaking. She changes the subject, "I will tell you next time." Seeing her strange attitude, Jin-woo also hesitates and doesn't ask anymore. Okay. He looks at Serum's cold attitude, thinking that something has happened. She looks colder than usual. What has happened? Immediately after, the director gathers everyone. "Okay, it seems like everyone is here. As you all know, our first broadcast will take place in the next 2 months." He quickly tells everyone what needs to be prepared. Within 1 month, We will need to select supporting roles, prepare the production team and record, then immediately film. Speaking, he turns to look at Jin-woo. Kim Jin-woo, can you complete the script in 1 month? In 1 month, hearing this, Jin-woo freezes for a moment. He knows that no matter what the schedule is like, the most important thing is still the script. Even with this tight schedule, the most important thing will still be the script. Finally, he decides to give everyone an answer. Then I need to give an answer. Jin-woo speaks without forethought, confidently giving a short time. I will finish in 3 weeks. Now all of us are here, why not select the supporting roles right now as well? After speaking, he gives a smug smile full of confidence. Everyone in the room is surprised by his soaring confidence and can't speak. But in Jin-woo's heart it is not like the appearance, quite different from the confidence that I have proclaimed. He is completely speaking strongly without any preparation. The system has not given him any reaction. At this time, at his house, Jin-woo is struggling with the script. 1 week after the announcement, I said in front of everyone that I would complete it in 3 weeks. He lies down on the floor laughing in pain. Ha ha ha, I am done for. It seems like the system is broken. At this time, the system that he has put all his hope in completely does not give any notification. Or anything else. The system that I put so much trust in does not give me any signs. Finally, he has no choice but to use all of his potential to continue writing. I have no other choice but to use my abilities to scribble parts 13 and 14, but their content is too sharp contrasting with the previous work. Reading back the things he has written, Jin-woo doesn't even think that these are the things that he has written, as if someone else has written them. Looking at the script resources that he has prepared, Jin-woo can't help but be desperate because he is about to run out of ideas. At least I have written some scripts in advance, so I'm okay. But I will run out of pre-written material in another week. Jin-woo tears his hair. Should I go back to Jeju Island? Right at this time, the phone suddenly rings again. Huh? At this time, Serum's message arrives. Mr. Kim, we haven't finalized the list of supporting actors yet. Do you know that tomorrow is the script reading? Ji-woo sighs. Ha, is she mistaking me for someone else? He completely doesn't consider it to be his fault for promising rashly. It's not because I don't know, but because I forgot. But Serum on the other end is looking at the phone, feeling that she is speaking too softly. Why do I feel like I should have sent some curses with that? He thinks about the supporting actors. Let's see. Unfortunately, there are some actors who are only at the level of playing supporting roles, especially Choi Man-ho and another person, the leader of Purple Girls, Mir-young. Thinking back to what Mir-young had said to him earlier, Jin-woo thought to himself, thinking about it, Mir-young kept her promise. Since I said I would talk to the director about the OST, I should stand my ground too. Seeing the message from the sound director, Jin-woo was happy and prepared to call Semi. Oh, it turned out well. I need to call Semi and tell her right away. He excitedly called Semi. Hello, Mr. Kim, with confidence that they would sing the OST. Semi, how have you been? I just wanted to let you know. But before he could even talk about the OST, Semi spoke first. Are you calling to check how I'm preparing for the script reading? Jin-woo froze, stammering, I guess so. Semi quickly replied, as you expected, Mr. Kim. I'll be waiting. At this moment, Jin-woo was so overjoyed that his head was filled with pink. Hee, I've become someone Semi is waiting for. Is this my industry award? He silently thanked her. Semi, you're the first person who made me discover the system and send it to me with gratitude. Right after that, Jin-woo thought, if I were a musician, if I worked in the music industry, would she become my muse? Right then, the system notification suddenly appeared. Title: The Chaebol Heir is a Man with a Pure Heart. Episode 13. Genre: Romance. Chaebol. Location: Rainbow Entertainment. Music Studio 401. Time limit: 15 hours. Jin-woo was surprised. Oh, it appeared. Is she really a muse? He immediately opened his laptop and started writing what he needed to write. No matter what, I guess I'll need to throw away what I wrote last week, right? No, let's compare my skills with this system. Actually, it could be homework for me. He packed his clothes and laptop, preparing to go to Semi's place. So, should I? She pulled Jin-woo's hand, calling him, let's go. At this moment, Jin-woo was so happy he seemed to lose his mind. Semi is so eager to act, so cute. Jin-woo looked at her, then awkwardly said, Semi, I'm sorry, but I need to do some work inside. Semi looked at him, then bluntly said, that's better. I'll go with you, she said, and Jinwoo was confused. Huh? Someone in the room spoke up. Mr. Kim, just sit on the sofa and do your work comfortably. Jinwoo gave an awkward smile. It's okay. Actually, I prefer leaning against the wall. She turned back and said to him, Is that so? Then do you want to listen to a new song while you work? Jinwoo immediately agreed, yes, of course, while thinking to himself, I wonder if registering a song would work. At this moment, the system suddenly appeared. A song with an 81% compatibility rate has been detected. Do you want to add that song to your work? Jinwoo clenched his fist, feeling extremely excited. I knew it. Is Raimi a genius? Jinwoo thought about Semi's group, because they haven't been able to win first place on Music Bank, and as a result, they are severely underrated. But, despite being underrated compared to their ability, Jinwoo still acknowledged their talent. Purple Girls is a fairly skilled group among girl groups. Jinwoo put down his backpack, thinking to himself, if our drama is successful, maybe they'll win first place right away, right? But I wonder why they still haven't been able to get to the top. Jinwoo voiced the question he'd had in his mind for a long time. Raimi, don't you compose most of Purple Girl's songs? She cheerfully replied to him, yes, except for the title track. I compose most of the side tracks. Hearing this, Jinwoo guessed the reason why. I guess that's why they haven't reached number 1. Then, 10 songs were played one after another. After listening to so many songs, I realized, other songs won't be shown in the system, but when there is a suitable song, it will be notified. The system only activates for songs with at least 80% compatibility. Thinking of this, he remembered when Sungo touched him. It was the same as before when he registered Ji Sungo, the same way I needed to touch a specific actor to activate it. I need to listen to a song live and focus on it from beginning to end to activate the system. After listening, he said to her, Raimi, please send the 4th and 7th songs to the sound director. Raimi looked at him, exclaiming in surprise, wow, I thought those 2 songs would be the most suitable too. Are you also an expert in music? Jinwoo smiled awkwardly. Haha, not really. Semi was still next to him, staring at him, causing Jinwoo to feel helpless. The system reacted to those 2 songs. So, Semi, you're putting pressure on me. Hurry up and practice with me. After a while, everyone was focused on their work. Jinwoo also put all his effort into his script. He looked at the laptop screen, letting out a sigh of relief. I guess I'll need to finish my writing now. There's still a lot of time, but it's almost dinner time. Seeing that it was a bit quiet today, he decided to turn to Semi to ask, actually, it seems a bit quiet here today, Semi. However, it seemed she had fallen asleep beside him from waiting too long. Jinwoo looked in panic at the person leaning on him. Are you sleeping? What should I do? Is there anyone here? Or not? Jinwoo hurriedly sought help from the others. The other members of the group happily went out to give them some privacy. Semi, good luck. Can we just leave her like this? In the end, unable to find help, Jinwoo had no choice but to let her sleep on him. I guess I'll just let her sleep. At this moment, Jinwoo continued typing his script, happily saying to himself, it's so great that I was born as a screenwriter. After that, she finally slept soundly until her manager arrived. Semi said to Jinwoo with a sad expression, why didn't you wake me up? He could only say goodbye to her, smiling awkwardly. Ha. The MC smiled brightly and started the interview. I'm sure there are many of your fans who are very curious about how a legend like Choi Man-ho, who has only acted in movies, suddenly took on the lead role in a TV drama. What made you want to appear in a TV drama instead of the big screen this time? Man-ho thought for a moment and then said, I really didn't intend to play the lead role in a TV drama before. However, since I have a relationship with Tempest Entertainment, I thought I might do well in it. He added, but above all, I'm still an actor, and the script is good too, ha. The MC was surprised to hear this, thinking, he's not someone who usually gives such formal compliments. He exclaimed, wow, I'm sure the screenwriter will be very happy to hear that. What role will you be playing in the Chable Air as a man with a pure heart? Man-ho didn't hide anything and said directly, the father of the male lead, the chairman of a conglomerate. The MC kept praising him, wow, it seems like the TV drama is guaranteed to be a hit, since our veteran actor Choi Man-ho will be playing the chairman. He humbly replied, There are many characters played by other actors that are more important than me, of course. He was ecstatic inside. Wow, that's great, haha, I understand. The MC continued his work. As far as I know, the script reading is tomorrow. Do you have anything to say to the junior actors and actresses? Manhwa hesitated for a moment and then asked, is this being broadcast live? The MC also clarified, as the editor mentioned, this episode will be uploaded tomorrow morning. He was relieved to share, great, I've remained a nobody for 27 years of my life, so what I want to say to my juniors is that I hope you know what kind of opportunity this is when you are given one. Manhwa's words surprised the MC. I don't like actors who act like it's a joke too much. I hope this part won't be cut out. He tried to regain his composure to continue the show, haha, so this was actor Choi Manhwa in a long interview. Jin-woo was lying on the bed, constantly sighing after watching the video. He's one of those people who is strict and never admits fault. I understand. Ugh, I hope the other actors in the TV drama won't be too stressed. He was also very worried about Semi, especially since Semi is someone who tends to be easily influenced by others. Besides, she stayed up all night yesterday just to practice. Jin-woo kept asking himself, she's not ready to do it, right? At this moment, Director Sung suddenly texted, screenwriter, please come an hour earlier tomorrow for a short meeting. Director Bang is calling for you. He was a bit surprised after reading this. Director Bang? He now felt very gloomy. Why participate in a script reading for a TV drama that even the director doesn't expect much from? Is it because of actor Choi Manhwa? Ji-woo suddenly felt a little unfair, even though the payment for him is more than all the main actors of the chaebol air as a man with a pure heart combined, so. Soon after, he tried to convince himself, but to be fair, his role is more important than any of the main characters. Suddenly, a thought popped into his head. Gasp, he's not going to ask me to change the script, is he? Hyung-tae darkened his face and requested, change it. Jin-woo thought to himself in fear, does he hate me? He kept objecting, director, the script has already been completed, and there's nothing left to revise. He stubbornly wanted to do as he pleased, but Choi Manhwa only has 20 scenes. Don't you think the success of this drama lies in his hands? Jin-woo was now burning with anger. Oh, it's like bringing a respected actor to a mediocre scene, isn't it? Well then, I will definitely make sure this drama is a success. He stubbornly refused to comply, but, from the beginning until now. However, before he could finish speaking, Manhwa arrived. He interrupted him, I object to the script being revised. The more my scenes increase, the more the quality of the film will decrease. In short, in movies, small and short scenes often have a bigger impact. He confidently affirmed, so I think my part is already suitable for that. Hyung-tae's expression suddenly changed when he saw Manhwa appear. Really? Well, if you say so. Let's just do that, haha. Jin-woo angrily cursed inwardly, this guy. Manhwa then made an invitation, director, let's go for a drink together later. I'll call you when the script reading ends. Hyung-tae's eyes lit up immediately and he agreed right away. I'm in. He turned to Jin-woo and said, screenwriter. He kept praising him, I've read the script, and it's very interesting. In the future, please continue to write such interesting scripts. If possible, aim for the crime or noir genre. For example. Jin-woo received recognition and scratched his head awkwardly. Ha ha ha, I'll think about it. Actually, in his heart, he thought, even so, that's not up to me. Time flew by, and today was officially the first day of the script reading. One by one, the actors were arriving at the shooting location. Jin-woo politely introduced himself. Nice to meet you, I'm screenwriter Kim Ji-woo. Actor Shin Jo-hun, you have a nephew, right? Jo-hun was surprised that the other person recognized him. How do you know that? I'm just a newbie. Jin-woo laughed and replied, haha, you're my actor, so of course I have to know that. At this time, the system rang a notification. A suitable actor with 82% match for this role has been found. Would you like to cast this idol for the role of Oh Ji-suk? Jin-woo was overjoyed to receive this news and smiled widely. Finally. He thought to himself happily, after shaking hands with all the actors, it's finally done. I thought it wouldn't work because the requirement was that they had to be at least 80% suitable for the role. Jo-hun froze when he saw his overly joyful expression. The system notification only appeared for Mr. Shin, does the system only work with a rookie? Jinwoo suddenly realized something. Jin Sung-go was also a rookie who debuted 2 to 3 years ago. Maybe this is why it doesn't apply to actor Choi Manho. I should also pay attention to my own ranking. Currently iron level. At this moment, an announcement rang out. The script reading will begin soon. Actors, please take your seats. Jinwoo suddenly felt a bit nervous. It's starting. The first person to speak was Ki-hoon. Hello, I'm director Sung Ki-hoon. It's an honor to be appointed as the director for the TV drama. He suddenly turned to Jinwoo. Okay, let's also have the screenwriter say a few words. He was caught off guard by this sudden action. Huh? Jinwoo hesitated to greet. Yes, I'm screenwriter Kim Jinwoo. I really don't have anything to say. I hope that our actors will stick to the script accurately. He thought to himself, because the system prohibits improvisation for this sacred script. Improvisation causing shock has been approved. Then, each actor began to introduce themselves in turn. Sung-go excitedly stood up. Hello, I am Ji Sung-go playing the role of Soo Hyun-min. Jinwoo was surprised to see them like that. Instead of being frozen, they are bursting with energy. However, there are exceptions to everything. On the other hand, Semi was trembling with tension. I'm Semi from Purple Girls. I'm looking forward to working with all the senior actors. Please take care of me. He looked at the other person's appearance, and seemed to guess. It seems like she's been up all night. She's still so cute. I'm a little worried. Is she okay? After everyone gave a brief introduction, the meeting quickly began. Ki-hoon said, Now, since all the actors have introduced themselves, let's begin with our work schedule. Let's read the script now. Let's start with the first scene of episode 1. Chun Sung-go looks angry as he exits his sports car. Jinwoo couldn't help but feel nervous. Will Jae-jun be able to handle it well? It seems like I'm the one who looks more worried. Jae-jun successfully acted naturally. Ugh, I'm going crazy. The seat is so hot now because you left the parking space exposed to the sun. Ji-woo and the others were so surprised to see it that their mouths dropped open. He couldn't believe it, and exclaimed inwardly, Wow, he's really good. Semi's expression also changed rapidly. How, Jae-jun, what's going on? How can he be so good? She kept encouraging herself, Me too, I can do it too, because I've worked hard on it. Semi's performance was clearly not going smoothly. She was so nervous that she couldn't say her lines smoothly. I'm not an employee here. No, hey, wait, he. Semi realized she was bad and kept blaming herself. I'm doomed. I've practiced hundreds and thousands of times, so how can I make a mistake on such an important occasion? Everyone's expressions revealed their concern for her. That employee car. Semi was now so panicked that her eyes were full of tears. Expensive. Jinwoo then spoke up to help her out. Wait, let's stop here. We'll take a 30-minute break. Is everyone okay with that? Everyone happily agreed when they heard, Yes, good idea, okay. Semi's hands unconsciously clenched tightly, constantly blaming herself. I practiced 12 hours a day, but I ruined everything. What if the screenwriter's first work fails because of me? She just sat there absent-mindedly like a lost soul. Because of me, because of me. Jinwoo gently walked over to call out, Semi. He asked, Why are you always looking down? Semi didn't know what to say in panic and could only answer sorry. Jinwoo smiled and tried to encourage her. You don't have to be. Instead of doing that, do you know why I wrote this TV drama? He smiled and said the initial idea for the work, It's all thanks to you, Semi. Jinwoo affirmed firmly, From the very beginning, the female lead has always been you, Semi. He emphasized Semi's importance once again. I don't mind at all if you make this drama fail, even if you're the only one left. I'll still continue filming this TV drama. She couldn't help but feel touched when she heard these words. This TV drama is a stage for me to shine. Thanks to him, Semi suddenly realized something. My stage. Semi seemed to have found her inherent confidence. That's right, this is my stage. Now I don't have to be afraid of other people's opinions of me. Now she no longer looked shy. I won't back down. Jinwoo smiled happily and looked up at Semi. Semi smiled brightly because she knew, because the screenwriter believes in me. Manhwa then smiled and said, Ho ho, it seems I need to work hard so that I'm not overshadowed by the young actors. Jiwoo was very surprised to see the other person smile. He's smiling, which also means he's recognized Semi, right? Sung-go walked over and said in a coquettish tone, Hey, master, how can you say that? Manhwa coldly replied, So you want to be close to me? He smiled happily and nodded. Wow, of course, isn't it too obvious? Ji-woo shook his head in disappointment when he saw this scene. Ji Sung-go really doesn't let any opportunity pass, huh? Manhwa made a suggestion. Well, let's go drinking with me and Director Bang. He froze at this sudden invitation. This isn't what It's time to pull out the most powerful weapon. Sung-go got carried away and suggested, but Master, Ji-jun also said he wanted to go. Jae-jun pushed the boat along the water and dragged him down, and the screenwriter too. Semi-excitedly raised her hand beside him. I'll go if the screenwriter goes too. Only Jin-woo revealed a look of horror. What? In his heart, he kept cursing, Ji Sung-go, you bastard. After all, the result was set. In the end, everyone participated. Manhwa also happily posted a picture of their party on his personal page. I was made to lose control by the main actors, hee. The interaction of the post increased rapidly in an instant. Likes 3,246 4 hours ago. After a hard day at work, Jin-woo was finally able to return home. I'm home. He flopped onto the sofa and sighed nonstop. I feel like I'm about to die. Hyun showed her disgust when she saw his appearance. Ugh, you smell like alcohol all over. How much did you drink? I've already prepared hangover soup, so just scoop the rice yourself and eat it. Jinwoo's eyes lit up when he heard that his sister had prepared it. You did it, not Mom? Wow, there's a benefit to raising you, huh? She became even more angry when she heard his words. Ugh, what are you saying? At this moment, the system suddenly rang. The system screen showed content. The Chable heir is a man with a pure heart. Genre, romance. Chable, location. JTBS station, random. Time limit, 10 days. Jinwoo was startled and asked again, random, are you serious? Hyun nodded to confirm. What's wrong with you all of a sudden? Jinwoo panicked when he thought about that scene. Randomly designated in that huge broadcasting station? How can I check everything in just 10 days? He kept shouting. Hyun really felt confused by a series of actions by the other person. Mom, has brother finally gone crazy? Jinwoo could only give an awkward smile when he saw the serious faces of the bodyguards. In the past week, except for my office, I've checked all the facilities of the drama department at the station. He was now really helpless. Even so, the normal presence in your face, of the light of the system appears everywhere. Suddenly Jinwoo remembered a place. What if it's the personal office of an executive? If so, then maybe I should give up, or find a way to sneak in and write. At this moment, Jinwoo met an acquaintance again, Ji Sung-go. Sung-go was also very surprised to see him. Screenwriter. Jinwoo looked at the other person and secretly assessed. Looking from the outside, he really has the delicate aura of an actor. Sung-go ran over and asked, screenwriter. What are you doing here? Jinwoo politely replied, nothing. What about you? In front of him suddenly remembered the program, Dashing Neighborhood Brothers. Sung-go spoke, received a call from screenwriter Lee Se-yeon and producer Jean Jae-shun Cho to appear on an entertainment show. Jinwoo gradually guessed, oh, if it's those two, then they must be auditioning for the Dashing Neighborhood Brothers. Ms. Lee will especially look forward to it. He secretly sighed in his heart, because she's a crazy fan. Sung-go then made a suggestion, would you like to come with me? Jinwoo was about to refuse, why would I? But suddenly he had a different thought, wait, this could be a small glimmer of hope in the entertainment industry, even more than the drama department. He also knew that his authority was limited, and it wasn't a place he could simply walk into on his own. Jinwoo replied aggressively, I have to go, let's go together. He happily agreed right away, yes. Jinwoo asked happily, can we ask them to meet in the director's office? Sung-go looked at him with suspicion, but even so, I don't know if I've been cast or not. Jinwoo continued to persuade, even so, don't you think greeting the director first should be prioritized? Jinwoo also tried to pour honey into the other person's ears, to me you've already been cast. Sung-go wasn't very confident, phew, it's uncomfortable, I don't have any intentions when meeting you. Jinwoo nodded and said I understand you. Jinwoo thought to himself, I can get in if I have a good connection, right? Se-yeon and Jae-hoon darkened their faces when they saw one more person appear with Sung-go. We made an appointment with Ji Sung-go, but why did he bring this guy with him? Looking at their faces, Se-yeon already guessed, it's all written on their faces. Jae-woo was the first to speak, hello, screenwriter Lee Soo-yeon and director Jae-hoon. Aren't you two selecting Mr. Ji Sung-go for a special episode of a TV show? She also nodded and replied, That's right, the original plan was to ask all the main actors to promote the drama, but Ms. Semi couldn't participate because of her group activities. So we planned to make it an exclusive episode for Ji Sungo. Jaewoon then made a suggestion. Really? Jae-jun doesn't really have any schedules, so that's not a problem, but can I ask Semi again? Hey, just because the two of you requested it doesn't mean. He took out his phone, still very confused. I know that's never going to happen, but there really is a group schedule, maybe it's too unreasonable. After a moment of deliberation, Jaewoon decided, let's just delete it. But the next second, he received a call, so he was surprised. Calling right away, so enthusiastic. Jinwoo frantically answered the phone. Yes, manager, it's nothing. But on the other side, a charming voice rang out, screenwriter, it's me. He was even more surprised to hear that. Semi asked curiously on the other end, what was the content of those deleted messages? And it would be okay if you sent it to me instead of the manager, right? Jinwoo explained, flustered. It's really nothing. I was going to ask you about the audition for Dashing Neighborhood Brothers. You don't have to worry about it. He assured her, I'll take care of this. Semi calmly replied, promoting the drama, right? I'll do what I want. Jinwoo was taken aback by this answer. What? But I'll be hindering your group activities. She happily said, it's okay, they'll understand. Semi added, you're in the entertainment department right now, right? I'll go right now, please wait for me. Jinwoo just blankly answered reflexively, okay. Jaehoon praised him, it seems the actors trust and obey you too much. I had difficulty recruiting them, but you solved it easily, thank you. Jinwoo smiled awkwardly and replied, I just asked? In his heart, he speculated, it seems like Semi really wants to do an entertainment show. He spoke with concern, I don't think I can do anything to repay such a great help. I'll do a good job promoting the drama. Jinwoo immediately denied, no, there's something you can help with. Jinwoo continued, Mr. Jin, you can help me. He was a little surprised, not understanding, In the meeting room, the entire space suddenly became extremely quiet. Jinwoo was overjoyed inside, so, it was here, I can't believe the system's blessing I was looking for is in the director's office of the entertainment department. He looked at the person in front of him hesitantly, isn't the system determined to make me fall? Seeing Jinwoo spaced out, the other person cleared his throat. Yoonggak politely opened her mouth. What brings screenwriter Kim here? He looked at the woman in front of him, surprised. I can't believe it's director Han Yoonggak. The first generation of director who left her mark in the entertainment industry, knows me. Jinwoo couldn't restrain his excitement and shouted, Director Han Yoonggak, I'm a fan, really. Hang out, radio style, Among Us, I've watched them all every day. And I'm also a fan of your works. She was embarrassed by his sudden enthusiasm. I see. Jinwoo also knew he was a little rude. It seems like she's thinking, what is this guy now? Jiwoo turned on his computer and operated professionally. And so, please wait for me for a second. He also delicately reminded everyone, don't mind me, you can chat comfortably. Jaehoon reluctantly explained from the side, director, let me quickly summarize what happened to you. He began to recount the whole story. This screenwriter is the one who helped in selecting guests for our show, so, I thought we could discuss the audition with the actors. Screenwriter and director, Yoonggak also felt curious. What about the initial guests if Ms. Semi is selected? I heard that actress Yeo Min-seo might have a bit of a rough personality. Jaehoon also nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, the plan is to broadcast it separately after next week's episode. Jinwoo also paid attention to them mentioning a person's name. Yeo Min-seo. Jaehoon gave an awkward smile and said, and I'm sure actress Yeo will understand, because we're a part of the Tempest family, shouldn't we promote the drama first? His face darkened. I don't think so. As soon as he mentioned that person, Jinwoo was sweating in fear. She's not just rough in some way, but actually very strict. Considering her personality, if her episode is pushed back a week to promote the drama, she won't let this matter sink. He started to worry about his fate. I don't know anymore, maybe so. In reality, Jae-jun and Sungo are family, so maybe they'll understand, right? Yoonggak suddenly asked, by the way, screenwriter, what have you been working hard writing since then? Jinwoo calmly said, a script. Jaehoon's mouth dropped open as soon as he heard that. What? He couldn't restrain his emotions and yelled, Wait, how can you write a script here? Stop it. Ji-woo tried his best to finish, Sorry, I just found inspiration. However, Yoonggak didn't intend to blame him. You're impressive. Suddenly there was a knock on the door. Yes, come in. Semi-cheerfully opened her mouth. Hello, Jae-jun has also arrived. I came here when I received the call for the audition for Dashing Neighborhood Brothers. She happily welcomed them warmly. Welcome, dear actors. Semi was surprised to see him typing frantically. Screenwriter, why are you here? Screenwriter Ji-woo was very busy, so he just greeted casually, Ms. Semi. You're here too. But when Semi clearly saw the content on his computer, she was extremely shocked. Why is he writing a script here? Semi's eyes widened in surprise. Usually, although that is a fully planned agenda by the director and screenwriter, but somehow, today it's very unusual, even the head of the department is participating. She kept asking herself, is all this because of the screenwriter? Yoonggak then praised, Anyway, I hope this TV drama goes smoothly. See me as a part of the JBS family, and also visit the entertainment department often. Ji-woo happily replied, Yes, thank you. She stood up and asked, So, shall we organize it? Semi saw that Ji-woo was still engrossed in the screen, so she seemed to guess, it seems like the screenwriter is the type who will work as soon as he's inspired. It seems like the screenwriter wants to write here. Semi joined the discussion. Excuse me, do you intend to audition for male idols? I can help everyone choose, because I'm quite close to the members of Red Sun. Her eyes lit up when she heard that. Oh, really? However, she made a request. Yes, but I have a request. I think the screenwriter wants to continue writing, so can we talk about this just between us now? Yoonggak asked again sternly. Audition for Red Sun, are you serious? If so, then we can go and talk about it. She saw that Ji-woo wasn't participating, so she implicitly understood. I think the screenwriter is busy with writing. Semi happily agreed. Yes, I'll talk to them about it today. No matter how people discussed, he was still immersed in his own world with his computer. In a certain dressing room, a frantic voice rang out. What did you say? The manager announced again. The recording of the show has been postponed for a week. But Minwoo angrily growled, No, before that. He looked at his sister's darkened face and could only say softly, It's for the promotion of the TV drama. Minwoo held her head in discomfort. Have I been too easygoing these days? Who are you the manager of? He blankly replied, Of course, it's you. She couldn't help but shake her head in disappointment. Brother. She kept hitting her brother and scolding, Then you should have argued about it, fought with them for it. Why does my schedule have to change because of a TV drama? Minwoo angrily shouted, I'll go talk to Director Young myself. He said in fear, I think it's best to just let things go. Director Young has been completely indifferent and cold these days, you know. Even knowing it was difficult, she still decided to take the risk. So what, am I so easy to be played around with? Humph, I guess I've been silent for too long. Minwoo also clearly felt her danger. After screenwriter Kim Ji-woo appeared, the company stopped promoting me. So, is my popularity and career threatened because of a drama with 2 rookies involved? She also realized something strange. I admit the script is really good, but so what? If we hold a competition under the name of Tempest, then we can also have many good competitions. So why is director Young Serum clinging to screenwriter Kim Ji-woo so much? Along with that, Semi's success also made Minwoo feel suspicious. Besides Semi of Purple Girls, it's also funny for an idol to start with a 16-episode TV drama. I've never seen anyone be able to succeed with that kind of promotion. She gritted her teeth and determined, You two just wait and see, I'll keep an eye on you two. Just thinking about the two of them, her face showed resentment. Minwoo seems to be plotting something. Let's see how good this turns out to be. The script of the drama was gradually coming to an end. It was now episode 14. The man with a pure heart had rescued Cha Yeju, who was being held by the villain. The final villain had lost his right arm, the right arm that had left a brief but deep impression. The villain, played by actor Shin Jo-hoon, was extremely angry and gritted his teeth. Ji-woo remembered the scene from the previous day. In the script reading, I had nominated him, and since he was already an actor named in the system, perhaps this would be an opportunity for him to be known more. He continued the plot in the back. Then, the male lead has to be hospitalized and in the last scene, wakes up. Semi, in the role of the female lead, keeps crying by the hospital bed. I'm sorry for not being able to help you. However, Jae-joon didn't blame the other person at all. You can just stay by my side like this. That's already helping me. The plot continued to lead to a climax, and along with that, the first kiss scene of Semi and Jae-joon would end episode 14. Jin-woo was shocked when he wrote to the last scene, a kiss scene. He closed his computer and kept convincing himself, I think I can take this scene out. First, let's just leave the system like that. I'll write it roughly and then edit it later. I'm done for now. But when he reacted, he realized there was no one left. Director, what is this? How long have I been here? Let's get out of here first. He was even more surprised when he left the room. Everyone looked at Jin-woo with strange eyes. Everyone was looking at me strangely. So, in everyone's heart, they were thinking, a writing fanatic, I don't know how good his work is that he dares to. Right. Jin-woo was sure that everyone was cursing him in their hearts. That thoughtless bastard, were the things I was sure they were thinking. He walked and thought, as fellow pursuers of art, they are a little harsh. Semi then raised her hand to greet Mr. Kim. She enthusiastically asked, Have you finished writing the script yet? Jin-woo happily replied, Semi, I have. I'm sorry about before, I've finished writing for episode 14 now. Semi was very surprised to hear him say that, already to episode 14. Jae-woo quickly reminded her, Young Serum only knows I've written to episode 12, so this will be a secret between us. She was very happy to hear that, just between us. I promise not to breathe a word. Jae-woo then made a suggestion, Thank you. I'll send you episode 14 so you can read it at home. But Semi had other intentions. I want to try reading the script with you. He thought for a moment and agreed. Then you can only practice once, the schedule for tomorrow. But at this moment, Jae-woo remembered something. Wait. He forgot that he still had something to deal with. In today's episode, there's a kiss scene. How should I handle that kiss? Jae-woo was horrified at this moment. However, a little later, Jae-woo sighed in relief. I was just worrying for nothing. Semi said apologetically, I'm sorry for not being able to help you, then the kiss scene and done. Jae-woo tried to restrain his emotions and said, You can just stay by my side like this. That's already helping me, done. In his heart, he was now extremely nervous. I'm really shy, she smiled and said, Practicing lines with you is definitely the most comfortable thing for me. Hearing that, Jae-woo was curious, Don't the other members of the group help you? Semi hesitated a little when she heard that, well, they do, but practicing with you is different because you wrote the script. The truth was only known by Jae-woo alone. My conscience is biting me to death. The system wrote it, even though it was indeed done by me. He still said to the other person enthusiastically. Thank you, Semi, thanks to you. I feel like my life has changed. Semi was a little surprised, but also reacted immediately, I feel that way too. Jae-woo looked at the smiling face of the girl in front of him, and couldn't help but be immersed. Naturally, her image in his eyes had become lighter than before about a first love. It seemed like there was an indescribable feeling in his heart. However, she was still more precious than anyone else because she was his actor. Jae-woo received a notification and opened it to see, so that's my 50 million won. He was so happy that he jumped up and down. With this money, I can rank up to bronze. Semi was a little confused beside him. So you like playing games? Jae-woo said nothing and immediately pressed the deposit button on the system screen. If I get promoted, what will happen? I'm too curious, so I'll do it now. The system immediately announced, You have been promoted to bronze level. The number of actors the system can handle has increased. The ability to write 2 or more parts in a row has increased. You have received more benefits. Jae-woo exclaimed in surprise, He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Adding actors is not unexpected, but being able to write 2 or more parts in a row. Then there was something that made him suspicious. And what is this see details part? Time flew by. It had been a week since I was promoted to bronze. Today was the scheduled deadline. Furthermore, today was the day I would go with director Sung to explore the filming locations. He was still full of hesitation. Instead, should I say I wrote it in a month? I still have 2 more parts to write, but the system won't activate. The staff carefully guided him. Mr. Kim, please get in the car over there. Jae-woo looked at the system screen and couldn't help but think, not to mention, the added benefits, there's even a skill level. It basically operates like a game machine. In the car, he was still constantly thinking about these things, and even though the cast has been set, I can now change one person. I can use it in unexpected situations such as violence and injury. It's also good in case I meet an actor who is more suitable than the one who is currently playing the role. He looked out the window and began to analyze. But how do I upgrade the level? I definitely need to take advantage of it once for this drama. If I use it, maybe I'll find a clue to upgrade it. The system is keeping its miserly nature. Jaiwa suddenly thought, if I have the right to change actors, then the TV drama would change a lot. The phone rang a notification, opened it, and it turned out to be a reminder from Jae-jun. Mr. Kim, you're going to scout the filming location today, right? Can I come with you? Jaiwa was a little surprised to see it, because he knew the other person was very busy. It's Jae-jun. Is it because this is his first lead role? His schedule is as packed as an assistant director. At this moment, Jaiwa thought to himself, well, because there's a high possibility the system will activate while I'm looking for an actor to register. Finally, he quickly replied, okay, I'll tell Director Sung. He was still thinking about the movie. Let's see, are the places we're going to this time places where the female lead usually goes? A person came to talk from behind. Excuse me, Jaiwa was a little surprised. The other person politely stated his wishes. I want to talk to you about some things related to the film this time. Jaiwa also nodded in agreement. Ah yes, group leader Byun. The boy was known. His name was Byun Hyukju. He was an employee of Tempest, and he basically followed group leader Jung around like a secretary. Hyukju asked, can you let that ginseng product invest in the project? Usually, we'll handle arranging all the locations and props for the film set, if you can let us invest. It'll help us do better business. Jaiwa didn't answer immediately, but thought, now that I think about it, there really hasn't been an investment request from any product. That's also a part of the TV drama industry when it doesn't follow today's norms. Seeing the other person silent, he continued, Group leader Jung has told me not to talk to you about this for a long time. Jaiwa very calmly replied, she's being cautious with me. Hyukju also admitted, yes, if she finds out I asked you about this, I'm dead. Her expression, recently, has some point. Because he knew the situation of that person well, the scripts lined up waiting for her have really become frequent, and have recently increased suddenly. Jaiwa didn't mind asking directly. She's putting too much effort into the work of a new person, you mean? He also didn't mind admitting, yes, that's right. Jinwoo understood at this moment, from the casting and immediately adding other aspects of the entertainment part, I thought she did it all because she liked my work. But it seems there are other reasons hidden behind it. He tried to maintain the calmest attitude and replied, I understand, please send me the documents related to the product investment to me quickly. But Hyukju was very surprised though. Jinwoo secretly analyzed, honestly, money should be prioritized here instead of artistic quality. It's funny that I'm trying to preserve the artistic quality of the work that the system made. Finally, he made a decision, in the last 2 episodes, 15 and 16, I should try and earn some more money. After a period of time in the car, we finally arrived. We've arrived at the filming location. As soon as he got down, someone was waiting for Jinwoo. Mr. Kim, he was a little surprised, huh? Jinwoo happily greeted the boy in front of him. Oh Jae-jun, you've arrived here. At this moment, the system stated, you have won the opportunity to write the script for 2 consecutive scenes. Title, The Chaebol Heir is a Man with a Pure Heart. Scene 15 to 16, genre, romance, summary, location, Tempest Entertainment Company office, strategy planning room, time limit 2 days. Jinwoo couldn't restrain his shock. Consecutive, 2 scenes. He looked at Jae-jun and felt very suspicious. Does the system really activate when I'm looking at an actor registered in there? More importantly, what the hell is 100 million KRW? But in any case, thanks to it, I'll be able to complete the last episode today. After thinking, Jinwoo also decided, the strategy planning room, it's in Young Serum's working building. I have to go there. Jinwoo went to apologetically report. Director, I'm sorry, but please just go explore the location without me today. Ki-hun was also very surprised. Why are you leaving so suddenly, then today? I'll probably survey most of the locations we've researched beforehand. Receiving the other person's consent, Jinwoo was extremely happy. Thank you, Director. To make up for it, I'll send you the completed script via message later. He heard it, and his eyes widened in disbelief. Huh, you mean you'll finish writing 2 episodes in just one day? Jinwoo nodded and continued, yes, if I work hard, I'll be able to finish everything within 8 hours. The sky was gradually darkening at this time. There were a few stars twinkling in it. Serum was in the office and was gloomily thinking, at first, I found it hard to believe, he actually almost completed it in just 3 weeks. She had to admit Jinwoo's talent even if she didn't want to. Even writing at the speed of light like that, he can still maintain the original quality. If I hold this script in my hand and still fail, then I must be incompetent. Serum made up her mind. I have to make it achieve unprecedented success and embarrass my father. But at this moment, the phone rang. She quickly picked up the phone and listened. Yes, this is Young Serum. The person on the other end of the line reported, excuse me, Ms. Young, Kim Jinwoo is here. Serum was startled to hear his name, the screenwriter. Let him in. She also felt very strange. I thought he went to explore the filming location today. The person on the other side received the order. Understood. Serum smiled contentedly. What could have happened? No matter what, it's still a lucky thing for me. I've been waiting to propose a new contract to him. Jinwoo quickly appeared in Serum's office. Ms. Young, excuse me for barging in like this. She also received him very politely. Yes, Mr. Kim, I also have something I want to propose to you. So this is also a suitable time. He hurriedly sat down and opened his computer. I'll write a little here. Serum, who was originally preparing a contract, was stunned to hear him say that. This is a type of contract only screenwriters who have produced 3 successful films can have. Sorry, what did you say? However, Jinwoo didn't answer her, and only the sound of continuous typing remained. Serum's face darkened. What are you doing? In her heart she kept cursing the other person. Is he crazy? She felt very confused. How can he just do that, without a word of explanation or reason? That's right, this was also the appearance of him that time. Serum curiously went to Jinwoo. At least you have to ask, but how fast can he be? Unexpectedly, she was attracted by his serious work. He looks like he's not thinking at all and just recording everything in his head. I can't call this simply fast writing. Serum was now very confused. With this writing speed, won't the quality of the script go down? Somehow he still maintains the completeness of the script and makes checking unnecessary. Because she thought Jinwoo was really different, he must be a genius. Kim Jinwoo, the outstanding screenwriter, his work was all completed outstandingly. He completely arranged the ideas in his head and recorded them all at once. Serum couldn't help but sigh. Oh my God! Seeing that the sound of typing was still ringing continuously, she decided, I'll need to adjust the contract terms again. Along with the sound of typing was also the time the next plot was revealed. The final episode 15 of the Chable Air is A Man with a Pure Heart, ends with the final villain in court and finally the story also comes to an end. Episode 16 acts as a common closing part for a happy ending. The important plot has ended smoothly, and is also planted in the last episode. The female lead semi-appears with a state full of life, feeling exhausted after exercising? Then for your health, you need red ginseng drink. Then there's Sungo riding on an electric scooter. Why do I have to drive to such a nearby place when I can use an electric scooter? And finally Jae-jun with an enjoying expression. Receiving reports from the assistant on this massage chair is the only way to do it. That was nothing else but the part to repay the sponsor. This is the part Kim Jinwoo crammed in advertising all the sponsored products. Jinwoo happily thought to himself, I've put in quite a lot of sponsored products. From now on, who knows, I can just stuff them all into one part like this. The sound of typing gradually ended. This was also the time when Jinwoo was exhausted. I'm done. I've done my best. Officially from this moment, Jinwoo had unloaded the burden. Now I have almost nothing left to do. The rest depends on the director and the cast. Suddenly Serum appeared behind him. Oh, I really like that ending. Jinwoo was startled by her fright. You're still here? Serum couldn't help but be shocked by Jinwoo's writing speed. Yeah, and you really kept your promise to finish writing the entire script in 3 weeks, right? He took a breath and then said, Ahem, well, after all, you have to keep your word if you promised. But later he honestly confessed, although I'm not qualified to speak because I'm also often late. She heard it and the anger in her heart rose. Serum pointed to the script and asked curiously, but some scenes are a bit strange. What is this? Jinwoo also immediately looked closely. Which one? The detail she was curious about was also the detail he forcibly inserted the advertisement. What's with the male lead receiving the reports on the massage chair? Jinwoo thought with a guilty conscience. Of course she would only notice the scenes with sponsored products. He deliberately made up an awkward reason. If the male lead is going by helicopter, we'll need to earn more money. Although it felt very unreasonable, Serum couldn't find a fault. It wasn't exactly wrong, so she was speechless. She continued to question, what's with the female group members drinking a bottle of cola all at once in one breath? Can they endure it? He was a little confused when asked. I don't think so, then please change it to 0-calorie cola for me. Serum was speechless after hearing that and didn't know what else to say. Jinwoo also felt satisfied looking at the script he wrote. At first, I was too obsessed with not deviating even a little from what the system had arranged, but now that I've ranked up to bronze, so I feel more comfortable with it. He knew and understood that he shouldn't rely too much on the system. The system is a part of my ability. It's a big factor in achieving success. But Jinwoo also confidently affirmed, and because the advertising products are placed at the end, so the artistic quality is still not lost and viewers will not give up halfway. Jinwoo excitedly said his reason, because they've watched almost all of it, how can they give up at that time? Jinwoo was now very determined. In any situation, there will only be one thing left, filming the TV drama and success. The viewer ratings will say it all. It took him a lot of time to get where he is today. It took me 6 years to get here. On that road, Jinwoo also experienced a lot of hardships and challenges. I endured Lee Minju's abuse, to finally taste the sweet fruit. There were many times he was scolded, even humiliated when he handed over a script that didn't please the other party. But everything will change. All it takes is one step. Time passed quickly. After experiencing countless hectic schedules, finally, the day of the film's launch arrived. Jinwoo looked at the bustling scene around him and felt proud. I've finally come this far. Even though I wanted to add more sponsored products, there's no more space in the script for me to edit and put them in. His advertising ideas were too unique, so everyone was horrified. Young Serum has strongly opposed. Usually, screenwriters are encouraged to add a lot, but the scene now probably only has Jinwoo with nothing to do. Anyway, everyone seems to be working very hard. Even Ki-hoon couldn't escape that scene, and so did director Sung. He's too busy. I can't even see his face. Suddenly someone called at this moment, Mr. Kim, do you want to participate in this too? Jinwoo was called suddenly and didn't react in time. Huh? After finding out, Jinwoo knew it was a bet. Bet on the viewer ratings of the first episode. How can I miss this? It seems most people are betting on 2%. But at this time, a name appeared that caught his attention. Wait a minute, Sungo, that guy. Does he think he'll win by betting 0.5%? Jinwoo looked at the betting board for a long time to analyze. Success on cable TV is equivalent to a viewer rating of 3%, in the case of the man with a pure heart. If its first episode exceeds 1%, it will be considered a good showing, but the film also has shortcomings. It's not exactly wrong. The film is full of inexperienced actors and after the first broadcast, it will compete with MBS's war film. Jinwoo sadly sighed. It's too gloomy. At this time, Ki-hoon's announcement rang out. Okay, we'll soon start filming the first scene. Actors, please be ready. Hearing that, Jinwoo thought of something he had forgotten. I forgot to try the actor swap skill. His first target was Jae-jun, because Jae-jun is also here, so now I can see how it is. I don't know what was displayed on the system screen that made him very shocked. The system appeared a new script. A new film is overlapping the original film in my head, and the male lead has been changed. The male lead was completely different from his usual appearance. The male lead's appearance, actions, gestures, and way of speaking have all been cleverly changed. Also because of that, he became one of those mass-produced handsome boys of plastic surgery. Suddenly a thought flashed in his head. It seems I can also change the main actors. I can't find the conditions to upgrade the skill, but I've learned something from this. Jinwoo decided to try again. Once again, I'll use it when the compatibility with the role is too low. The role has many problems. Shin Jo-hun. But he also felt suspicious. While I'm doing this, why can't I find the prompt the system needs to show? Jinwoo went to ask, Mr. Shin Jo-hun, have you acted in the theater before? He was a little dazed when asked suddenly, huh? Then he scratched his head shyly and replied, I had 2 years of experience in the theater before my debut. Jinwoo received the answer and secretly thought. It seems theater experience doesn't count. I need to write that down. His script saw in the system, the supporting actor's acting is highly important. The acting of the villain I saw on the system was extremely impressive. It's not at the level of the main role, but it has the potential to become a decisive supporting role. Jiwoo then made a suggestion. Because you haven't joined any company yet, what do you think about joining Tempest? I'll be frank with you that I can help you take shortcuts. So how about an audition? Jo-hoon was very shocked to hear that. What did you say? He asked again, audition for me? Jiwoo nodded and said, yeah, because you have talent. In episode 14, because in his heart he knew, his acting is blossoming, I also have strong faith in him. He felt very grateful. No matter who advised me to become the person in charge of casting, I'm also very grateful. The person who opened up that choice for me in front of that employee at the Tempest Cafe. He clearly remembered that person was not a stranger. Ah, it's Yamin-soo. Jinwoo curled his lips in contempt. Oh, I wonder how Kim Hyunji is doing these days. I heard she finally won a role. The streets were now crowded with cars passing by. The manager asked, Hyunji, we're near JBS station. Do you want to go greet the seniors at the Man with a Pure Heart set? She then suddenly realized, right. Today is the first day of filming for Man with a Pure Heart. His voice became worried. But I heard the screenwriter Kim Ji-woo will also be there. Will you be okay? Hyun-ji was now very hesitant. Rumors that he asked for my phone number have spread throughout the company. Now she was very confused. That's not entirely true. I did win the role, but because of my attitude, now that rumor. After thinking for a while, Hyun-ji decided, let's go there. My company already has 2 people in the cast of that drama. The manager happily agreed to hear that. Then okay. She thought to herself, screenwriter Kim Ji-woo, the person who has brought me so much luck. And Hyun-ji felt she needed to take responsibility for her actions. I need to politely apologize to him for my reaction at that time. They quickly arrived at the filming location. As soon as Hyun-ji saw Semi, she immediately transformed into a crazy fan. Oh my gosh, it's Semi from Purple Girls. She knew very well about the other person, is a visual member of a popular idol, and among them, she's considered the center, and is the female lead of this bustling 16-episode drama. But also because of that, Hyun-ji worried, can I, as an inexperienced actor, enter this field? If I learn quickly it may take 5 years, but I don't even know if I can achieve it in 10 years. Semi's scene was completed well. Cut. Next scene of the male lead. Hyun-ji couldn't help but be surprised to see it. She doesn't even make mistakes. She's really a genius. But her mood suddenly panicked when she saw the idol approaching her. Ugh, she's walking this way. Hyun-ji took courage to start a conversation. Excuse me, hello. She tried to restrain her fear and went to introduce. I'm Kim Hyunji, a new actress of Tempest Entertainment. Can I ask for your autograph? Semi-friendly agreed right away. Of course, if you want me to sign 10 of them for you, it's okay. That made Hyun-ji admire Semi even more. She's an angel. Hyun-ji was flustered. Wait for me a bit, I'll get paper and a pen. Semi suddenly cheered happily. Mr. Kim. She suddenly felt tension rise when she heard this name. Don't tell me it's the screenwriter, Kim Ji-woo. I have to apologize to him first. So she turned around and kept bowing to apologize. Mr. Kim Ji-woo, hello, my name is Kim Hyunji. I'm very sorry about that matter, that time at the cafe. She kept talking which made him very embarrassed. I didn't even know you were a screenwriter and Ji-woo had to call out loudly, Ms. Kim Hyunji. Hearing that the other person's tone wasn't very good made her even more nervous. Yes, Mr. Kim. In her heart she was very worried. What is this? Is he thinking about that incident? What should I do? Then he said gently, thank you. Ji-woo was very grateful for the other person's actions. Thanks to you, I was able to continue writing the script without being forced to take a break. Hyun-ji was surprised by his words. What did you say? At this moment, the system rang a notification. Title, The Regression Deletion Memory, Scene 1, Genre Time Loop, Romance, Crime Thriller, Location Seoul, Guro District. Digital Road, Junction Building, 403, Time Limit 43 days. Ji-woo saw a brief overview and guessed, this is the second work. Jinwoo's only comment for the system was always, the system is too stingy. Ji-woo just remembered Hyun-ji and was also curious. "Oh, by the way, how is Kim Hwinji these days? I heard she won a role." When he saw her, Jinwoo was clearly happy. "Hyunji, speak of the devil, and he appears, I should go greet her." As soon as he got close to the other person, his heart was pounding. Jinwoo felt it was difficult to understand but also familiar. This is that strange phenomenon. Because that was the feeling he had when he met Semi, when I met Semi for the first time. At this time suddenly a notification rang. He clearly saw the content on the system and recognized it immediately. This is the second script. It was named, The Regression Deletion Memory. He was also very indifferent to this event. I didn't expect the second TV drama to suddenly appear like this, although of course I expected it to happen someday. Jinwoo happily said, "Thank you, Hyunji." He sighed. Coming here was a good choice. If I had met some weird actors, what would I do? For example, a hateful actor like Minsu. Minsu heard it, and would angrily scold. What? Jinwoo began to focus on the main task. Let's see. After observing the genre, grasping the main plot, Jinwoo nodded in satisfaction. I like this genre, and there are still many days to do it. He thought he would do other work first. Maybe I'll visit the location. While sitting together, Jinwoo actively asked, Hyunji, have you ever been to the Guro area recently or ever before? Hyunji hesitated to answer. What? No, I don't really remember. She was confused by his question. Why did the screenwriter suddenly come up with that question after staring at me for so long? Jinwoo began to fall into his own thoughts. Normally, there's a high probability the location is related to one of the main actors. If it's not Kim Hyunji, then could it be the male lead? Finally, he decided, I'll have to go see it before the film's announcement ceremony takes place. I don't know how long it's been. Jinwoo couldn't stop sighing in his heart. I feel too uneasy. He was sweating in fear. The male lead for this film. It's not a real-life gangster, right, isn't it? Jiwoo was now sitting alone surrounded by tall men who didn't look very friendly. The paper clearly stated, I will lend you money, guaranteed lowest exchange rate. Then he looked up at the man with a few scars on his face. He trembled and thought to himself, this place is clearly operated by gangsters, isn't it? I just came to write a little, the other person asked sternly, and how much are you planning to borrow? Finally Jinwoo used his own ultimate move, let's use the special pitiful face and run away. He looked pitiful, with tears in his eyes and kept begging, I'm very sorry. Can I take a business card and come back later? The man angrily scolded, are you kidding me, good heavens? But in reality, he was praising in his heart, great. Jinwoo was suppressed by the other person's aura and hurriedly left, I'm sorry. But what he didn't know was that the gang leader was fascinated by his pitiful face. Those sparkling eyes are so lovely. I wish I could see them again. The subordinates next to him were shocked to see it. Huh? Jinwoo, after running out, couldn't stop panting by the side of the road. Huff, that was scary. I couldn't imagine the location would be at a loan shark office. He hurriedly took out his computer to complete the script. But I have to hurry and write down what I think of first. I'll write this scene first and come back later. So he just sat on the sidewalk typing. At this time a child who just passed by noticed, Mom, the man is sitting on the sidewalk. The mother next to him coldly replied, pretend you don't see him. He didn't care and just kept immersing himself in his world. Not much time has passed, so I can still remember the important scenes quite clearly. Jinwoo began to write the first words, the regression deletion memory. The image of a tall boy appeared. The male lead has the ability to turn back time to 24 hours. But there was a twist, however, the side effect of it is that the more he uses it, the more his presence will be forgotten. He will gradually be erased from the memories of the close people around him. So the male lead decided, he stopped using his regression ability for 5 years and continued to live. One night, he witnessed a hit and run with Kim Hyunji as the victim and he turned back time. He summarized briefly and grasped the situation. It seems this is the content of episode 1. But who is this man? Jinwoo rubbed his chin and thought, it seems he's an actor who doesn't have much fame. I've seen this face somewhere before, but I don't remember clearly. At this time, he suddenly had a different way of thinking. Maybe the male lead is not a gangster, but someone who came there to borrow money, if that's right. I'll need to check their customer list. Coming to this, Jinwoo felt a little helpless. Let's find it first, and if it doesn't work, then use that skill, although the problem is how to sneak back into that office. Jinwoo cried out, oh no, I almost forgot, I have to call a taxi. It turned out he received a message from Sarim, Mr. Kim, I'm pretty sure I told you to come here before 30. Today is the film's announcement ceremony. At the film's announcement ceremony, Saram was still waiting for him. As the clock hands gradually passed, she also gradually became impatient. As soon as she saw that figure, she sighed in relief. Good thing he's not super late this time. Jinwoo was now running with all his strength. Huff, Ms. Young Serum. Saram reminded angrily, Mr. Kim, why are you always late on important days? He was trying to say each word because he was too tired from running. Huff, I was busy writing the script so I forgot the time. Jiwa winked and asked, do you want to see it? I can send it to you via message and tell you this. The female lead is from Tempest. She was a little surprised to hear that. Huh? She pressed to see with curiosity. What kind of script is this time? As soon as she saw it, Saram was very surprised. This is a completely different genre from The Man with a Pure Heart. It can be said to be a romantic TV drama. It evokes sadness. The corners of her lips couldn't help but curl up. It has the structure of a film. Saram looked at Jinwoo and nodded in affirmation. Even someone who used to write romance can switch to this genre. And write so engagingly? Jinwoo felt confused because she kept staring at himself. Kim Jinwoo, signing a contract with you is the best choice I made this year. Suddenly Saram thought of someone very suitable. Speaking of which, Minsu is still quite angry about The Man with a Pure Heart. Maybe I should ask her what she thinks of this role. Jinwoo couldn't help but hug his body. She's thinking something very scary now, right? She was shocked by a series of actions by her. Huh? Suddenly someone called him from behind Jinwoo. As soon as he turned around and saw the Semi's clothing, he couldn't stop praising. Look at that. Everyone really are actors. Everyone looks so beautiful. Semi reacted a bit too much. Thank you, Mr. Kim. You look handsome too. Jiwoo scratched his head shyly. Me, I haven't even put on makeup. Sungo softly reminded him. Semi, don't try too hard, you're embarrassing him. He angrily cursed in his heart. This guy is the worst in the world. The host announced, the premiere of The Man with a Pure Heart film trailer is about to begin. Everyone, please take your seats. Jiwoo was now panicked. I haven't finished putting on makeup yet. Saram almost died from being annoyed by him. Who told you to come late? Follow me. Finally, the ceremony went to the important part. The trailer premiere and film announcement began. The trailer was short, but the response from the reporters and commentators wasn't bad. Jiwoo sighed with relief. Good thing I was able to put on makeup before the event started, however. The reporter asked the first question, Ms. Semi, among all the people who participated in the film, who treats you the best? Semi bluntly replied, the screenwriter. They began to ask the male lead, Jae-jun, do you want to say a few words? But before he could finish, Jae-jun interrupted, the screenwriter. They just called Sungo, he answered with bright eyes, the screenwriter. Jiwoo was now worried. Why is everyone mentioning me all at once? The two hosts could only awkwardly look at each other. I'm afraid this is disappointing the director a bit. It seems everyone loves the screenwriter. I'm completely fine. The script is so good, isn't it? I understand. Well then, to the next question. The female MC directly asked Jiwoo this time. You're a new screenwriter, but you've had an impressive debut. 6 years of hard work have borne fruit with this debut. So can I ask how you feel at this moment? He was still trying to answer well even though he was nervous. How do I feel? Of course I feel great. Not many people have this opportunity. Right. Then he continued the reason for getting this work. But I can only write a work like this because I met this person. Everyone became curious. Oh, and who is that? He suddenly hesitated a little and looked towards Saram. Well then. Hyukji came to tease, you must be very proud, right? Saram also stuttered, yeah, well, but in her heart she was very happy. I'm going to be recognized today. She suddenly looked at him with different eyes. Today, Kim Jinwoo is also quite cool. But Jiwoo's eyes suddenly turned to Semi. Who do you think it is? Who else besides Semi? Semi is the best. Without Semi I wouldn't be able to write it. At this time he speculated. But the production of the TV drama is going quite smoothly. At first I thought Lee Min-ju would interfere after I angered her. He had a thought. Could the recording of her that I have in my hand be an effective threat? Somewhere, the other person who just received the news angrily slammed down on the table. Min-ju kept yelling over the phone, Reporter Kim, do you want to see me go crazy? Can't you do anything with that TV drama? The person on the other end of the line hesitated. Ms. Lee. She yelled again, Don't you realize how much I've helped you before? The person on the other end of the line said coldly, Okay, just don't tell anyone that I told you this. The investor for that TV drama is the leader of the Chun Sung Group. Minju gritted her teeth in anger. What? The person on the other side continued, Anyway, now you know. She was very confused. The Chun Sung Group? How can that be? At this moment, she realized Kim Ji-woo didn't come from a mixed company. Then it must be thanks to Tempest that the Chun Sung Group invested in the production of the film. However, there was still something difficult to understand. But why invest in the work of an inexperienced screenwriter? What's the worth? Minju confidently affirmed. Anyway, it seems you're lucky this time, Kim Ji-woo. With such a large group backing you, if I interfere, I'll only hurt myself. I'll focus on my own script. The viewer ratings have been declining recently. Because she arrogantly believed that, anyway, the possibility of Kim Ji-woo succeeding in this field is extremely low. Minju was also sure of one thing, because viewers will compare it to the war film, the result. She glanced at the post on her personal page. Minju arrogantly affirmed, will be determined by the viewer ratings. Finally, that day arrived, the premiere of the film The Chable Air is a Man with a Pure Heart. I wasn't sure I could keep a calm demeanor in front of them, so I told them that I would watch with my family. Hee-young next to Ji-woo said with a happy face, It seems like there are only a few more commercials before it premieres. He was scared in his heart, clenched his fist and exclaimed, so worried. The man sitting next to him also encouraged Ji-woo with a few words, You've done your best, so don't worry if the viewership isn't what you want. After hearing that, Ji-woo had a thought. It seems the production and the broadcaster have different ways of thinking. Then he nodded and happily replied yes. At this moment, a series of messages appeared on his phone such as, Oh my god, so worried. I'll update the viewership every minute. We need as many viewers as possible before we face MBS next week. Ha ha ha, I want Mr. Kim to be here watching with me. It's starting. So nervous, Ji-woo read it and felt a little uneasy and thought to himself, It seems I'm not the only one worried. Hee-young exclaimed happily at this time, Appa, it's starting. Ji-woo sat next to him with a restless heart and a worried mind. Oh my god, don't let my 6 years of effort become meaningless. At this time a message appeared from his phone that, everyone look at the numbers, viewership every minute. After reading it, his expression was a little surprised. His surprised eyes stared at the phone. The one with, The Chable Air is a Man with a Pure Heart, viewership 1%. Up 1%. Messages kept showing up on the phone, too good. Viewership not only didn't decrease but is constantly increasing. In just 10 minutes 2%, 3%. I think we can compete with MBS. They started with the character as a child so it will be difficult for them. They will have to worry about being surpassed by us. Hee hee, Ji-woo read it and his mouth dropped open in surprised thinking. Unbelievable. Who would have thought that a rookie screenwriter and amateur actors could create such achievements? At this time he looked up at Semi with a surprised face. A message from the phone also came with the content, over 4%. It seems we'll reach 5% soon. She burst into tears with the numbers at this time, 4.8%, 5%. Hee-young next to him peeked in to see and her eyes widened in surprise. Isn't that too great? It's even better than great, brother. Ji-woo was a little disbelieving. He asked again, Is this real? She continued to explain that, if the numbers keep increasing then maybe you'll reach 5.1%. She put on a lovely face and then said, Dear brother, maybe from now on I'll have to treat you better. I didn't know you were such an admirable person. Hearing that, Ji-woo replied with an extremely blunt sentence, Go buy Korean fried chicken, half spicy half soy sauce with pickled radish with your own money. Saying that, he gave a bank card to Hee-young and said gently, Here, you said you wanted to study at a famous acting school in Gangnam, use it to pay the tuition. Seeing this good thing, Hee-young put on a delighted face and said, Oh my god, I can be a servant for you. Ji-woo frowned and squinted his eyes and thought, And don't let that boss at the movie theater bully you again. Then he stared at the phone screen. His face was extremely serious, thinking that, it seems the first episode of the film reached 5.1% viewership, as Hee-young said. And the viewership has never dropped even for 1 minute, which means that almost no viewers changed the channel. After reading it, he showed some sadness and thought that, at least this week we don't need to compete with MBS. If tomorrow's viewership doesn't change much then maybe it will be close to today. And the people who bet that the viewership of the first episode would reach 5% are Assistant Director Woo Hyunmin, Makeup Artist Ye Mijin 3%, Semi 5% 100,000, Im Jae-jun 2%, Camera Crew, Manager Choi Semi won the bet. It felt like justice was being served. Coming to this, Jin-woo had a frozen face and thought, but why are so many people texting me, the production director from a broadcasting station, investors, producers, radio PR, the Writers Association, how do they have my phone number? I'll turn off the phone for now. The Chaebol heir is a man with a pure heart has a viewership of 5% for 2 consecutive days. This is a quite interesting start in this year's TV dramas. The actors have attracted a large amount of attention on YouTube and social media platforms, especially the appearance of a new face, Im Jae-jun, has driven the internet community crazy these days. Then Jin-woo swiped and saw the praising comments, came here to see Jae-jun Appa's handsome face, hee, this actor should have appeared sooner. Handsome plus good acting plus beautiful body. Truly the perfect person. The online forums seem lively. That's interesting, all these people are fans of this TV drama, right? Reading to this, his face became happy and he exclaimed when he received a phone call, Ms. Young. Jin-woo picked up the phone, hello, the person on the other end of the line heard it, and immediately announced, Mr. Kim, congratulations, can you stop by the office for a bit? I want to discuss your next project with you. After hearing it, Jin-woo quickly replied, I have an appointment to meet Director Sung at the station, so I'm at the station, I'll meet you later. The person on the other end of the line also politely replied, just take your time. After hanging up, Jin-woo felt a little restless and excited in his heart thinking that, the next work, my contract money will probably increase, I might even get signed. I also want to choose the male lead before discussing my next work, but, oh well, I have to go meet Director Sung first. Suddenly a man came to him and said softly, excuse me, are you screenwriter Kim Jin-woo? After confirming the right person, the man immediately handed over a business card, Kim Jun-soo PD. Not only him, there were many other people surrounding Jin-woo using sweet words saying, if you intend to develop your next project, congratulations, let's go out for a drink together sometime. Excuse me, but can I have your phone number? He was a little stunned to hear it and thought, different from when I was an assistant screenwriter, everyone's eyes seemed to be focused on me when I entered the station. Seeing all the nonsense, Jin-woo immediately left, but Chan-young immediately chased after and pulled his pants and said, excuse me Mr. Kim, I'm director Lee Chan-young. Jin-woo refused bluntly, I have work. But he ignored what he said. Chan-young directly threw a file at him and said arrogantly, I've selected some actors, can you look over their profiles? Jin-woo was stunned to explain, but we've only just broadcast 2 episodes. Chan-young heard it, and an unpleasant expression appeared and said, gosh, there's a rumor that you're working on the next project. Hearing what he said, Jin-woo helplessly sighed, hey, does no one know how to keep a secret? Chan-young held the file in front of him and pleaded, please, just take a look. Jin-woo saw this foreseen and uncomfortably said, oh my god, why is this guy so persistent? He opened it up with dissatisfaction. Suddenly Jin-woo was stunned and picked up a picture and exclaimed, wait, this person, seeing that Chan-young stood next to explain. Barum Entertainment, but don't change the subject. Suddenly Jin-woo was secretly happy in his heart that, found it. Jin-woo held the picture in his hand and looked closely. He saw a familiar face in the picture, and this was also the male lead. Jin-woo was stunned and asked Chan-young, Mr. Lee, who is this? He answered with a stun mixed with a little embarrassment, what, he's an actor from Barum Entertainment. But he's just an actor in a company with no future. Jin-woo bluntly replied, if you don't need this file then can I have it, I'll return your favor next time. Chan-young took out a few other files and handed them to him, and said, what, no, I don't want that, the actors that I know. At this time Jin-woo's face became blank, he just kept looking at the picture and thinking vaguely, Kang Jun, his face has changed a lot in 5 years, but I remember him. If I remember correctly, he was considered an outstanding actor, and was a child star. Mr. Kim, it seems he's still acting, huh? Chan-young next to him kept shouting loudly that. Excuse me, Mr. Kim, are you listening to me? Then Jin-woo recalled a little time from the past. He thought about Kang Jun and thought that, 5 years ago, he debuted as a high school student, but after only 3 or 4 projects, he was forced to take a break. Barum Entertainment was doing very well, but I heard they have lost heavily recently. After recalling it, Jinwoo's face changed. An idea appeared in his head that, don't tell me he's working at that loan office. The company told him to go there to borrow money. Wow, this is no longer called falling from grace. That's the bottom of the bottom. Chan Young next to him still hadn't left. He clung to him like a leech standing there with the file and asked, Mr. Kim, about the actors. Hearing that, Jinwoo could only stand there thinking. Anyway, he's still here. How can I get out of this now? At this moment, a man came to him and said happily, Mr. Kim, you're here. That man hurriedly ran to him. His voice announced with great seriousness, the station chief is calling. Let's go, Jinwoo blurted out unconsciously. Really? While saying that, he secretly thought that. Great, Director Sung. Seeing the opportunity appear right in front of his eyes, Jinwoo quickly seized the moment. He smiled awkwardly at Chan Young and said, I have to go. He was still standing there with a face of begging. Mr. Kim, just this one person. Seeing Jinwoo leave like that, Chan Young shouted with dissatisfaction, Mr. Kim. Jinwoo left and angrily thought, he's so persistent. I've chosen the actors for my project. While walking, he vaguely thought, and that will be actress Kim Hyunji and Kang Jun. As soon as this thought came to mind, Jinwoo felt a chill down his spine and paused thinking. Or that's what I thought. After walking a little further, Jinwoo unexpectedly saw Minsu and he suddenly paused thinking, why is your Minsu here to discuss my next project? Suddenly Jinwoo felt uneasy thinking that. Don't tell me. Because he was too scared and surprised, Jinwoo suddenly shouted loudly a sentence. No, hearing that Minsu frowned uncomfortably and questioned, I haven't even said anything yet. Then she sat down on the chair. Her face became serious. A stern voice rang out, I believe you understand what's going on, right? I want to invite Minsu to play the supporting role for your next project. Hearing what she said, he was scared. His face turned black and thought that, not the main role? That's not right. Then Jinwoo's face was full of difficulty. He waved his hand and hesitantly said, I don't agree. Recognizing the disagreement from him, Minsu snapped, What, why? Jinwoo didn't directly answer right away. In his head he thought of Hyunji's figure and firmly thought that, because Kim Hyunji will be the female lead, with a less professional actress from the same company playing the female lead, would Ye Minsu accept being the supporting female role? Then Jinwoo thought of Minsu's frowning face and hot temper and laughed mockingly and thought that, no way, I'd rather recruit an amateur actress with good character and obedient. If I put amateur actors in this film like the man with a pure heart, then something crazy will definitely appear again, that system. At this time Serum sitting opposite Jinwoo asked, Mr. Kim, do you have a grudge with Minsu or something? Receiving a tricky question, he hesitated, waved his hands and said in a flustered way. Why would I? How can I hate any female actor? She heard that and calmly exclaimed again, you saying that makes me even more confused. Seeing Jinwoo show such dislike on his face, then Minsu gritted her teeth looking at him. She was about to burst into flames. Serum at this time saw that there were no more opinions and made a decision. We can entrust the main role to Minsu. Jinwoo was embarrassed. He stood there with a face sweating and thought that, maybe that's right, but I really want to tell her the truth. But Minsu is here. After finalizing the deal, Serum looked at Jinwoo seriously and asked, why don't you tell me the truth? That way I won't force you anymore. He frowned with boredom on his face. Jinwoo hesitated and thought, should I tell her? Then he thought it over carefully and decided, I don't want to disappoint Ms. Yoon. Let's just say it. Then Jinwoo gently said his heart, actually I've chosen the female lead for this project. Serum was stunned to hear it and looked at him. Jinwoo saw that expression and sighed and exclaimed, Ms. Yoon has also trusted me and allowed me to recruit amateur actors for the main role. Serum propped her hands on the table and seriously asked a sentence, like how you chose Semi and Jae-jun. Jinwoo nodded full of affirmation and confidence, yes. Hearing that, Serum was extremely stunned. She continued to ask, and who is that? Jinwoo looked wary. His voice stuttered, that's, coming to this, Jinwoo thought in his heart that, both are staring at me. I don't know how to say it. After thinking and considering, Jinwoo loudly shouted, Kim Hyunji. Minsu heard the name of the female lead not being her, and her mouth dropped open in surprise. A voice full of surprise cursed, are you crazy? Jinwoo's face distorted. On his face there was only awkwardness and reluctance. Jinwoo laughed blankly, thinking, I knew the day would come. Saying that, Jinwoo thought of Minju's figure and firmly believed that, if there is someone who really wants to witness Kim Jinwoo's debut failure, then the first person has to be screenwriter Lee. Minju and the second person. Suddenly Minsu angrily stood in front of Jinwoo and asked, Hey, were you about to say me? Jinwoo still calmly didn't answer. He stared at her and affirmed, Is you Minsu? Seeing Jinwoo not answering, Minsu lost it. She held her head and stood there angrily yelling. 2 new actors playing the main role reached 5% viewership. How can such a thing happen? Minsu took out her phone and looked at it, then angrily said, Kim Jinwoo, even though I don't like him. But about the script that he writes, to be fair, I still recognize him. She opened the phone and saw the line, The Regressor with the Fading Memory, Part 1. She read and thought that, the head of department gave me the script for The Regressor with the Fading Memory. It's embarrassing to admit, but the supporting female role is really attractive to me. Minsu continued to imagine and thought that, the supporting female role is the asset manager. She has control over the male lead's assets, is the one who erased all memories of his existence while he was traveling through time. She doesn't even know his two faces' names, but she has never forgotten the task of controlling someone's finances, and is also the only person who remembers the existence of the male lead. She was silent, her eyes sank and sadly thought about this supporting female role, although I don't want to admit it, but if the female lead is played by an actress with the stature of Jeon Ji-yeon or Song Hyeon, is what I thought, but Minsu still refused to accept. She went to ask him with an angry look, The female lead is Kim Hyeon-ji. Are you stupid? Serum sitting next to also asked Jinwoo hesitantly that. Kim Hyeon-ji, do you know what that means? Faced with that serious question, he didn't hesitate and nodded in affirmation. Yes, I know. As soon as he finished speaking, Jinwoo had a thought in his head. Kim Hyeon-ji is currently in the Tempest group, so it will be different from Jae-jun, who was not related to Tempest at first. If Kim Hyeon-ji takes on the main role, she will be plagued by rumors that she was chosen thanks to nepotism. Serum with a pensive face, her eyes stared at him as if expecting something. Jinwoo saw it and secretly thought, is she considering this deal? I have to pay attention to her expression, pensive. Then Serum imagined Hyeon-ji taking on the role. If Hyeon-ji is put in the female lead role, he must know what everyone will think about the company. But screenwriters like him always follow their own will. Thinking about it, she seriously thought that his final results aren't bad. After a moment of consideration, Serum reluctantly agreed, Okay, I'll trust you, Kim Ji-woo. You also understand that this decision is based on your previous results. Right. Seeing her agree with Jinwoo's opinion, Minsu said with dissatisfaction, Head of department, seeing this situation, he could only give a wry smile and answer. Ha, yes, I understand. As soon as he finished speaking, he was shocked and thought, Oh, she actually agreed? But Serum also gave a few conditions. However, I have not confirmed that Hyeon-ji will be in the female role. We need to think more about this. Once your script is completed, we will discuss it again. Saying that, she requested Jinwoo to send me from parts 1 to 4. He nodded in agreement immediately. No problem, I agree. Saying that in his head the thought appeared that it's not strange, it's difficult to convince them to choose Hyeon-ji as the female lead when part 1 is still not completed. At this time Serum spoke to advise Minsu that, Minsu, you should reject this script. She shook her head and refused bluntly, No, that's not necessary. I'll take the supporting female role. Then Minsu, with the fire burning in her heart, her eyes with bullets aimed at Jinwoo, her voice sternly rang out, Whether it's Kim Hyeon-ji or whoever, I will defeat them with my acting ability. He sighed wearily, thinking that, she's showing her arrogance. It's even scarier that she's serious about it. Jinwoo stood with his arms crossed and a face of regret replied, Unfortunately I have to reject it. The balance will be broken. Don't you know this is a very basic thing? Minsu was breathless with anger after hearing it and shouted, What? Minsu came in front of Jinwoo with a stormy rage and shouted, You'll regret it. Seeing the fire dragon appear, he still calmly replied, Oh dear. Jinwoo secretly thought in his stomach that. But you seem more like a person who will regret it. Seeing the two of them being too noisy as a county market during Tet, Serum loudly said, Enough, let's discuss this later. Jinwoo didn't object anything. He happily replied, Sounds good, I have a few things to take care of, so I'll take my leave first. Only Mitsu was feeling extremely angry saying that. Where do you think you're going? Ji-woo calmly replied, going to meet my real actor. Change scenes to him carrying his backpack and going to Barum Company. When he arrived, Ji-woo was stunned and exclaimed, Barum Entertainment, is this really the place? He stood outside a gate covered in spiderwebs. The space was a bit gloomy. On the gate there was a big line that read, Barum Entertainment. Feeling curious and excited, Ji-woo pushed the door and entered. As he walked he thought, I once intended to come here to evaluate objectively, but this place looks unbelievable that there's an actor who will work at an entertainment studio like this. After stepping inside, Ji-woo asked, Is anyone here? Just then, a group of people came out. Seeing Ji-woo appear, they asked, What is this? Who are you? The man who had shouted earlier was Chul-jung. He angrily pointed at Ji-woo and shouted, Get out of here before I accuse you of illegal entry. However, his eyes fell on Kang-joon standing next to him. Ji-woo exclaimed in surprise, Kang-joon. Ji-woo awkwardly walked over, scratching his head, and asked hesitantly, Is this Barum Entertainment? May I meet director Kang Chul-jung? Hearing that, he immediately replied bluntly, That's me. He suddenly exclaimed in surprise, Huh? Just then Kang-joon asked Ji-woo hesitantly that, Wait a minute, uncle, did you come to collect debt? Hearing him call that, Ji-woo seemed to be enlightened. He exclaimed in surprise, Uncle? Wait, both have the surname Kang, so maybe. Ji-woo blankly replied, Does anyone go to collect debt and ask like that? Hearing that, Kang-joon scratched his head and asked hesitantly, Then who are you? He immediately replied, I'm the screenwriter for the Real Man. Hearing Jin-woo's introduction, both Chul-jung and Kang-joon exclaimed in surprise, What, you're really the screenwriter of The Real Man? Startled. What wind brought you here? Recognizing the surprise in their eyes, he gave a wry smile and thought, Luckily they know me. Then Ji-woo politely and humbly replied, Nothing special, but... Just then, two big men with a gangster-like appearance rushed in and said arrogantly, Boss, is this the right place? Sigh, every time I come here, nothing ever gets done. Ji-woo then noticed the two of them. Huh? The man in the blue shirt shouted loudly, Hey, Barum, when are you guys planning to pay up? Ji-woo was standing on the sidelines listening, and a question arose in his head. These people, I thought they only worked at the office, turns out they also come all the way here. Then, the bald man next to him recognized who Ji-woo was. He proudly and jeeringly said, Oh, you're that cute, weepy guy. Who are you, an actor? Ji-woo scratched his head shyly and gave a wry smile. In reply, no, not really, ha, we meet again. Seeing that the situation was not good, he made an excuse, maybe I should leave. Right then, the sparkling eyes of Chul-jung and Kang-joon appeared. Ji-woo felt constrained and shyly thought, Hey, don't look at me with those eyes, ha. Out of options, Ji-woo sighed and thought, Okay, anyway, Kang-joon is my next choice for the male lead. He looked at the two gangsters and thought that, I just need to endure and help him this time. Ji-woo raised his hand politely and replied, Please wait a moment. Ji-woo patted his chest proudly and said, I will pay off these people's debt. Let's go to your office. As soon as he finished speaking, a thought came to his mind. Actually, this isn't my money but someone else's. Change scenes to Serum. She answered the phone with a frown. You want to borrow money from me, to pay for Barum Company. Why should I do that? On the other end of the line, Ji-woo calmly explained, If I have to explain, it's because the position for the male lead is Kang-joon, censored. Serum heard a strange sound and loudly asked, What was that sound just now? Don't tell me you're writing a script while on the phone. Ji-woo shyly replied, You know my habit, because there's a ready opportunity to revise part 1. After talking for a while, she sighed and then said, Let's skip that. After evaluating Kang-joon, we will help him, then we will take over Barum Company. Hearing it, Ji-woo looked over and asked Chul-jung directly, Take over Barum Company? Director, are you okay with this? As he said that, he thought sincerely in his heart that actually it's not taking over, it's just the two sides will merge. He felt quite surprised and said, I'm very honored. Just then Serum made a few requests. However, you need to put yourself out as collateral. Hearing this, the smile on his face faded and was replaced with a stunned expression. Huh? She decisively said, a stern tone saying, I will send you an exclusive 5-year contract for talented screenwriters. The salary will be 150 million KRW, and you will receive a separate salary for each project, which will include additional benefits and support for the screenwriter. Jiwoo asked softly and clearly. And what is the collateral condition? Serum didn't hesitate to reply. Of course, that will depend on the success of your next film project. Viewership. He chuckled softly and replied, "Aha, so if my next project fails, then I'll have to sign an exclusive contract, right?" After saying that, Jinwoo had some questions in his head and thought. But why is she acting like she owns the company, and paying the salary? Serum said frankly, "If you agree with the terms, then actor Kang Joon will sign a contract with Tempest, but you will retain the right to manage him." She calculated and then continued. "Apart from the money invested in the company, we will also provide some benefits and buy shares." Hearing it, Jinwoo couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, "Everything?" While thinking, he pressed the computer buttons quickly. His head was constantly thinking, worried in his heart. Hearing it like that, it's like they are investing in me, not Barum Company. But can she make this decision without self-approval from the chairman? She's acting like she owns the company. While anxiously looking for a way, Jinwoo glanced at Kang Joon and thought, basically, if the next film project is successful, then Kang Joon will become a big star and my influence with Tempest will increase even more. But on the contrary, Tempest can tie me up even if my next project is successful, or not. Jiwoo, after thinking and calculating, then secretly concluded, if it's successful, I can take over Kang Joon, and if it fails, I'll have to be responsible with the exclusive contract. He sat pressing the computer buttons quickly. His hands pressed the keyboard as fast as a machine. Jinwoo's difficult face appeared. She's doing everything just to restrain me. Now this trick is working on me. He still had something quite hesitant about Kang Joon. Jinwoo's mind flashed with thoughts. However, if I miss a potential actor like Kang Joon, then it will be difficult for me to control the situation. When some actor with a lot of people liking and hating them causes a commotion, there's probably no choice. Then he didn't hesitate and replied to Serum through the phone screen, "I accept the deal." She nodded and praised to him over the phone. "Very good, I'll transfer the money to the bank account you provided." Jinwoo politely replied, "Yes, thank you." At this time, he turned to the bald gangster and said, "Sir, please check the account, the money should have been sent already." He took out his phone to check and nodded in response. I see it." Jinwoo secretly sighed in relief after hearing that. Phew, this gamble is really risky, but the profits are also very high. Seeing the burden on his shoulders had been lifted, Chol-jung was touched, and walked to him with a warm voice and said, Mr. Kim, I'm really grateful that you paid off all our debt." Jinwoo blankly asked back, "What are you talking about?" Then Jinwoo said a sentence like a thunderbolt from the blue to him, "You have to pay me back. I'm only using my film project as an exchange for this, from now on. I'm the creditor and you're the debtor. There's nothing completely free in the world." Hearing that, Chol-jung's complexion changed 180 degrees. He lowered his face grimly and mumbled, "You're a devil?" he asked with a puzzled tone. "What?" Chol-jung shook his head with a blank face, "Nothing." Seeing that he didn't have any dissatisfaction, Jinwoo went straight to the point, "Mr. Kang Chol-jung, starting tomorrow, please come to work at the Tempest building. After all, you still need to earn money. From now on you will become Kang Joon's manager." After hearing that, he couldn't hide his shock and exclaimed, "What?" After saying that, Jinwoo stood at a corner and secretly thought, when hearing the story from them, I could imagine some of the reasons that caused Barum Entertainment to collapse. The reason is that the vice president in charge of managing the entire company passed away. That person was Chol-jun's older brother and Kang Joon's father. Jinwoo looked into the distance. His face showed seriousness, thinking that they didn't even touch gambling and still incurred a debt of 300 million KWR, as I see it. He's not suitable to become a director, anyway. He's still one of the executives of Barum Entertainment. Then Jinwoo's hands were still typing on the keyboard while his eyes turned to Chol-jung and said that, "From now on, please take care of Kang Joon. We must help him become a star." He was a little surprised mixed with embarrassment. "Yes, boss." As soon as he finished speaking, he thought in his heart, Kang Joon is now my actor, is a part of Tempest. He will be the one helping spread my influence from within Tempest. I must pay attention to cultivating him more. Chol-jung at this time had some questions and spoke to him. "So, Mr. Kim, what should I do now?" At this time a long notification appeared on the system screen. Title: The Regressor with the Fading Memory, Part 2, Genre: Time Loop, Romance, Crime Thriller. Location: KBC Café Pascucci, Main Broadcasting Station. After reading this notification, Kang Jun's face didn't have any emotions, he just kept looking at the screen full of thoughts. Jin-woo saw that expression of his and chuckled and thought, the system has activated itself many times before, but the number of times it happens has skyrocketed every time I interact with the main actor. After thinking, he looked at Kang Jun and said, Kang Jun, you should wait until Manager Kong finds a suitable acting coach for you. Manager Kong, please? He nodded gently in response, yes, I understand. A while later, Jin-woo happily thought, I've finished revising the script. He looked over at Kang Jun and continued, I have to go to the broadcasting station now. I'll leave him to you, he nodded in response, leave it to me. Recognizing that everything seemed to be smooth and beautiful like that, Jin-woo was a little excited. He happily thought in his head that, well then, should I write part 2 now? He happily left Barum Company then was as happy as a child who was given candy. Jin-woo happily thought, straight to KBC drama station. At that time, I didn't know that, thanks to the system, at the broadcasting station that I was about to arrive, would be where I met the director of my life. When he arrived at KBC, Jin-woo stood in front of the high-rise building inside then asked himself, so, what should we do now? A man whose face showed sadness and melancholy said, recently we've almost been kicked out of the market. This was KBC Drama Production Studio, Studio Chief Ju Taehong. Standing in front of Taehong was Entertainment Studio Chief Han Young-ok. Ms. Young-ok's eyes were full of sadness, wearily crossed her arms and stood there and asked, but aren't you aiming for epic and long films that are compatible with the public's tastes? Taehong said dejectedly, I'm gradually being eliminated by other broadcasting stations based on popularity and novelty. After saying that he scratched his head and said because we broadcast nationwide, we can't take advantage of any provocative materials and have to focus on emphasizing product quality. But this is not easy, if only pure-hearted can lead the studio. The quality is so great so it definitely wouldn't be a bad choice. Seeing this confusion of his made Young-ok laugh. Ha ha, what's the use of these thoughts? While painfully thinking of a way, Taehong suddenly remembered something and said, is one of the 4 entertainment shows on your side selected? Since Purple Girls were introduced. Have you received a lot of benefits from that? Hearing it, Ms. Young-ok cleared her throat a few times as a warning. Ahem, no I haven't, the director that we hired is the one who received the most benefits. Hearing that, he raised his eyes blankly and asked, Director? Young-ok nodded in affirmation, that's right, Song Kwan-soo. Hearing this name Taehong praised in admiration, oh Song Kwan-soo. On the surface he was surprised but in his heart he was a little startled thinking that director who achieved great success when sweeping more than 10 awards at SBC. But then left the company after an argument that no one knew the reason for. Stringing together the memories from earlier, Taehong concluded, if we recruit him. He looked at Young-ok excitedly and said, so? But before he could finish his sentence, she interrupted him and said, I know what you're thinking but don't even think about it. What screenwriter would cooperate with director Song? Young-ok reminded a core point. It would be very difficult to find a screenwriter who doesn't have a bad feeling with SBC. Hearing that made Taehong even more painful. He held his head wearily and exclaimed, I hope we can get through this well. Taehong thought pensively. His eyes contained sadness and worry and said, is it really true that no one is willing to cooperate with director Song? Change scenes to Jin-woo. He was still diligently typing on the keyboard with super speed. While typing, he happily exclaimed, oh, this is also smooth, so this will be how everything goes. The content that Jin-woo had been writing about until now was roughly, everything started since the male lead saved the female lead, then abused his withdrawal ability for 5 years. One day, the two people met again but that woman greeted him. Coming to this, it broke off. Jin-woo suddenly stopped and looked blankly for no reason, then a thought popped in his head, and that's why she's the female lead. The reason the female lead only appears in one scene in part 1 as a hero. Then he continued writing the content that was left off, because she's the only person who remembers the male lead. The man continued to search for the woman, but the female lead would avoid him as soon as she saw him. That's because she was the illegitimate daughter of the chairman of a large conglomerate in the country and grew up secretly, and in the last scene of part 2. A sneaky look suddenly flashed across the faces of the female lead's half-siblings, the ones who ordered the administrative assistant, with a gangster background, to kill the illegitimate child that the man brought home. Increasingly dramatic, Jinwoo raced against time. He wrote and exclaimed, "So, it's not just a lightning strike. This is crazy. In any case, I can understand why Kim Hyunji is the female lead in this episode. Different from her simply being cute or beautiful, she has the aura of an elegant female lead but still has some pity. See, choosing her for the main role was indeed correct." After a period of diligent thinking, Jiwoo finally closed his computer. He sighed and said, "Anyway, part 2 has been completed." At this time a message was sent to Jinwoo's phone. He picked it up and saw a message from Head of Department Young, "Mr. Kim, I've arranged a meeting with Director Cha Jung-hun from SBC for your next work." After reading it, Jinwoo said in a panic, "Why is she so fast, and why does it have to be SBC?" Coming to this, a thought popped into Jinwoo's head. SBC is Lee Min-ju's main operating base. I heard the popularity of her works is trending down. Too bad. The message from Head of Department Young continued to be sent, and if you're worried about meeting Lee Min-ju then don't worry too much. There's no way Lee Min-ju can interfere with your next work. The more Jinwoo read, the more scared he became. He wondered and asked himself, how does she know what I'm thinking about Lee Min-ju? That's scary. Thinking to this, Jinwoo felt a little skeptical. He propped his chin up and thought, well, if she says that then I don't need to worry. Director Cha Jung-han. Jinwoo imagined a few scenarios in his head. He's famous like Director Sung Ki-hoon. No, maybe even more because he's too picky and demanding. Concluding, his face showed a blank expression with the unfinished thoughts. That's what I've heard. Jinwoo resolved that, meet him first then think about it. Suddenly a few people nearby laughed which made him curious. Jinwoo zoomed in his eyes and saw a shocking thing that made his eyes widen and look. It was Mir Young from Purple Girls and her manager. I should go say hello, huh? Then he shyly walked over and gave a pretty smile. Hello. Mir Young saw it was him, and she exclaimed in surprise, "Ah, it's Mr. Kim Ji-woo." Just then the person next to her also spoke. "If you're Kim Ji-woo then are you the screenwriter of Pure-Hearted Macho?" It was Kwon-soo. He looked straight at him and politely continued, "Nice to meet you. I'm director Song Kwon-soo. I'm filming an entertainment show with Ms. Mir Young." When hearing that person's name, Ji-woo exclaimed in surprise, "Director Song Kwon-soo?" Seeing that heaven was giving him this golden opportunity, he had to seize it right away. Ji-woo with an excited face leaned forward and said, "The director of countless masterpieces, who blew away the old controversies and film motifs with his amazing directing skills? The director of the legendary film Longing for the Stars. I greatly admire you. Mr. Song, I'm really a big fan of you." Kwon-soo gently replied with refined gestures, "Admiration. Now I'm just a person who can't film a TV drama even if I want to, although KBC has given me this entertainment show to work with. Although just once." Hearing that, Jinwoo was stunned and secretly thought, Director Song appeared on a variety show like this. I feel it's such a waste of his talent. Kwon-soo asked Jinwoo hesitantly, "But Mr. Kim, I heard you're preparing your next work. If you allow, can I take a look at it?" Receiving this precious offer, he didn't hesitate for even a second and nodded in agreement. Yes, wait a moment, I have a script here." Jinwoo quickly took out the manuscript and handed it to him and said, "Here, the regression deletion memory part 1. Jinwoo was anxious in his heart. "I'm curious." Kwon-soo took it with a cheerful face and replied, "Thank you, I'll take a look." When he had just received the manuscript, Jinwoo secretly thought to himself about how this script will be in the eyes of a true genius, not in the eyes of a fake genius like me. Mir Young sitting next to him lightly tugged at Jinwoo's sleeve and said, "Mr. Kim, please feel free to sit down." He nodded and gently replied, "Thank you, Mir Young." At this time the system appeared with the content. An actor with a compatibility ratio of 78% has been found. Do you want this actor to play the role of Shim Yujin? Yes, no. After reading the notification from the system, he was shocked. What? A supporting role? Mir Young's face showed excitement. The system also showed a notification. Time limit, 12 hours 50 minutes 59 seconds. Recognizing the current urgency, Jinwoo was flustered thinking that, I have to ask her now, I can still change my actors. He went in front of Mir Young, he took a breath and mustered all his courage and thought, the system will compensate for her weaknesses. Mir Young must be good enough to become a top candidate. When he was about to open his mouth, Kwon-soo suddenly spoke up and asked that, "Mr. Kim, may I ask if you have a director for this work?" Kwon-soo was quite stunned when he heard the answer from Jinwoo that, I have an appointment with the director for this work, with director Cha Jung-hun from SBC. He suddenly stood up. His face was extremely unhappy and said, I understand. Well then, I wish you will achieve the best achievements. Seeing Kwon Soo's attitude like this, Ji-woo worriedly thought, what, he doesn't like it. Deep in his heart, anxiety and restlessness arose. Now Ji-woo was scared from the bottom of his heart. I know the system isn't very perfect now, but I want to at least get his phone number. Next he mustered all the courage of a man, then went in front of Mir-young and asked, I was wondering if you could tell me Director Song's number. Oh, and yours if you don't mind. She gently replied, sorry, sure, why my number? Over here. Kwon Soo was still silently watching the conversation between Ji-woo and Mir-young. He looked with a face that wasn't very happy. He looked at him with curious thoughts in his head. Screenwriter Kim Ji-woo, I never thought I would be jealous of other people's talent, but after looking at your script, I can see you're a screenwriter who is definitely talented enough to make others jealous. Kwon Soo's face was sad and thought that, it's a great script of mine and I want to work with you, but it seems he already has someone to work with, and that's director Cha Jung-hun. He recalled the last time and said, until I left the company, he led the others at the office extremely well and ensured cautious behavior. Kwon Soo's face was pensive. His eyes were sad and then secretly thought that, he's a wicked person. I wonder if Kim Ji-woo will be okay. Because he was too dissatisfied and angry, Kwon Soo angrily slammed his hand on the table. Kwon Soo recalled the words that Jung Hyun had said before that, you will revise this part, right? He said arrogantly that, the main character in this part is too stupid, revised the ending of part 1. Ji-woo who was there heard it, and his face turned pale in fear and secretly thought, as soon as I sat down, he's talking about revising the script. Jung-hoon also smiled evilly and continued, and the asset manager, turned this character into the main character. Ji-woo was shocked to hear this unreasonable thing and secretly exclaimed, really? Serum showed a dissatisfied attitude and retorted, Director, you haven't even seen part 2 and are already telling us to change the female character is too much. Jung Hyun frowned and slightly contemptuous replied, what is this? I'm talking to the writer right now, and since when does the producer have the right to participate? Seeing that she couldn't win an argument with him, Serum bowed her head with dissatisfaction and said, my mistake. Next, Jung Hyun turned to him and gave a cunning smile and said, and also, Mr. Kim, you won't put new faces into the work like you did with pure-hearted macho. Right. Haha, don't cause unnecessary problems like that. Ji-woo at this time interrupted him, Director Cha. He then showed a dissatisfied, wronged attitude and said, I'm sorry I won't be able to work with you, let's go. Ms. Young, hearing that Jung Hyun was quite stunned and replied, what, are you crazy? How can a new person dare? Serum also didn't put any more words into his ears. She slammed the table and stood up and said, yes, let's go. Jung-hoon was shocked to see that and exclaimed, even the producer is crazy? Like that, the two sides had a big argument. Either side was willing to give in. After leaving Jung-hoon's office, Ji-woo immediately bowed his head to apologize to Serum. Ms. Young, you must be very angry, right? I'm sorry, but she didn't blame him. Serum even said firmly, no, I also oppose revising the script. Then Serum looked at him with grateful eyes and said softly, thank you, were you angry because you care about me? Ji-woo was quite surprised, and he asked blankly, what? Serum then confided, I can't even remember the last time someone stood up to protect me. Hearing this, Ji-woo thought embarrassedly, but I'm angry because he's interfering with my script. But we can think of it this way, haha. After thinking for a while, he said, I guess you could say that. He imagined Serum looking up at him with affectionate eyes and saying, you seem like a good person, Ji-woo. Hearing this, Ji-woo became shy and embarrassed, his face turning red. She didn't call me Mr. Kim but used my name, I feel a bit ashamed. He still acted awkwardly and hesitantly and said, but really, I'm sorry, he's from SBC's script studio, even after. Serum smiled wryly and replied, it's okay. Who do you think is the first investor in our company? Hearing this, Ji-woo gradually calmed down. He stared at Serum and thought, is she the vice president of Chun-Sung Group's sister or something? However, can she be a team leader who dares to oppose the president? Anyone would think she's the daughter of a conglomerate family. Exactly. Well, in any case, this is great. Thinking this, Ji-woo showed a bright expression, a smile full of interest, and said, Ms. Young, actually, There's another director I want to work with. Director Song Kwan-soo, explaining how he met him. Recognizing this proposal, well, since things have failed with SBC, let's try to meet him. Great. Jin-woo affirmed with great certainty. I'll try to make an appointment with him first. Serum then said, yes, thank you. Oh, that's right, I'm going to watch today's broadcast in the office with Jae-jun and Sungho. Do you want to watch with us? Today is the day we have to face MBS. Hearing this, Ji-woo thought, the final day has come, shoot the sun. A romantic vision appeared in Jinwoo's mind. Titled heir to a conglomerate is a pure-hearted macho. When imagining this scene, Jin-woo was momentarily stunned, his eyes full of surprise. The day to decide which is the representative drama during the day of MBS or JTBS clash. Tempest Entertainment. Suddenly someone came to Jin-woo, rushing and calling, Mr. Kim, are you here to watch the broadcast today? He glanced over and saw, it's Jae-jun. Recently, Jae-jun's popularity has completely turned around. The cosmetics commercial he filmed last time increased sales by 7 times. The part-time barbecue guy Jae-jun is no more. Now there is only the top star Jae-jun. Jae-jun was stunned when he saw Jin-woo standing there pondering without saying anything to him. He walked over with a secret thought in his heart. I don't know why I feel like a distance has formed. Jin-woo then asked Jae-jun a few questions. I heard your new commercial is very good. Do you feel your popularity these days? Jae-jun scratched his head a little embarrassedly and replied, huh? Then Jae-jun's eyes became affectionate, looking at Jin-woo deeply and saying, Mr. Kim, I'm really grateful, it's all thanks to you. Jin-woo smiled triumphantly and replied, come on, just work hard as repayment. Jae-jun was very shy but still said frankly, but I'm really grateful, because you left the company. Once my contract ends, I'll definitely go with you. Jin-woo replied helplessly. Jae-jun, we're at Tempest, we're not outside. Seeing him sad, Jin-woo went over and patted him on the shoulder a few times to comfort him. From now on, I'll be working at Tempest too. Jae-jun still said gloomily. Because you left the company, once my contract ends, I'll definitely go with you. He then turned to hand his phone to Jin-woo and asked, also, have you heard the new news? He replied ignorantly, what news? In order to understand what the news was, Jin-woo took the phone from Jae-jun. He opened the phone to look and was suddenly shocked. It was leaked from inside MBS. The production team of Shoot the Sun has adapted a lot of the first half of the show. Jin-woo immediately rushed to Serum's place. When he arrived, he opened the door and strode in and asked, Ms. Young, have you heard about MBS's leak? She smiled and turned around to greet him. You're here, Mr. Kim. Serum then answered frankly, yes, I've heard about it. Sung-ho was also standing next to Serum, and he enthusiastically handed him a cup of coffee and asked, do you want to drink it? Even so, Jin-woo looked at Serum and asked, you seem quite calm about it. Seeing Jin-woo's current state, Serum smiled softly and said, you look a bit nervous today. We believe in the script you wrote and its perfection because it is a completed work. Where did that confident tone of yours go during the audition? Hearing her say that, Jin-woo stood there blankly, staring at Serum as if wanting to say something. Then he suddenly remembered, that's right, my script is interesting and my people are excellent. I'm unnecessarily nervous, maybe I should trust them and see where this goes. Realizing this, Jin-woo's expression suddenly relaxed. He just looked at Serum and Sung-ho and smiled involuntarily. Suddenly the silent space became noisy, and a group of people rushed in and asked, the show is starting, it's time for evaluation, let's go. Scene change. It was dark outside, and a white car was waiting downstairs in the lobby. Semi was sitting in that car, staring at her phone thoughtfully and thinking, today is the day our drama clashes with MBS. The phone screen was already open to the text message. Semi hesitated for a moment. Should I text the writer or not? Then she mustered up her courage to text Jin-woo, Mr. Kim, today we're facing MBS. Jin-woo on the other side also replied, oh Semi, today is the fateful day. She continued to reply, don't be afraid, we'll win. Jin-woo nodded in affirmation, that's right, right now my heart is pounding while watching. Semi took the opportunity to ask, really? Who are you watching with now? Semi sat in the car texting Jin-woo, her face showing joy and happiness. Suddenly a message like a bolt from the blue hit Semi, right now, I'm watching it at Tempest with everyone. After reading that message, Semi was very sad, she thought sadly. Right now, with everyone, what about me? am I from a different branch? Semi sat alone in the car thinking, I can understand why he watched the first part with his family, but... Semi continued to text Jinwoo while, I want to come too. Jinwoo agreed frankly, okay, come on. After reading it, Semi complained sadly, Mister, can you believe it? Everyone is watching the show with the writer without me. The man laughed helplessly and asked, hee, then let's go to Tempest, okay? Semi nodded without hesitation, yes, hurry up, I'm so embarrassed, I want to be a part of Tempest too. Seeing her decide in an instant, the man asked blankly, you're kidding, right? He drove away without forgetting to ask, you're kidding, right? Scene change, someone was very angry, slamming their hand on the table and yelling, are you teasing me now? It was Director Cha Junhyun's office. He cursed angrily, Kim Jinwoo, that bastard. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of hatred, and said, the reason I lost my job from this movie. Jung-hyun opened his phone and read the message, is it because of that bastard Song Kwan-soo? He cursed Kwan-soo angrily, Kong Kwan-soo, a man with a talent for directing. Only entered the industry, but he achieved great success in a short time when his blockbuster became successful. That name alone is enough to please his seniors. Then Jung-hyun had a bad idea about Kwan-soo. His evil and sinister expression appeared. Jung-hyun thought to himself that he also felt jealous and envious of his talent, and empathized with those who boycotted him. Then he leaned back in his chair and sighed wearily. After he left the company, I didn't see his face, so I felt more comfortable. But sigh, now he's back to torment me. Next, Jung-hyun opened his phone to watch, reading it while smiling smugly and thinking, their ratings must be ruined, then Kim Jinwoo's next work will fail and then the two of them will never meet again. He searched for some information online, MBS's blockbuster will defeat the pure-hearted macho. Scene changed to Tempest Entertainment. Everyone was focused on the screen, the movie was at its climax. Do you know who I am? Don't come near her again. While watching, Jinwoo turned around and asked Serum, Ms. Young, what are our ratings like now? She quickly typed a few words on the computer screen and said, wait a moment. After finding out, Serum exclaimed in surprise, oh 5. Hearing the exact number, Jinwoo casually drank water and exclaimed, guess they're fighting to witness the battle between the two dramas being broadcast on TV. Luckily it didn't drop below 5%. Serum on the other side stood and observed online while muttering, 6, 7, 7.5, 7.7. Then Serum smiled happily and affirmed, 8% is our highest rating. She shouted happily, we did it, we weren't suppressed by Shoot the Sun, our movie is the best, we won. Hearing this, everyone in the room shouted in joy. Jinwoo couldn't hide his happy smile looking at those faces. He quickly asked Serum again, what about MBS's ratings? She continued to search and muttered, Shoot the Sun 13%. Hearing that exact number, Jinwoo couldn't help but exclaim, well, 13% is considered a failure for them, because these things are being broadcast on TV. The viewership is quite high. Serum on that side was still muttering, 12, 11. At this time, people in the room said a little worriedly, hey team leader, you're making us confused now. Sung-ho also asked worriedly and hesitantly. Well, it's being broadcast on TV, so... Serum shook her head to refute. No, it was 20 at first, honestly. After finding the exact number, Serum shouted happily, congratulations everyone, we've achieved complete success. Recognizing another good news, Jinwoo couldn't help but shout happily, ha ha. He went to sit on the chair, his face smugly thinking, I can't believe it, how many years has it been since I achieved success? While immersed in joy, Jinwoo suddenly realized something and said, no, have I even succeeded before? It's been 9 years since the day I said I would become a writer. Seeing the joy from everyone, Jinwoo was also happy and thought, I've really succeeded. At this time, the system also showed some information. You have won the opportunity to write consecutively for 2 parts, titled The Memory Erasure of the Degenerate Part 3 and 4. Genre time loop, romance, crime thriller, location Tempest Entertainment, room 506, deadline 3 days. Jinwoo shook his head blankly and thought, oh, no way, 2 consecutive parts. Jinwoo looked at everyone celebrating and sighed, it's good to see MBS's operation fail. The production team of Shoot the Sun has adapted a lot of the first half of the show. Sung-ho stood beside him and chatted happily, if we failed today, I would have been scammed, you know, my mother came and bought an apartment without telling me. The end result is that viewers are constantly getting sick of explanations about the worldview that are tiring. Jinwoo's eyes were full of affection, his face showed a happy smile. Viewers who have left will never come back to watch. I was worried, but now, I feel comfortable and start my next work. Just then someone came running in a hurry and called Mr. Kim. It was Semi. She ran over in a hurry and asked, "Is the show over?" Jinwoo saw her coming and just said casually, "Oh, it's Semi." Semi cried and complained, "Because you're leaving, I guess it's over, I missed it." Jinwoo smiled gently and replied, "I know you tried to get here, but we won big." Hearing this, Semi also rejoiced and replied, "Wow, really? Congratulations, we're really the best." He saw Semi's cute expression and just smiled foolishly, hee hee. She continued to ask, "What are you going to do now, Mr. Kim?" Receiving this answer, Jinwoo replied blankly, "I'm going to sit down and write something for the next work." Huh? Hearing this once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, Semi rejoiced, "I want to go too, let me follow you and watch you write." It's written all over her face. Scene changed to Tempest Entertainment Room 506, Jinwoo's office. He brought Semi in and gently introduced, "This is my office." She walked in and widened her eyes in surprise and replied, "Wow, Tempest even gave you an office?" Jinwoo slowly walked in. He stood there looking at her excitement and thought, "There are quite a lot of lights. Does that mean I can write anywhere here?" Semi explored everything and exclaimed with wide eyes, "It looks so expensive, wow, snacks." Suddenly Jinwoo seemed to remember something. "Come to think of it, it feels like Semi has been feeling a little comfortable around me lately." He went over and asked Semi directly, "Semi, are you sure it's okay to be here this late?" She smiled casually and said, My manager is preparing to pick me up later." He nodded and replied, I understand." Suddenly Semi looked at him and laughed and asked, "What's with that stiff reaction, like a robot, kuku?" Jinwoo just stood there watching her and thought in his heart, "Semi and I have swapped lives." Suddenly Semi froze, her face showing surprise but without moving, as if she had been acupunctured. Jinwoo was still mumbling some thoughts. "Thanks to Semi, I bought the system. And thanks to me, Semi achieved her dream of becoming an actress." He took out the computer and sat down to type, his face happily saying, "I'm so glad I was born a writer." Thanks to each other, we experienced the success we had never tasted before. The first experience was a bit unusual, so Jaeyoon's words echoed, "This is my number and director songs. Semi really wants to meet you." Thinking of this, Jinwoo had some inner monologue. I must be mistaking this feeling that Semi likes me. In the MyTube screen, his face worriedly asked, "Why do you look so tired?" "It's not like you at all." Then Semi was asked by a reporter, "Ms. Semi, among all the participants, who is the kindest to you?" She answered without hesitation, "The writer. The two of them are so well matched." Is there something between the famous idol Semi and the writer? However, even if I'm mistaken. That answer immediately caused a stir in a part of the online community. What's going on with those two? Are Semi and the writer dating? Are Semi and the writer going on a date? Semi, don't do that, stop the news. If she's that kind of relationship with the writer, did it start when she auditioned? He's abusing the audition process for his own needs. Jinwoo in the back affirmed firmly, "I can't let those comments continue." Back to the present, Semi smoothed her hair embarrassedly and said, "Tempest provides the best care. When my contract ends, I'll come to Tempest." Jinwoo heard this and only exclaimed, "Semi." Hearing her say that, Jinwoo was happy. To make sure he asked again, "For the benefit of each person, you will also be able to become a great actress from now on." "Right." Semi nodded firmly in affirmation, of course. His eyes were full of affection and love for Semi. She also involuntarily looked up at him with glittering eyes. Then Semi smiled happily, full of energy, and said, "Of course I will." Hearing such a firm answer, Jinwoo happily thought, because Semi has now become a top star, she can't even stand the smallest rumor. Just then the man who had been there came in and called, "Semi, let's go." She turned around and left, not forgetting to say goodbye. I have to go now." After Semi left, Jinwoo lay back on the chair. He sighed wearily. It feels like I'm recalling the shame of the past 30 years. Scene changed to director Cha Joo-hyun's place, office, TV drama ratings trends. Heir to a conglomerate is a pure-hearted macho 11%, shoot the sun 12%. He sat alone in the silent room. Only the phone ringing, ring. The person on the other end greeted first. Hello, Lee Minju speaking. He remained silent in the silent room, Director Cha Ju-hyun office. On the other end of the line, Minju still listened to the phone and said politely, Hello, this is Lee Minju. Scene change at Tempest Entertainment, room 506. Jinwoo was still diligently typing on the computer inside the room, tap tap tap. He put all his strength and mind into diligently typing the content, tap tap tap. At this time, Cho Young and Kang Jun came in with a bag of food and said happily, Mr. Kim, let's have lunch. But there was no response in the room, only the sound of typing, tap tap tap. Seeing Jinwoo busy with his work, Cho Young put the bag of food on the table. On the bag was a reminder, before you starve to death. After putting the bag of food on the table, Cho Young and Tae Jun tiptoed and gently stepped out of the room. Cho Young then leaned close to Kang Jun's ear and said, Hey Jun, I swear I saw this scene a few days ago. He looked at Jinwoo, who was wholeheartedly, and smiled and replied, Burning passion, isn't it scary? After leaving the room, Kang Jun said a little curiously, I really want to know what the finished product will be like. At this time, another scene appeared. A tall, burly man in black was standing and talking on the phone. Yes, I've taken care of it, but... In that setting, Kang Jun was being caught. The man in black walked over to him and continued to report, I also had a collision with another guy. Take care of the cleanup. My body doesn't move, but I remember your voice. All this time it was just Jinwoo's script. He stopped writing and suddenly exclaimed, God, the villain in this part is so cool. If someone like Choi Mango plays the role, it would be perfect. In another setting, Hyun-ji was looking at Kang Jun with infatuation. How do you know so much about me? Kang Jun reached out and put his arm around Hyun-ji's shoulder. His voice replied warmly, Actually, compared to the number of times I degenerate, I have to say I don't know anything about you. I don't understand anything, so please explain. A moment later, Jinwoo folded the computer and stretched wearily. Huff, it's done. I rarely come up with so much. There are 2 scripts that I can. He sighed wearily. Jinwoo continued to think in his heart. One is completely based on the system and writing. The other is to capture the ideas in my head and write myself. Like last time with the loan shark. I can't be sure what will happen. Ideas are often in unusual places, like the top of Everest. I need to develop my ability without relying on the system. The time I spend is worth it. At this time, he took out his phone and called someone. Part 4 is done. Now I just need to delegate Hyunji to become the female lead. Tempest Entertainment, Team Leader Young Serum's office. Just then the phone rang. It was Serum calling him. She called to ask him a few questions. Mr. Kim, can I help you? Ji-woo immediately replied, Part 4 is done. Hearing this, Serum exclaimed in surprise. It's done already, Degenerate Part 4. Noticing her surprise, Ji-woo smiled and replied, Haha, I had to stay up all night for it. Can you help me schedule a meeting with Director Song? Serum still exclaimed in disbelief. What a coincidence. I'm going to meet the director at 9 o'clock. You can come along. And how long have you been working for sure? Ji-woo replied casually, About 4 days at Tempest. She widened her eyes in surprise and exclaimed, That's you haven't been home since we met at MBS. But it's still quite fast. Serum added, Tempest Entertainment, room 506. He nodded and replied, Yes. She also did not forget to encourage and praise Jinwoo. You've really been working hard. Forget about showering and come back here. He held the pile of documents in his hand and asked, what about the meeting? Serum answered frankly, The meeting is later. Go home and take a shower. Seeing the phone call from Jinwoo being unusually silent, Serum angrily shouted, I said go. He was startled and shouted unconsciously, I'll go take a shower right away. Jinwoo then smiled happily thinking, She's thinking about my dignity. Tempest is the best. Tempest Entertainment, Team Leader Young Serum's office. Serum sat reading the document again and said aimlessly, Ji-woo brought parts 2 to 4 and left. At this time, a strange feeling appeared in her heart. Her heart seemed to be blooming, happy. God, it's really too perfect. No need to edit anything. While reading the document with a very happy mood, Serum suddenly stopped. She looked at the line and wondered, the female lead will follow the model of one of the illegitimate children of a chaebol conglomerate. After reading, Serum pondered and thought, well, I think it's not very thoughtful, but it's quite a problem. I'm almost like an illegitimate child. Serum held the document in her hand while reading and monologuing. Currently I have read Part 4. I can understand why Hyunji is the female lead. The female lead is likely to have arguments with her lover as the male lead while she is trying to keep her own position. After reading the original, she had to nod and praise. It's completely suitable for Hyunji. After reading through the document, Serum lay wearily back in the chair. The inspection is done. I'm a little tired. I've managed many other writers before, but... She looked up at the ceiling and hesitated. Kim Ji-woo, this writer handles the amount of work 3 to 4 times more than others, from casting to lurking. But his performance is very good. I need to tie him to Tempest more. Scene change at Kim Jin-woo's so-called home. As soon as he returned home, he exclaimed involuntarily, "Ugh, I suddenly get goosebumps." After taking a shower, Ji-woo came out with a relaxed mind. Ji-woo showed a satisfied face and said, "Much more comfortable." Just then Hee-young's voice called out, "Brother, there's a phone call." Hearing this, he hurriedly ran out and asked, who is it?" Hee-young showed him and replied, "Young Serum, do you have a girlfriend?" Hearing the 2 words girlfriend, Jin-woo's face turned completely red. He snatched the phone and frowned. "What are you talking about, you little brat? Give it here. I should quickly go back to work." Seeing Jin-woo's reaction, Hee-young laughed teasingly. "Oh, vehemently opposed, huh?" Ji-woo immediately answered the phone. "Hello." As soon as he said the word, he turned around and cursed Hee-young. "Damn, because of you I can't even talk normally anymore." She smiled happily and joked, "Oh, really?" After stabilizing his mood, Ji-woo said, "Tempest Entertainment," and tranced to the first-floor coffee shop. On this side, Serum calmly replied, "Mr. Kim, I've decided to meet Director Song alone." He immediately looked worried and exclaimed, "But I'm ready." Hearing this, Serum frowned and asked Ji-woo, "Why don't you try to see Hyunji playing a supporting role in MDN's drama?" He gave an enthusiastic "oh" and asked back, "So you agree to let her play the female lead, right?" Serum nodded and replied, "Yes, but she's not quite in shape yet. Let's discuss this slowly. Now, you should go verify her acting ability." Suddenly someone came in. "Welcome, guest." Ji-woo on the other end of the line heard this and replied, "Okay, I'll go to the address you just sent." Serum went to where Kwon-soo was sitting and greeted politely, "Nice to meet you, Director Song. I'm team leader Young Serum." He also gave a friendly smile and replied, "Nice to meet you, I'm Song Kwon-soo. Thank you for agreeing to meet me today." The 2 of them sat down and discussed some things. Kwon-soo made a proposal to Serum first: "Photography will, and we people, yes, estimated time is about yes, the support team should." After discussing, she handed over a contract and said, "It would be great if you agreed to sign the contract with these terms." After reading it, Kwon-soo picked up the pen to sign. While signing he muttered, "Honestly, you're paying attention to me more than necessary." Hearing this, Serum immediately replied, "If it's Director Song with the reputation from longing for the stars, I appreciate this unreasonableness." Suddenly Kwon-soo looked directly into her eyes and said, "Maybe you've been extremely affected by SBC because of me, right?" Serum smiled wryly and replied gently, "We've prepared for that, so you don't need to worry." She took the opportunity to ask, "Before talking about casting, we should discuss the transmission channel, right?" Kwon-soo immediately replied, "Aren't KBC or MBS affected by SBC?" Scene changed to a cafe inside SBC. Jung-hyun made an appointment with Min-ju to talk here. As soon as he met, he said a long string of words. "Thank you for arranging this meeting. After our call, it seems you've had a long trip, Ms. Lee." Seeing him talk too much, Min-ju demanded in a low voice, "Get straight to the point, Director Cha Jung-hun." Without beating around the bush, Jung-hyun immediately revealed a sinister expression and said, "I heard you're having some disagreements with Kim Ji-woo. Have you seen this week's review of Real Men?" Hearing this, she frowned and asked, "What, are you trying to joke with me?" Noticing the anxiety in Minju's heart, Jung-hyun immediately used a psychological blow. He laughed slyly. "Haha, that special train has already left the station. Writer Kim Ji-woo is preparing for the next project with director Song Kwon-soo." She exclaimed in surprise, "Huh?" Seeing that Minju seemed interested, Jung-hyun added, "And just so you know, I'm having disagreements with director Song Kwon-soo." She asked suspiciously, "Director Cha, do you mean?" Seeing that the fish had bitten the hook, Jung-hyun nodded and continued to bait. "That's right, why don't we cooperate?" Minju was completely convinced by those words. She shook hands with him and exclaimed, "Sounds good." Scene change, Kwon-soo said gently, "That time, I accidentally bumped into Mr. Kim. He said with a very admirable face. I had the opportunity to read his script. I was really extremely excited just after reading one scene. I thought I couldn't direct any other drama and gave up. Kwon Soo still calmly added, the director inside me exclaimed, I want to direct this. He smiled softly and said, and when I contacted you, I selected the staff and arranged the best film crew. Hearing this, Serum replied very happily, I feel the same way. Kim Ji-woo is really someone who brings a feeling of wanting to work. As a filmmaker, I will solve all the problems. So please do your best. The two of them gave each other a friendly handshake and said in unison, we look forward to working with everyone. Kwon Soo and Serum looked at each other with satisfaction and instructed, let's create a project. In another corner, Jung Hyun and Min Ju also exchanged a cooperative handshake, but perhaps this is a dark, insidious cooperation. The best. On this side, Ji-woo was on the car going to the company. Sitting in the car he suddenly shuddered and thought, why do I have so many goosebumps today? My body also feels heavy. Am I sick? He felt like he couldn't stay in the car anymore and said, can you drop me off here? He walked from outside into the inside. When he arrived, Ji-woo suddenly exclaimed in surprise, is this the place? Ji-woo looked into the distance and praised, the location where Hyunji will play. Ji-woo went to the studio alone. The location had been rented. He walked inside aimlessly. I only saw Hyunji through the screen. I wonder what it will be like in real life. Inside, Hyunji was being scolded terribly. Are you crazy? She could only bow her head and say softly, I'm sorry. It was Director Kwang. He was dissatisfied and scolding Hyunji loudly. When we call, you need to move immediately. I'm sorry. Are you aware of how much our progress has slowed down just because you didn't? Just then Ji-woo walked in. Seeing everything currently, he thought in shock, she's not acting, but being scolded terribly. Haha, my calculations are right. He stood behind observing Hyunji and sighed and thought, but anyway. However, Director Kwang still scolded Hyunji loudly. I can bury you alive right on this stage. Hearing this, Ji-woo asked in shock, Barry? He continued to scold Hyunji loudly, get out, immediately. She could only bow her head and apologize, I'm sorry. Seeing this scene, he suddenly thought of the past. Minju scolded and slandered Ji-woo at every turn. Do you know how small the stage is? She threw the pile of scripts at his face and replied angrily, I gave you the opportunity to work with me. Who do you think you are? Minju kept cursing him. Do you think you'll still receive the same benefits after all this? When she cursed, Ji-woo could only listen in silence. He had no rebuttal at all. Now seeing Hyunji's situation, Ji-woo sympathized. He criticized Director Kwang. He's really saying those words to his actress. Hyunji secretly cheered herself up. Okay, now I remember all the lines. She smiled and said to herself, this is my debut, also my first shot, I will definitely do well. For sure. Suddenly a voice called out beside her, interrupting her thoughts, Kim Hyunji. The film crew hurriedly assigned the task, you will go to shoot when the setting is ready, you just need to familiarize yourself with the script of the supporting role 1 in this MDN short film. She obediently said yes, sir, he reminded with satisfaction, good, everyone is busy today, so don't make mistakes. On the MDN shooting location side, Director Kwang was shouting madly, hey, if Black is not ready, how can we do anything? Wake up, you, go connect the camera system and the screen together quickly. The decoration team, sigh, hey, go find the department manager. Hyunji looked at this scene and hurriedly played lotto in her heart. He warned everyone might be very nervous. But I didn't expect it to be to this extent, it's really different from the drama, eh? Pure-hearted macho, huh? While thinking, a dark voice woke her up. Why is she staring into the air like that? The support team next to her glanced at Hyunji and whispered, if she's new, help her a little, forget it, just ignore her. Those harsh words fell into her ears and made her confused, staring, newbie, wait a minute, are they talking about me? Someone next to a heavy barrel hummed softly. A scream suddenly echoed in the space, careful. Hyunji fell to the ground, softly calling in pain. That person hurriedly asked, I'm sorry, are you hurt? She didn't look at her bleeding knee, only gently refused, I'm fine. When she stood up by herself, she gently complained, Aida. Hyunji lowered her head and said to herself, everything will be okay, it's probably because this is my first time, so I'm not used to it, just get used to it, and I'll get through it. A sudden call pulled her out of her thoughts. Hey, who is Kim Hyun-ji? She looked around blankly and pointed to herself. It's me, oh no. Hyun-ji hurriedly pulled the door open and loudly called her name. Present, I'm sorry. From the mistake just escaped from her throat, she was pressed by the oppressive atmosphere inside until she could hardly breathe. Director Kwang ordered gloomily, you come here. She ran over in a hurry. Yes, sir. As soon as she got close, he yelled, hey. He unexpectedly kicked the scratch on Hyun-ji's leg and shouted, oh my god, right. While she hadn't understood what was happening, Director Kwang started the machine. Do you think the whole filming has to be delayed just because of a small actor like you? Do you know how many times I've called you? The words of abuse poured out like beans. Are you deaf or is your awareness a problem? What do you think you are? The film crew present also turned pale when he lectured. Do you know how much time we wasted because of you? Director Kwon used all his ability to use market language in this verbal abuse. Finally, he concluded with one sentence, people like you can't shine on stage. Hyun-ji opened her mouth stammeringly in sobs, I'm sore. Before she could finish her sentence, Ji-woo used his powerful voice to interrupt, actress Kim Hyun-ji. Her inner heart suddenly vaguely thought. Her tears also like a faucet was locked, this voice. Everyone present there, without making an appointment, shared the same thought. Usually no one dares to be louder than the director in filming. They focused their curious eyes on him, especially in such a chaotic filming location. He brought the label Ji-woo as the real man type, face to face with Director Kwang. He took a deep breath, then braced himself and shouted louder at his face, actress Kim Hyun-ji. She blankly questioned herself, what else is it? Did I do something wrong again? But Jin-woo's calm eyes made her stop. Looking at his hand reaching out, a negative word appeared in Hyun-ji's head, no. She hugged her chest and adjusted her breathing according to the instructions, muttering a mantra in her heart, he's trying to tell me to calm down. I need to control my emotions, Fu. Director Kwang then turned to grab Jin-woo's collar and questioned, who are you? He comfortably admitted, I'm a writer. Seeing that the other party didn't give his name, he became even more arrogant. If you're named Ha, then you're really a writer. I'm asking who you are to dare to break into our filming. He grinned mockingly and raised his phone. I heard there's a real actor appearing here. I just wanted to see what kind of movie it is and how it's arranged. But suddenly something happened. On the forum now there are all posts exposing him, arguing about the director of the MDN movie abusing his power. The MDN movie failed miserably when the movie just came out. Someone caught Director Kwang in a bar. Director Kwang's promiscuous private life may be denounced. Ji-woo looked at the arm that was gradually hanging down, kindly added a sentence. This almost tainted the career of the actress on my side. He did not hesitate to draw a clear line with Director Kwang. From his words to his actions are very dirty. Tempest is not allowed to get involved with scoundrels like you. Ji-woo took Hyun-ji's hand to give him another stab. Oh, and also, are you sure the person doesn't stink, Ms. Kim? Let's go. The people around then recovered. Everyone whispered, he mentioned Tempest. Is it a manager? No, he said he's a writer. Don't tell me is. Although a little unbelievable. They all cautiously gave the same answer. He's Kim Ji-woo, the writer of A Pure-Hearted Macho? As soon as he got to the door, he confirmed the information with everyone. This Ms. Kim Hyun-ji will be the female lead in my next work. Ji-woo turned his head to boast to the extreme without being shy. And of course, this work will definitely be successful. He looked directly at Director Kwang and asked again, who did you say couldn't shine just now? He hurriedly denied it. No, that. Ji-woo shot the other party a meaningful look. Is this something that's easy to encounter for newbies? Finally, he ignored Director Kwang kneeling down and crying, turned his back and left with satisfaction. The film stage is the right place for the saying, you get what you work for. So keep your eyes peeled and wait. Just after leaving the studio, Ji-woo confirmed by phone, yes, manager, the situation is a bit of a mess. I left the shooting location. Yes, I'll wait. Hyun-ji spoke hesitantly, Mr. Kim. She covered her mouth and tried to choose her words. Thank you for what happened just now. You even dared to lie to save face for me. The thing you said I was the female lead in your next work. He tilted his head and denied it immediately. When did I lie? She listened blankly as he affirmed word by word. I'm telling the truth, Hyun-ji. You are the female lead I chose for the upcoming work. The system dinged and a new notification popped up. The Lost Memory Time Traveler Part 5. Genre time travel, romance, suspense, location, Tempest Entertainment. At the first floor coffee shop, time limit 2 days. Jinwoo's eyes sparkled, secretly rejoicing at Hyunji's shock. Great, the location is also so great. Just then the manager ran over to apologize. Hyunji, I'm so sorry, I just left for a while and something happened. He immediately turned serious again. Oh, it seems her manager is here. Let me report to team leader Yoon. As soon as he got out of the car, he expressed his gratitude. Mr. Kim, actually I reported to her in advance. It seems that everything related to MDN has been resolved smoothly. He smiled and replied, that's really good. The manager continued to be friendly. Mr. Kim, where are you going? I'll give you a ride. Jinwoo was not polite. I'm planning to go to Tempest too. The manager then noticed the apple of his eye. Why is Hyunji's face so red? He opened his eyes wide and looked innocent. I don't know, maybe she's shocked. The three of them quickly arrived at the Tempest building. As soon as Jinwoo entered the lobby, he suggested, Hyunji, let me check your phone a bit. While she was still confused, he raised his phone and affirmed, that's right, I just sent you part 4 of the Lost Memory Time Traveler. Hyunji suddenly paused for a few seconds, her mouth slightly open but unable to utter a word. Finally, the words she could say were just to express her determination. Mr. Kim, I'll work hard. I'll do really well. Jinwoo smiled brightly and encouraged her. Of course, I believe you can do it. Inside the strategic planning office, Serum's office, she put down the glass of water and started the machine. So, as I understand it. Serum leaned close to Jinwoo's face and questioned, if there is no consultation from the strategic planning office, you will cancel all the schedules of the actors, right? She didn't wait for him to answer and sat down to finish the sentence. You did a good job. If I were you, I would do the same. Jinwoo was startled and quickly patted his chest to comfort himself. Serum ignored that issue and moved on to the main point. I have some good news. He raised his head and asked back, good news? She took a sip of tea and slowly dropped the information bomb. It seems that the conversation between Director Song and KBC is progressing well. Jinwoo excitedly clenched his fist. Really? They agreed? Serum carefully corrected the sentence for him. Using the word agreed doesn't seem appropriate. More accurately, they have temporarily accepted it. Jiwoo didn't care about these details. Stared at the person in front of him and flattered, wow, Ms. Yoon, you're really a master in this field. She patiently emphasized again, no, they're only at the level of temporary acceptance. He showed a face that I understood and put a star of hope for her, as expected, Ms. Yoon. When Serum sent a dagger in her eyes, he realized he had slipped up, immediately covered his mouth and turned his face away. She didn't accept this petty trick, just casually reminded before leaving, meet tomorrow at Han Young's Sick restaurant at 7 o'clock, okay. To be more careful, Serum also revealed some secrets in the industry. Also, the drama production director of KBC, Ju Tae-hong, he's not a pushover, you better prepare carefully. Jinwoo looked up at her and responded without hesitation, okay. In fact, in his heart he had already started chanting Buddha from here, hoping that he would at least not interfere in the casting process. The next day, both sides were present on time at Han Young's Sick restaurant next to KBC. Tae-hong smiled brightly, but the words he said hit Jinwoo's sore spot. Let's build a program that brings together famous stars, just do it. He seemed to hear thunder in the clear sky, screaming 2 times in his heart, why? He tried to maintain an industrial smile, but his inner self wanted to F***ck 1,000 times, why do my bad premonitions always come true? One day before that. At the office of KBC District Chief Ju, Young Ok sighed a weary sigh, Haze. Tae-hong followed the habit and asked back, what's wrong? She held her head and confided, I have a bit of a headache because a project that took 2 weeks of work suddenly vanished into thin air. He asked indifferently. Oh, is that so? Young Ok took the opportunity to share in more detail. I should have written a more thorough plan. Tae-hong continued to repeat, oh really? She impatiently asked back, what's with that expression, you seem happy about this? He didn't tease anymore but gave a solution, I think I can help you with the selection of actors to play in that short film. Young Ok showed a skeptical expression, how? Tae-hong hurriedly ordered the expulsion of the guest, I have my way, come on, I have something to finish. She flusteredly blamed, wait for me a moment, let me finish drinking first. He pushed his colleague to the door but still tried to find a reason, hey, lunch break is over, you also have something to finish, Young Ok persistently asked more. What about your drink? Tae-hong vaguely replied, give it to me later. As soon as the person was gone, he was happy. Last year, I participated in TV drama crews in vain. But this time will be different. There will be no way I'll let this good opportunity slip out of my hands right before a new show starts. Tae-hong began to imagine a bright future. Above all, the duo we want is Kim Jin-woo and Song Kwan-soo, no matter what method I use. This TV drama will be a hit. He turned into the office and called to exchange with the partner immediately. Director Song, Chief Ju here, where are you, KBC? So when you're done, can you stop by my office for a bit? Because in Tae-hong's heart, the path has been clearly drawn. For that goal, first I need to make a few preparations. His assistant diligently led Serum's group to the door. This is the office of Chief Producer Ju Tae-hong. The meeting has just ended, so please wait a moment. Just then Kwan-soo also stood up and politely said goodbye. Mr. Ju, see you tomorrow. He politely replied, see you, and the assistant conveniently signaled, you can go in now. Kwan-soo then noticed her presence. Oh, Team Leader Young, what are you doing here? Serum didn't mind asking the question back to the other person. I should be saying that. What is Director Song doing here? He embarrassedly said, you see. Currently, the Han Young's sick meeting day at the restaurant near KBC, Ji-woo took all his courage to present his views. Thank you for your help, Mr. Ju, but if you can entrust the job of selecting actors to me. Tae-hong smiled like a flower and vaguely interrupted. Okay, we'll talk about that later. I know Mr. Kim has a good eye for people. He quickly turned to another issue. Should we order drinks first? He said confusedly but couldn't form a sentence. Actually not. Tae-hong picked up the bottle and used his seniority to press the people. You don't want to drink with an old monkey like me? Jin-woo, who was thin-skinned, could only helplessly follow. It seems I can't refuse. He looked at the remaining two people and drained it in one breath. In his heart secretly rolled his tongue. It seems they all drank it in one go. It's really pressure. Jin-woo had to close his eyes and move forward. Now, taking advantage of no one looking, after pretending to drink enough, he smiled fakely. Oh, maybe because it's expensive wine, so it goes down. His performance failed immediately, because Tae-hong had leaned close to supervise every drop of wine. While Jin-woo was stiffly pouring more for himself, he finally seriously discussed the work. Have you two seen the new news? Serum understood and replied immediately. If you're referring to the recent news, there's only one that really stands out. He asked blankly, what news? Tae-hong turned his head back to answer his question. Oh, you know, the person in that news report has arrived. He leisurely walked in and introduced himself. Hello, I'm Director Song Kwan-soo. He greeted him warmly. Kim, it's been a while, hasn't it? You came at the right time, come sit down here. Jin-woo hesitantly greeted back politely. Yes, it's been a while, Director. How have you been? But in his mind, he was frantically playing bingo. This isn't good. I need to persuade the head of the studio and the director one by one. Jin-woo's head was now filled with only one question. If they're all here at the same time, what am I supposed to do? While he was pulling out his chair to sit down, Tae-hong spoke ambiguously. I don't know if Director Song has heard about this, but did everyone know that there are people who want to take you down? He didn't even wait for anyone to react before blurting it out. I heard that Director Cha Jung-hyun and writer Lee Min-ju met at SBC. This news made both Kwan-soo and Jin-woo purse their lips without prior agreement. As a top director, he quickly regained his composure and confirmed, You mean they're planning to attack us? Tae-hong affirmed definitively. Exactly. Kwan-soo turned to consult the screenwriter's opinion. What do you think, Kim? Ji-woo didn't mince words. We have to win. In his heart, Tae-hong praised him. That's right, you should answer like that. But outwardly he tried to appear cautious. In that case. He paused for a moment to organize his thoughts. I know you want to bring in a rookie. And I also know you want me to entrust you with the casting selection. Tae-hong, of course, always had faith in Ji-woo. I don't doubt your ability at all. The proof is the man with a pure heart. But first and foremost, he was also a businessman. However, we need to succeed with this drama. Tae-hong concluded in his mind, You better give up your idea. After refining his strategy, he raised his glass and made his position clear. We should fill the cast with top stars. Jin-woo stared intently at the old fox in front of him, his mind somewhat enlightened. He's got me figured out. Just like Jung said, he's definitely not a pushover. Outwardly, he tried to appear calm, but inwardly he was crying tears of despair. What should I do? Jinwoo's second personality was sinking into panic, with only one question repeating in his head: what should I do? What should I do? But at this moment, Serim suddenly raised her head. The day before, in front of the KBS studio, in the office of Chief Ju, Kwon-soo was puzzled when he saw her. Oh, Chief Yoon, what are you doing here? I didn't expect to see you here. Serim asked him back without flinching. I should be the one saying that. What is Director Song doing here? He didn't hide anything. Oh, you see, Ju told me to come to the meeting with Kim Ji-woo tomorrow. She immediately asked, Director Song, are you free this afternoon? Kwon-soo affirmed without much thought, definitely. Serim took the opportunity to state her request. I have a request related to casting. I want to talk for a bit after this meeting. Now, once again, Kwon-soo spoke up, breaking the stiff atmosphere. Ju, why don't we analyze the script one more time before deciding? But Tae-hong replied with a question. We have to succeed. Are you confident in that? He suddenly lowered his head and hesitated. That. Jinwoo raised his glass at the right time to chime in. I believe we can do it. Even though he was still uncertain, he tried to seize this valuable moment. I don't know what just happened, but this is my chance. But Tae-hong poured cold water on him. Don't get ahead of yourself. Can you surpass the man with a pure heart? Ji-woo always had faith in his work, so he emphasized loudly, definitely. In front of everyone, he clearly stated each word. It will definitely surpass the heir to the conglomerate. The man with a pure heart. Tae-hong praised him with satisfaction. You're really confident. Very good. Let's schedule the casting call and lay the foundation properly. In the resounding clinking of glasses, Jinwoo gratefully replied, Thank you very much, Ju. Hearing the approaching sound, he suddenly spoke mysteriously. I think it's time. He asked in confusion. Food? Tae-hong didn't confirm or deny. That's right, but there will be other people coming here. Everyone, help yourselves. As soon as he finished speaking, Young Ok appeared casually. Hello everyone, I had a bit of an emergency. Sorry for being late. Tae-hong enthusiastically invited her. Studio head Han, come here. Jinwoo's inner thoughts were churning. Even the head of entertainment is here. How prepared was Ju really? This meeting plan is crazy. Kwon-soo and Serim stood up and shook hands, greeting Young Ok. I've always been grateful to you, Han. The studio is also grateful to you, director. Thank you. Nice to meet you, Young. Very pleased, Han. Waiting for his turn, Jinwoo opened his mouth with some embarrassment. Hello, Han. I'm really sorry for being rude before. She generously laughed it off. Haha. That passionate writing only helped my studio more. He scratched his head awkwardly. I'm glad you think so. But before he could finish, Young Ok understood and cut him off. Because I suddenly needed a short film in 2 weeks. She sincerely expressed her gratitude to him. The problem at my studio was a bit urgent, so studio head Kim made a small suggestion. Jinwoo covered his mouth in disbelief. Don't tell me. She took the opportunity to finish the statement, to become a potential customer for everyone's drama. A song suddenly played in his head, When We Met Our Hearts. Jinwoo suddenly immersed himself in the joy that fell from the sky. If this happens, I wonder what I can reap from it. The situation is much better than with the man with a pure heart. Failure is new. In his eyes, Tae-hong was now no different from the wealthy gas spy. I said I would lay the foundation. It's too bright, studio head Ju, you're shining. Having expressed their feelings, he urged, all right, sit down. The food here is delicious. Jinwoo smiled widely and chirped in agreement, let's eat. The next day, the system quickly issued a new task, titled The Degenerate Who Lost Memories Part 5, genre, loop, romance, crime thriller, location, Tempest Entertainment. Cafe on the first floor, time limit, 6 hours. Jinwoo immediately arrived at Tempest Entertainment, cafe on the first floor, and as soon as he sat down, he muttered, Ugh, I'm so hungry. He ignored his protesting stomach to focus on typing. Luckily, the system is still working well. Since I've been in this state, the quality of the writing has been stable. The result of being chased by the deadline was swollen panda eyes on his face. Just as he was feeling down, Serim walked in brightly. Kim, good morning. You're really diligent, aren't you? Jinwoo stared blankly at her. I wonder why she didn't become a celebrity. She's still in that state even after drinking so much yesterday. He raised the cup of coffee in his hand, trying to stay awake. Haha, I'm a bit tired, but I have a feeling inspiration will come in 6 hours. because the system said he only had 6 hours left. She immediately teased, Kim, you're really unpredictable. After teasing enough, Serum handed over the work documents. Here's the contract. You can finish the writing first, then read it later. Ji-woo agreed without thinking. I can do it now too. I've written quite a bit already. He blankly reached out to take the heavy stack of papers. But when he skimmed through it, he suddenly froze stiff. The question popped into Jinwoo's head. Wait, what is this? Back at the reception room on the first floor, at the time when Jinwoo was innocently pointing out the mistake, Young, there's a typo here, Serum stubbornly insisted. Are you sure you're not seeing things? I've checked it several times. She checked it closely a few more times and affirmed, that's not a typo. He asked with suspicion, really? It could be a big problem. There's an extra 0. After getting to the main point, a storm surged in Jinwoo's mind. Wait, you mean my salary per episode is 12 million won? This salary is even higher than that of a famous screenwriter. Serum gave him a questioning look. Why are you so surprised? Or is that amount not enough? He was startled and immediately denied it. No, this amount is too much. She seemed to understand and gently comforted him. Actually, I also relied on some personal reasons to decide on your salary, so don't worry. This made Jinwoo even more dizzy. What? Serum stared at the water glass and poured out her heart. I sincerely want to thank you. I really almost thought I would have to live and die to make the man with a pure heart a success. Before that, Taechul had used this drama to threaten her. Let's make a bet. If I can't recover my investment, then you'll have to quit and get an office job in the electronics department. And the moment he was shaking with anger when he heard the news that his plan had failed. What? The man with a pure heart was successful? Ratings are up to 11%? Serum's mind was constantly agitated by the moments that had happened. Just thinking about it makes me laugh. Thinking about it makes me not sad at all. Jinwoo completely misinterpreted her, so he quietly blushed. Personal reasons mean what? No way, while she calmly urged, if you've finished reading the contract, please sign it. What's wrong with him? Serum pointed to the contract and made a suggestion. From now on, you'll have 1, plus 1 assistant writer. Jinwoo blurted out a refusal. I don't need an assistant. She held her head, trying to suppress her anger. Then I definitely can't let you sneak off somewhere like last time. He corrected himself immediately on second thought. Having an assistant isn't bad. Serum suddenly called his name Kim. Jinwoo startled. And another thing. He cautiously expressed his opinion. If you want to hire an assistant for me, can I choose someone I already know? Serum asked with a curious expression. I don't object to that. Who is it? Jinwoo lowered his eyes and reminisced. I know someone who's working for writer Lee Min-ju. In the office of writer Lee Min-ju, all the writers had to endure sudden fits of rage. She was always like a volcano about to erupt. Why are you guys doing such a terrible job? I told you I'm still working on another project. Rage always descended on her subordinates without any valid reason. I'm doing 2 projects, which means you guys also have to speed things up by 2 times. You guys are working as slow as turtles. Everyone heard the buzzing in their ears and had the same thought. If she's cursing like this, we're definitely going to have to work overtime today. Hyo-ju stood alone on the rooftop, unable to suppress a frustrated sigh. She put the straw in her mouth and softly complained, being an assistant writer is too hard. Just then, Hyun-sik pushed open the emergency exit door with a curse. Damn it. As soon as he saw her, he greeted her obsequiously. You're here too, Hyo-ju? She politely reminded him. Hyun-sik, smoking on the rooftop is prohibited. He ignored the warning, superficially looking for a solution. It's okay. I'm smoking an e-cigarette. No one will find any cigarette butts to catch me. He puffed out vape smoke and complained, if I keep working like this, I'm going to die. Hyo-ju frowned and secretly loathed him. Oh my god, there's a separate room for smoking. And you're making me uncomfortable. She quietly took out her phone, and a plan formed in her head, but I like to report other people. He was oblivious and called her name. Hey, Hyo-ju. She hastily put away her phone and smiled artificially. What's up? Hyun-sik, without any suspicion, launched into a tirade. Have you noticed that Lee Min-ju has been acting crazy lately? She smiled faintly and agreed. I've noticed too. He tilted his head back and started nitpicking. I'm so jealous of Kim Ji-woo. I wish I could marry a rich woman. Hyo-ju continued to film secretly while cursing inwardly. The hidden camera is on. He's such a vulgar piece of trash. She really wanted to throw a sentence in his face but could only choke it back. You should be more responsible to the community. Only when a third person appeared did this awkward atmosphere temporarily freeze. Hyuk-ju asked as soon as he arrived, "Can anyone tell me where writer Hwang Hyo-ju is?" She blankly pointed to herself and confirmed, "Ah, that's me," but inwardly she was extremely confused. What's going on? She stared at him and let her mind drift. Why do I like that 2:8 hairstyle so much? Even though Hyuk-ju was friendly taking out a business card to greet her, "Nice to meet you," Hyo-ju was still immersed in her daydreams, and that broad shoulder. And those slender, calloused fingers. He stood upright like a pine tree and officially introduced himself. "I'm Hyuk-ju, team leader of the planning department at Tempest Entertainment." She mechanically replied, "Ah, hello," but inwardly she was constantly flustered. What are these feelings? He cautiously made a suggestion. "I'd like to talk to you for a moment." Hyo-ju unexpectedly shouted, "I like you." The two men who were there both blanked out at the same time. She frantically stepped forward to smooth things over. "No, I mean I'm very willing." On Jinwoo's side, the brother and sister were squabbling over the sofa. He shouted irritably, "Get out of here," but Hee-young stubbornly refused. "No," he repeated impatiently. "Get out. I sat here first." She started acting spoiled. "I don't want to. I always lie here." Jinwoo gritted his teeth and shooed his sister away. "Go away, you're so heavy." Hee-young pointed to the ringing phone and grinned. He, go answer the phone." "You're angry, aren't you? You're mad, aren't you?" As she continued to tease him, Jinwoo suddenly flicked the pig trotter off of him. "And you can't do anything about it." "Ah." He stood up contentedly to answer the phone, ignoring her screams of pain. He, what did you just say? Look at yourself." "Oh right, I have to answer the phone." In front of Lee Minju's office, Hyo-ju was carrying her bags and announcing the good news. "Jinwoo, I heard you wanted to hire me as an assistant writer, right?" he asked excitedly. "Tempest Entertainment already came to find you." That was fast. She walked on air and didn't forget to emphasize, "That's right, so I immediately quit my job at Lee Minju's." Jinwoo didn't hesitate to express his gratitude. "Thank you for agreeing. How have you been lately? Is it okay there?" Since she had already quit, Hyo-ju didn't hold back on exposing the truth. "Oh my god, you can't imagine. It's no different from hell on earth." He was shocked and chimed in, "Sounds awful." The more she spoke, the more enthusiastic she became. "None of her dramas are any good," and then she suddenly curses up a storm about another project. "Only us assistant writers have to work to the point of almost dying." At Jinwoo's house, he blanked out listening to her vent. "And I even did some stupid things. That's really hard. Now you can relax more. I'm sure this will be a very comfortable work environment for you." Hyo-ju excitedly cheered. "Really? I thought being the only assistant writer there would make my work pile up like a mountain." Jiwoo quickly reoriented her with the right perspective. "That's usually the case, but not here. You can ask Byun for more details." Hearing the familiar name, she suddenly laughed like a frog. "Byun, okay, ho ho." Jiwoo suddenly felt a little bewildered. That laughter sounds strange. At this moment, the system jumped out with a new announcement. Memory erasure. Name Episode 6. Genre: time loop, romance, crime thriller. Location: Dam Restaurant. Haeundae, Busan. Deadline: 7 days. The distant location made Jiwoo stop. The what the hell? Those words reached Hyo-ju's ears, making her a little flustered. "What's wrong, Jiwoo?" He awkwardly laughed it off to smooth things over. "Ah, I'm sorry, Hyo-ju." As he prepared his luggage, he continued the conversation. "When do you start working?" But in Jinwoo's mind, he assumed she would replace him tomorrow. 7 days? Just enough time, but he didn't know when he could come back. Hyo-ju hesitated to estimate. "I have to clean up some of my things. Maybe 2 to 3 days. Jinwoo decisively concluded the matter. "Okay, you'll have a few things to discuss with Byun when you get here." Hearing the name of her dream man, she hurriedly corrected herself. "I can probably clean up those things in 2 to 3 hours. Can I start working from tomorrow?" This 180-degree change in attitude made several question marks sprout on his head. Finally, he decided to give her the job. "Now I have to go to Busan to gather information and write the script, so I want you to interview Mir-young from Purple Girls for the supporting female role while I'm gone." Hyo-ju enthusiastically agreed. "Leave it to me." Kim Jin-woo arrived at the port of Gadeppo in Haeundae, Busan as soon as he hung up the phone. As soon as he set foot on land, he was amazed. The scenery here is so beautiful. It's perfect for writing a script. Before leaving, Serum had held her head and questioned him. Kim, why are you dressed like that? Ji-woo also honestly reported his itinerary. I'm going to Busan. She sarcastically remarked, looks like Jeju Island still wasn't enough for you, huh? He just laughed hee-hee as if agreeing. Thinking back to the battle of wits with Serum also scared him. But the journey was even more shocking. Getting here was really tough. I almost died. Pushing all unnecessary thoughts aside, he only had one idea in his head. Dam restaurant is right here. Ji-woo politely stepped forward to greet the owner. Hello, do you have a table for one? She warmly greeted him. Of course, please come in. As soon as he sat down, the owner came to advise him, what would you like to order? Ji-woo suddenly felt a little suspicious. This place looks a little different from the system's description. Maybe I'm mistaken. Even so, he tried to appear calm and natural. The dishes look great, but what's the best dish in the restaurant? She put down the panchan and started the record player. All the dishes are delicious and fresh, sir. My husband always catches the best fish. Ji-woo resolutely decided to try everything. Then I'll have a combo. The next day, he looked out at the distant sea to welcome the rising sun. Ji-woo suddenly remembered what the restaurant owner had said, because they are all fresh, my husband always catches the best fish. Just as he was thinking of the devil spoke in his ear. What are you looking at, screenwriter? The only dialogue running through his head now was, my husband always catches the best fish. My husband always catches the best fish. Ji-woo hesitated to ask, when does your husband go to work? A month had passed since Kim Ji-woo arrived in Busan. Serum couldn't restrain her anger and blurted out, really, he's such a pain. In the office of the strategic planning chief, she was working overtime and vowing, I swear, Kim Ji-woo, if your script isn't good, we're going to have a direct confrontation. And your contract will be terminated. Just then, Hyuk-ju walked in with an announcement, Young, it's team leader Byun. Serum agreed briefly, come in, Byun. There won't be any obstacles to the premiere of The Man with a Pure Heart in Japan today, right? He quickly confirmed out of habit, yes, it will be broadcast on Gyeonggi TV as planned, but inwardly he admired her immensely. Everything isn't just going as expected. Even the contracts are drafted without any problems. I wonder when Young established relationships in Japan. It clearly seems to have been discussed beforehand. Serum excitedly checked another planning itinerary. Great to hear that. Netflix is still considering it, right? Hyuk-ju continued to report good news. Yes, we are still in contact with them, but their demands are a little too excessive, so progress is slow. They are extremely interested in the fact that we have established a contract in Japan. She didn't place too much faith in that side, so she easily empathized. I understand. There are quite a few excessive conditions, but he hesitated to speak. On the other hand, he cautiously presented a flyer to Serum. Shalala, welcome to Digaini. Open your arms wide. Our conditions are very good. As soon as she took it, he continued to explain in detail. Digaini Play has made an offer with very attractive conditions to us. Serum suddenly fell into a state of hesitation, but abandoning the agreement with Netflix and choosing Digaini is too risky, even so. But reason still kept her awake before temptation. In my opinion, the difference between first and second place is too big. Hyuk-ju understood and sang along. I agree. Serum decided to still attack the big platform. We will cooperate with the Netflix platform. Please continue to negotiate. He agreed without hesitation. Understood. Also, this is a trial variety show filmed with the actors of Regression Fake, because this show is a reality show focused on observing the daily lives of the actors. We are highlighting their lives. The two began to discuss the artists in the company. Mir-young is an idol. We will have a lot to film. An actress Hyunji has a group of friends. They all have different charms, so we should arrange enough people to film with her as well. However, the daily life of actor Kang Jun, the character who was about to become popular, left them speechless. It's very boring. He has a very regimented 3-point schedule. Home, company, acting school, always like that. Serum crossed her arms and looked speechless. Well, the show shouldn't have any controversy arising from their private lives. She suddenly became curious about this closed triangle. Where is the acting school? The place where Kang Jun studies? Hyuk-ju reported truthfully. He's studying at the acting school affiliated With us. Serum's mind worked quickly. Then let's schedule to rent the acting school and film there all day. He also felt this idea was not bad. That's a good idea. Because they have a lot of ambitious actors, I'm sure they'll be very enthusiastic about this proposal. Well then, we'll continue filming. But her next proposal was truly shocking. I will personally attend. I want to take this opportunity to visit the acting school because I've never been there before. Only the steady conversation of the two people remained in the office. I understand. Kim Ji-woo is still writing the script in Busan, right? That's right, even though we can't contact him. He will return soon, and the quality of the script will be good. Hyuk-ju couldn't help but laugh when he thought of him. Haha, I don't think I've ever met a screenwriter like him before. Serum shared the same feeling, me either. The person mentioned in their story was now screaming amidst the open sea, "It's coming, save me quickly." Ji-woo screamed in fear, while the boat owner remained calm. "Oh dear, you silly boy, that's why I told you to stay inside." He stuck his head out and scolded him like an unwanted child. "What do you think you'll find in the middle of the sea that you have to stand on the deck like that? I've never seen anyone like you." Jin-woo confessed tearfully, "This is also my first time, Captain." Finally, after a long series of suffering, he frantically pointed to the light spot that the system had marked. "Over there, go straight towards 2 o'clock." Jin-woo stood outside the side of the boat and did his best to navigate on the starboard side. The captain steered skillfully and confirmed loudly, 2 o'clock on the starboard side, understood. He focused 100% on the target ahead. "We're on our way there, young man." Jin-woo excitedly yelled, "Let's go." One person in the cockpit, one person outside on the deck, but they both had the same grimace. The old boat plunged forward on the white waves. The arduous journey finally ended with the moment the boat owner patted Jin-woo on the back to comfort him. He couldn't understand why he ran out to the middle of the sea. "Have you lived long enough that you want to do crazy things? Is this the right place? But I don't see anything." Jin-woo weakly hummed in confirmation. He quickly took out his computer to finish the work quickly. "This is the exact place, thank you." The boat owner could only compromise at this madness. "All right. If that's really what you say, Mr. Editor." Jin-woo had written from scene 6 to scene 11 while at sea for 2 weeks. The main character completely destroys the criminal organizations in Busan hired by a family conglomerate. In this way, he completely eliminates any threats that could harm the female lead's body. The female lead cries out in pain, "Stop this regression immediately. What if I end up forgetting you too?" But the male lead refuses without hesitation, "Not yet." She painfully questions, "What do you mean not yet? You're gradually running out of energy because of it." Currently, both the female lead and the male lead have become an indispensable part of each other. Their love story has begun to create more plot, leaving only that evil family conglomerate. The male lead disguises himself as the female lead's secretary and continues to plan to eliminate the threats around her. And that was the last plot point in the script. Jin-woo stretched and announced, "It's over, Captain, let's go back." He started the boat while curiously asking, "So, is today the day you finished all your work on the sea?" He immediately replied, "That's right, the scene set in Busan is done. I need to leave for Seoul right now." Jin-woo sincerely handed over the envelope containing the travel expenses with both hands. "Thank you for helping me all this time." The old couple waved goodbye repeatedly. "All right, contact us next time you come to Busan. Thank you for buying so much of our seafood." He turned his head and politely replied, "Yes, I wish you good health and good business," but inwardly he thought, "I'm not going back to write anymore. Maybe I'll come back to eat seafood." Tempest Entertainment. In the office of the strategic planning chief, the familiar telephone rang. Serum coldly picked up the phone without looking at the caller's name. "Hello." Jin-woo excitedly greeted his partner. "Young, it's me. How have you been lately?" She was so shocked that she could only mutter meaningless words. "Oh yeah, well." Resentment began to form in her mind. "It's really been a long time since you last contacted me, Kim Ji-woo." So Serum replied in a sarcastic tone, "I also want to try living like Kim Ji-woo for at least one day." He could feel the low pressure over the phone, so he acknowledged his guilt in a timely manner. "I'm sorry." She took the opportunity to act even more dramatically. I made a mistake. Oh, the lines have been changed." Jin-woo broke into a cold sweat and laughed dryly. "Ah ha ha." Serum continued to criticize, but the lines before the change weren't very good either. It seems, at this point, he could only answer mechanically, ha ha. I understand. Jinwoo cleverly diverted the conversation. Have you read the script scenes I sent? As expected, Serum lowered her tone slightly. Yes, my anger has decreased a little after seeing the results of your work. He took the opportunity to make a new suggestion. I can make it decrease even more. Serum rubbed her temples and pleaded, please don't make me any more annoyed. As soon as Jinwoo said okay, she continued to ask urgently, as soon as you return to Seoul, you will have a lot of work to do, so have you finished writing everything? He hurriedly confirmed, yes, I'm coming back to the mainland. As long as it was about work, Serum could chatter endlessly. Very good. We have recently started filming a variety show for Regression Fake, and I have a few things to discuss with you about the OTT contract for the man with a pure heart. Jinwoo stared blankly at the phone, awakening himself. Wow, even OTT? That's so early. The level of popularity, are you kidding me? Let's see. Serum told the truth bluntly. That's because the domestic reviews are very positive. A series of news hit his eyes. The television drama The Man with a Pure Heart has risen to shoot the sun. The gap is 15% over 10%. The exaggeration is constantly spreading to Japan. Semi's acting is really good. Jae Jun-appa is so cool. He suddenly exclaimed in admiration. Wow, looking at the feedback, it's no joke. It's being broadcast even in Japan. Serum proudly asked, see, when an opportunity appears right in front of us, we must seize it. I need to discuss many topics with you, so please come back as soon as possible. At this moment, the sound of a message interrupted the conversation. Chief, wait, I just received a Ka-talk message from Director Song. Serum stepped aside in a timely manner. Okay. But after reading the message, Jinwoo's mood became unpredictable. Haha, but this time. She asked curiously, what's going to happen? He answered vaguely, that's right, it seems like I have to visit the film set for a bit. In the message, Kwon-soo seemed urgent. Kim, you're still in Busan, right? We need to make some adjustments because there's a problem with the filming location. We plan to reshoot this scene when you return. He quickly replied to the other party, I will be returning today. Serum also ended this call. Okay, come there first and we'll meet later. On the side of the acting academy affiliated with Tempest Entertainment, the teacher was conveying the final content. Today is the end. Please prepare a monologue for tomorrow. Applying what you have learned today. Kang Jun brightly replied, thank you, see you tomorrow. The remaining students also had similar greetings. Thank you for your enthusiastic teaching. In his heart, he really felt happy. Acting is so interesting, so fun. Thinking about doing a monologue next makes this tiring subject even more interesting. He left the classroom with hesitation. Which monologue should I perform? The classic Bleak Night would be the best choice. While engrossed in thought, he heard someone call his name loudly. Kang-jun. Hee-young ran over and gestured for a toast. Let's go out for drinks to celebrate our hard work today, okay? Kang-jun hesitated to speak. Hee-young, I don't think I can today. She pretended to be angry immediately. Hey, you said you couldn't yesterday, and you're saying the same thing today. What's going on? He scratched his head shyly. I'm sorry, haha. I need to stop by the company. So Hee-young dominantly interrupted. What are you busy with? What are you doing there? At this point, he had to tell the truth. I think I'll be joining a project soon, so I can't go out with everyone. Her eyes suddenly lit up like headlights, and her small mouth chattered incessantly. You're really going to be cast in a role? Why didn't you tell us? We're friends. Aren't we? What's your role? Kang-jun hesitated to share. Kim Ji-woo, I'm really lucky to have been invited to participate by that screenwriter. The words had left his mouth, but he still had concerns in his heart. She's the first friend I've made in a while. She won't be jealous, right? I mean, this is normal in the acting profession, so. Contrary to his thoughts, Hee-young comfortably gave a thumbs up and praised. That's awesome. That's good news. Congratulations. Kang-jun secretly breathed a sigh of relief. I guess I can tell her. I'm very happy. But she suddenly added, however, I'm a little disappointed. I had faith in you. He panicked and asked, what? Hee-young pouted and complained. I just thought it would be great if you joined my acting group. The more she spoke, the more enthusiastic she became, her face turning red. And next to the theater, there's a great place called Janggiri. Hee-young babbled for a while and concluded with a slightly boastful sentence. Anyway, Just think about my offer. I'll introduce you to my brother later. Kan Jun asked blankly. Who is your brother? She blurted out, my brother is. He failed to adjust the time. You understand, right? This is the PD's note. Hee-young suddenly froze into a still frame, her mouth wide open in astonishment. He was a little confused, so he urged, What's wrong? Who is your brother? Why did you suddenly stop talking? She suddenly patted him on the shoulder, changing the subject. Anyway, Kan Jun, you're a reserve member of Jangguri now, got it? He still insisted on his curiosity. No, I'm asking who your brother is. His intelligence suddenly went online. Kan Jun covered his mouth in shock. Oh no, don't tell me. Hee-young sighed and confirmed, that's right. She gave a dangerous smile. If you officially join Jangguri, maybe I'll tell you. Hee-young threw back that ambiguous statement and swaggered away, leaving Kan Jun to hold his head and cry out, oh my god, don't leave me hanging like that. On the side of the film set, the kind man, Ji-woo whispered in Ki-hoon's ear, Sung, it seems like there are quite a few people here. He replied curtly as usual, I know. He looked at the two actors acting in front of him and suddenly felt a little curious. Why isn't the light turned on? Ki-hoon sighed sadly, I'm sorry. The sound and lighting crew had some trouble during the process. Currently, we haven't gotten the cooperation of the local authorities. Ji-woo immediately rubbed his chin and pondered. The reason for this is quite disappointing, but it's not exactly rare for scripts to be revised. Which part can I revise to fit? Semi suddenly made a sound and raised her hand to signal. She boldly expressed her bold idea. How about we use weaker light? Like candles? If I were Chai Yeju, I would be more moved by these things. Ji-woo jumped up and shouted out a compliment. Semi, that's so good. He secretly calculated in his head, that's right. In the videos I've seen, there are also supporting elements from the surrounding environment, which further enhance the romantic elements when acting. Between Semi and Jae-jun, Ji-woo took out his computer and discussed with Ki-hoon, Director, please tell the logistics team to prepare some candles. I'll revise the script. Soon the film set was filled with candlelight. The two actors took their positions in the romantic setting. Jae-jun entered the scene extremely quickly, reading the lines in a heartfelt tone, Yeju, I've been waiting for you all along. Semi opened her bright eyes and acted opposite him, me too, I've been waiting for you all this time. Ki-hoon shouted happily through the loudspeaker, okay, cut. He happily instructed the staff, everyone take a break. We'll do a few more scenes later, and then move to the next location. The crowd, released from the tense time, became noisy. Oh, there's a coffee stand. Oh, coffee. I heard screenwriter Kim prepared it. Everyone smiled brightly and expressed their gratitude to Ji-woo. Thank you, Kim. Oh, there are sandwiches too. Thank you always, Kim. Ki-hoon turned his head and wondered, haha, Kim, when did you order the food? But thank you, he smiled awkwardly and replied, haha, actually, I'm the one who feels guilty for not coming here often. I'm glad everyone seems to like it. Jae-jun, who had just left his position, also ran towards him with a bright face. Senior, you've worked hard. Ji-woo observed the good seed for a long time and admired him. It's okay. How have you been lately? You've grown up, haven't you, Jae-jun? He bowed politely and tentatively spoke. Why do you say that? I have something I want to tell you. He asked casually. Yeah, what is it? Jae-jun shared honestly. I have to shoot a commercial in the form of a television drama. Ji-woo felt happy for him. Really? Well, congratulations. He replied politely. Thank you, and in the press conference for that commercial, this appeared. He seemed quite surprised by this new information. The commercial script. Jae-jun took the opportunity to make a slightly excessive request. Yes, I wanted to ask if you could help me write it. He felt embarrassed after saying that, but I thought it would be more polite if I sent it to you first. Seeing Ji-woo silent, Jae-jun became even more flustered. If it's not convenient for you, I'll tell them again. He habitually blurted out, what about the payment? Jae-jun gave a thumbs up and revealed, it's very comfortable, sir. The two suddenly high-fived like two crazy kids. You are truly my best brother. Semi, who had just arrived, witnessed this bizarre scene, and a huge question mark popped up on her head. What are you two doing? Ji-woo awkwardly smoothed things over. Semi, you're here? Jae-jun also quickly chimed in. Just some miscellaneous things, Semi. She smiled brightly and lifted the paper bag. Never mind, it's okay. Thank you for the coffee. Kim, hee hee. I brought it over for you and Jae-jun appa. He suddenly remembered and conveniently mentioned, right, today is Semi's last day of filming. Jinwoo widened his eyes and chimed in, really? Well, I came at the right time. She took the opportunity to share, yes, I have a schedule in Japan from tomorrow. He curiously repeated, Japan? Semi explained diligently, yes, the group's activities. That's why the director had my scenes filmed first. Jinwoo said softly with admiration, you've worked hard. She smiled brightly and made a promise, I'll become a top star, Kim. While they were chatting enthusiastically, the manager spoke up, urging, Semi, we have to go now. She startled and immediately responded, yes, appa. Semi immediately turned her head to say goodbye, Kim, Jae-jun appa, I'll go first. He also politely reminded, Semi, you're still coming back to film the last scene of The Kind Man. Right. Although Jae-young asked the question, she only addressed Jinwoo, yes, Kim, please remember to come and watch. He assessed Semi with a fatherly heart, she's always making an effort, even though she's so young. That kind smile is always on her face, and of course, he responded fully according to etiquette. Okay, see you then. His mind followed her departing figure, that's my actress. As for Semi, she had focused all her attention on her trip. Appa, what time is our flight? As soon as the manager saw her approach, he urged 8 p.m. We have to leave right away to make it in time. In Jinwoo's heart, only one thought remained, I hope everything goes well. The next day, at the Tempest-affiliated Film Academy, Hee-young blankly exclaimed, She looked without blinking at the shiny recording equipment in front of her. There was even Serum standing among the noisy crowd. Hee-young couldn't help but exclaim, why are there so many cameras, and so many people too? While she was blankly standing there, Kang-jun woke her up. Hee-young, what are you doing standing there? She stammered, Kang-jun. He leaned closer and asked with a warm voice, did you get home safely last night? But Hee-young's attention was still on the unfamiliar room. Is there an event at the academy today? Kang-jun kindly explained, you don't know? There's a scene being filmed for the KBC variety show today. She repeated in astonishment, a variety show? Why suddenly? He didn't mind revealing the secret to his good friend. It's not sudden. Actually, they came to film me. They're going to film a show about my daily life. Hee-young exclaimed in shock. You? Why? Kang-jun proudly said, because I'm going to participate in a 16-episode television drama on KBC. She covered her mouth in embarrassment but didn't forget to ask, really? Why didn't you tell me? He tentatively gave a reason, because at that time. Luckily someone called me back. Actor Kang-jun, we're preparing to film the interview now. He hurriedly left her to be gnawed by curiosity. I'll tell you later. Kang-jun professionally confirmed the shoot. Director, can we start now? He pointed to the position in front. Okay, Kang-jun, please sit here. The two of them began the one-on-one question and answer process. Yes, that was when so that's how you maintain your daily schedule? Right, my schedule is mainly at home. Work, and life at school. The paparazzi said they didn't find anything on you. Is that so? If so, then that must be a good thing. You're right, haha. After a long introduction, the director got to the main issue. Next, I would like to ask about the drama. We all know that you will be taking the lead role in this drama soon. Recently, screenwriter Kim Jinwoo has been attracting attention as a rising screenwriter. Kang-jun answered according to the standard, yes, this program will be broadcast by KBC, called Regression Fake Memory Removal. He honestly shared his personal experience. I've only read the script for a few episodes, but the level of engagement is beyond reproach. Please remember to watch it. The director took the opportunity to exploit further. Your passion is commendable. We'll give you a few minutes to promote the film later. Kang-jun, out of all the films you've participated in since you were a young actor. He wanted to focus more on Kang-jun's personal life. This will be your first lead role. How do you feel? He blankly repeated, how do I feel? Kang-jun began the recollection process. Not long after debuting as a young actor, I was forced to stop acting for a while. At that time, I felt like my acting career had come to an end. My uncle was too busy taking care of both me and his company to keep things stable. That uncle with all the burdens on his shoulders was later caught up in a fraud case. And as we were running away from the debt collectors, not knowing what our future would hold. Just then, Jinwoo appeared like a savior. I will take care of your debt, come to my office. He appeared, screenwriter Kim Ji-woo. Not long after he finished the script for the drama Kind Man, Regression Fake Memory Removal. He wrote another script for a new drama. That script saved my family from the crisis situation at the time. My uncle returned to being a trustworthy uncle, and I could continue acting again. Perhaps I met the greatest luck of my life. The more Kang Joon spoke, the more emotional he became. Frankly, at first I acted only because of my father's wishes, but after he passed away, I always felt like something was missing when I stopped acting. Even the director became sympathetic to his story. Before that, you weren't interested in acting at all. But now, could it also be said that you're acting to forget the sadness you have for your father? Finally, he smiled brightly and emphasized his life's goal. I'm not sure, but right now I just want to act. On another side, the manager curiously asked the youngest member of the group, Semi, why are you trying so hard? Both your acting career and your group activities. Your schedule is already so full. If you want, I can cancel some unnecessary ones. She looked at the sea of clouds and stated her determination. I don't want to just be a good actress. I want to go further. He asked in confusion, what do you mean? Semi looked at her face in the glass door and honestly admitted, the me of before would definitely not dare to dream of this. However, the me of now has that thought. So I'm putting in all my effort because this is. Kang Joon in front of the camera also shared the same lines. I will take the lead role in this drama and will complete it well. No, not just well, but will complete it in an excellent way. Because this is. Both of them had the same answer, the golden opportunity that screenwriter Kim Ji-woo gave me.